We at Silicon Harlem are so glad you've decided to join us. Please sit back, relax, and prepare to have your mind transformed as we look to the future. Now, it is my pleasure to introduce to you the Mistress of Ceremony, Miss Brittany Harden.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Thank you so much. And thank you especially for joining us today. Happy Friday to everyone. Welcome to the 2021 Silicon Harlem Next Gen Virtual Tech Summit, Beyond Connected, the Future of. My name is Brittany Harden, but please refer to me as Britt throughout the summit. I am located and hosting from Harlem, New York. I'd love to know where you are watching the summit, so please drop it in the chat and let us know where you're located. Occasionally, you will hear the sweet, beautiful sounds of Harlem because we are virtual. I am honored to be your host for this forward-thinking and transforming tech summit. Today, we will discuss the intersection of technology, innovation, and how new opportunities can improve the quality of life for all. We have brought together a variety of visionaries and practitioners today to discuss what our world will look like when we're all connected. We will hear about beyond connectivity. How will we deal with issues like safety, security, privacy, once everyone and everything is connected? The ethical issues in artificial intelligence, technologies. How can AI be used to improve accessibility of individuals who are living with disabilities? How can technology level the accessibility to affordable housing and much, much more? On behalf of the CEO, Clayton Banks, and the team at Silicon Harlem, we hope that this event today will inspire you and encourage you to look to the future and see how we can all use innovation and technology for good and help transform lives for the better. As we go throughout the summit, I will ask you to engage in the chat. But if you have questions, there's a specific Q&A tab that I'd like for you to use when you have questions for the panel or any of the panelists that you see.
Thank you, Britt, for the very warm introduction. My name is Amanda Rodriguez. I'm a current senior at Boston College studying economics with a double minor in management and leadership and African diaspora studies. It is a great honor to help kick off the 2021 Silicon Harlem Next Gen Virtual Summit. I first began with Silicon Harlem in 2017 as an Apps Youth Leadership Academy student under Mr. Clayton Banks' wing. In this program, I was able to solidify my own interest in entrepreneurship and technology as I moved forward in my academic career. This past summer came full circle as I transitioned from a student to an intern to now work alongside Mr. Clayton Banks in his company. My journey at Silicon Harlem has provided me with an array of networks and resources to jumpstart not only my career, but my life. Silicon Harlem has helped plant my foot in the world of innovation and technology, changing how I think and how I see the world. That being said, I would like to personally thank Silicon Harlem in its efforts in educating the community one person at a time. Now, it is my honor and privilege to introduce to you the man of Silicon Harlem, my mentor and the mentor to so many, the man who helped change and transform Harlem through technology, the one and only Mr. Clayton Banks.
way to start this event, and certainly Roxanne and the producer here, Roxanne, as well as the Zoom producer, Ednice. We got an incredible amount of people that are working with us today. Jolie, who's streaming it all over YouTube and Facebook and everywhere else. So this is just an exciting moment for all of us. And just again, thanks, Amanda. I met her when she was in high school. Now she's a senior at Boston College, and she's still, you know, the girl from the Queens. So it's awesome that she's done such a great job and has not forgotten, you know, where she's from. So it's an exciting day for all of us. And my job is really just to sort of keep it moving along with the rest of the team. Put things in the chat. We are recording all of that. So we'll be definitely excited to hear your comments and things of that nature along the way. Certainly, there's also a Q&A tab. And, you know, Britt's already talked a little bit about this, but we know as more and more people coming on, as we see it on our side, we just want to remind everybody that this is an interactive situation. We want to hear from you. We want to talk to you, all that kind of good stuff. With that being said, I'm going to turn it back over to Britt. I will talk about the sponsors in just a moment. So why don't we go back to you, Britt?
That's great. Pass it on back to me. I love it. Boom, boom. So I would like to.
Whoa. So let me do this one though. Before you get going there, Britt.
Okay.
I'm ready to roll. I got to talk about the people right here, the companies right here. I hope you guys are seeing this. Look at the companies that are supporting this particular event and have been supporting Silicon Harlem throughout the year. And I couldn't be more happy that they've stepped up and wanted to be a part of this summit. T-Mobile, obviously, all of us know what T-Mobile is about. Has anyone ever dealt with Amazon? I'm certain that you've seen a website called Google. I know that you have heard of a company called Verizon. Somehow or another, we got this unbelievable company, MasterCard. One of the folks in our world of telecommunications and infrastructure of New York City is Zenfi, and our unbelievable, beautiful university right here in Harlem, about 6 blocks away from our office. This is the City College of New York. Can you believe it? I mean, it's just unbelievable. By the way, use hashtags as you send this out to your various social medias. Hashtag SH2021, real simple. So anyway, thanks, Britt, for letting me talk a little bit about that. And we'll be talking about these sponsors throughout, because they're not just sponsors, they're actually really collaborators. They're working with us on a variety of projects. They have so much love for New York City and Upper Manhattan. So we're very proud that they are part of what we're doing right now. Let's keep it moving.
All right. So next up, we have a conversation with Al Taylor, Assembly member in Assembly District 71.
Hi, one and all. Welcome to Silicon Harlem's annual Next Gen Techs Conference. I am so honored to be here once again, not only as a public servant from Harlem, but as a big supporter of technology and its potential to transform our lives for the better. The technological advancements we've seen over the past few decades have been nothing short of incredible. Technology has revolutionized nearly every aspect of our daily lives, from the way we communicate to medical care to our global economy. The technological revolution we are witnessing today has the potential to make a positive impact and offer new and exciting opportunities to so many. However, in order for technology to live up to its promise, we must first close the digital gap that exists in our city, in our country, and around the globe. In April 2020, over 500,000 households in New York City had no internet access, presenting a major challenge as digital spaces became more and more necessary for everything from conducting our everyday activities to meeting our basic needs. The COVID-19 pandemic has made the digital divide more apparent than ever. Before, as hundreds and thousands of New Yorkers were required to stay, learn, and work from home, when stay-at-home orders were put into effect, families experiencing economic and food insecurity now needed to go online to access programs like food stamps, public assistance, and unemployment benefits. Many healthcare services were able to shift to virtual telehealth platforms while public school systems transitioned to remote learning as well as private schools. Critical financial resources like the emergency rental relief application you have to do online. None of this was possible if you didn't already have internet access or access to an internet accessible device. Without internet access or access to public resources like the libraries or our city's most vulnerable populations were unable to get the financial, the food, and the support and education tools and health services they needed in the time of our city's greatest crisis. The internet has also become an essential tool for accessing critical health and safety updates. It even helps us to reach out to our colleagues and our loved ones to ensure we're still connected, even from a distance, to the people who matter to us the most. The COVID-19 pandemic has exposed so many vulnerabilities in our system, placing incredible burdens on already distressed communities and groups, including our seniors and homeless. In 2020, I personally delivered thousands of meals to seniors in need and heard firsthand how they struggle to reach essential services or updates without internet access or digital literacy. My office and many other elected offices had to adjust to how we serve our communities through balancing the needs of our constituents while observing public health and safety protocols. That's why I'm deeply grateful for the innovative groups like Silicon Harlem who understands the problems we're facing and are dedicated to fixing it through broadband advocacy, education, and more. Technology can serve as a vehicle for social change, bridging long-standing social and economic barriers and helping us to pave the way for a more just and equitable future. That's one major reason why Mayor de Blasio pronounced in March that the city is seeking $150 million into modern, innovative, equitable broadband infrastructure for universal broadband. We know we need more money. We know that this is the future and we know that this is where we're headed, but we have to make the needed investments now so we can ensure it's a future where all of us can reap the benefits, not only a select few. That means investing in our infrastructure and investing in our people to ensure they know how to use technological tools and even leverage this knowledge into jobs and cutting-edge industries. I have always been committed to narrowing the digital gap and tackling digital inequality in our city and throughout New York State. I urge my colleagues in government to do the same. As the pandemic showed and continues to show us, the digital inequality crisis we face is urgent and we must narrow the gap in our communities and not only survive but strive. When I visited Asia, I got a glimpse of what the future could look like. And I'm telling you, we cannot afford to fall behind. We have some of the best and brightest minds ever right here in America. And we know we've got the resources. Now is the time to see the thing through. When we come together with technology and increased digital literacy, we rise together, empowered and ready to tackle the problems of tomorrow. I look forward to hearing from the esteemed speakers who are here today to tell us about the future we look forward to. We are in this together. Thank you all. Enjoy the conference.
Thank you, Al. Thank you so much. Al Taylor, everyone. Al's office is a block away from us. We love this guy. He's got the kind of energy we need as leaders in our city, and really has embraced technology as not only an economic driver, but certainly a huge, sort of resource for opportunity. So thank you very much. Now, let's go to the next speaker, which, Last year, we had Dr. Vince Cerf join us and talked a lot about, certainly the pandemic issues that we were all facing. But if you don't know, he's one of the inventors of the internet, which we're using.
Hello, my name is Vince Cerf. I'm Google's Chief Internet Evangelist, and I want to thank Clayton Banks for giving me an opportunity to greet my friends at the Silicon Harlem. I apologize that I can't join you in person because it turns out the Marconi Society, which I chair, is having its annual symposium on October 22nd, the same day that you're meeting. But Clayton gave me an opportunity to chat a little bit more about the topic you've chosen this year, which is essentially beyond connectivity. What do we have to do besides connecting people to make the internet and its associated technologies useful for everyone? This is exactly the same topic that the Marconi Society has been asking itself and its members as well. So this is a very timely question for you to raise. First observation I would make is that what we're looking for is safety and security and privacy, reliability, utility, accessibility in multiple senses, including ones where accommodations might be needed for people with disabilities. There's quite a long list of things that extend well beyond just getting connected to the internet in order to make it useful. Think about content that's locally appropriate and usable. What about languages? What about having information in a form that you can readily absorb? Those are things that require serious investment, serious thought, and a good deal of effort. So all of that should be included, I think, in your conversations and discussions. And I hope that you'll take the time to organize your thoughts, provide the feedback to Clayton and to me especially, so I can bring that to the Marconi Society and my colleagues there, in order to reinforce the message that there's more to internet than connectivity. I think that you would also help us a great deal if you could say a little more about the state of access where you are. One of the things that the Marconi Society has been working on is collecting data that will tell us where is the internet, where is it not. If it's present, is it present in adequate capacity in order to be useful? Is it affordable? Is it reliable? And measurement will tell us that. So there's work going on between the Marconi Society and the Measurement Lab, which is housed in the Code for Science and Society, and Google, in order to capture additional data, not just domestically in the US, but on a on a global on a global scale. So there's another area where you could be very helpful. What's actually happening where you are? What do we know about the internet, its cost, its reliability, the speeds that are available, the applications that are working for people? Where are things not working? What applications are missing that would be helpful? Are there things that would stimulate business opportunities, for example, perhaps remote work in this time of pandemic? And even absent the pandemic, once we get through all that, the ability to work remotely may turn out to be a very important tool. Think also about what the pandemic has taught us, and that's remote medicine. A great many doctors are saying, please, do a video conference, don't come into the office. That, by the way, is going to drive the need for remote sensing devices, things that will help a doctor diagnose our conditions. So we'll need devices that can read our blood pressure and pulse oxygen levels and our heart rates and a number of other physiological phenomena, which normally we'd have to go into the doctor's office to supply. But if there's a way to do that remotely, then remote medicine and remote medical care may actually become more of a reality than it has been in the past. That too would be a very important outcome. So I'm looking forward to hearing the consequences of your meeting on October 22nd, and of course an opportunity to see you face to face in person in New York City when time permits. Meanwhile, I'll see you on the net.
Already. Now, you may say, hey, you listen, we're preaching to the choir. Well, that's a good thing. We need more of us as an army to ensure that we are, using the internet properly, that we're getting it to everyone, that we're looking beyond.
Hello. I don't know about you, but I'm so excited about our next speaker.
Okay.
We actually have Heather Dowdy.
Well, let's keep going. Go ahead, Rox, if you want to restart that. Everyone, this is, I know Brittany was going to sort of intro this, so I just wanted to say thank you to Dr. Vince Cerf. Roxanne, our producer, is a very quick person, so you got to always keep up with her. But at the same time, Britt, if you want to say some opening comments to this particular and very special interview that I have done with Heather Dowdy. And for everyone, please, Heather is agreed to answer questions and all of that. So she's doing it remotely. So well, hello. I don't know about you, but I'm so excited about our next speaker. We actually have Heather Dowdy, and she has an extreme background and certainly a successful career. And so we're very lucky to have here at our summit. And, we're going to just mash it up a little bit between her and I, but please, if you have questions along the way, put them in the chat. Heather is more than happy to respond on the chat. So please put your questions, even your suggestions or opinions. I know this is New York, Heather, we got a lot of opinions. So put all that stuff in the chat and Heather will respond. So Heather Dowdy, if you don't mind, for a lot of us on this call, whether they're following you or not, would love to hear a little bit more about your background, about who you are. And then I have a bunch of questions I have for you as well, but you'll have plenty of time to just express what we ought to know on this particular topic.
Thanks so much, Clayton and Silicon Harlem, for having me. I'm excited to be here, excited for the opinions and the questions, bring them on, because where would we be without dialogue? My name is Heather Dowdy. I currently am the Director of Accessibility at Netflix. And over my career in tech, I have done what I love to do, which is connect the dots between race, disability, tech, and faith. I have worked in this tech industry for over 15 years, worked across mobile, web, AI, and now TV accessibility. And so I am currently focused on connecting people with disabilities to their next favorite story using technology. I come to this work honest. I'm a CODA, which means child of deaf adults.
Wow.
Both of my parents are deaf and hard of hearing, actually. And I grew up on the south side of Chicago. So I'm not a New Yorker, but does Chicago count? I love being a big city girl. but saw a lot growing up with young Black deaf parents who were deaf. I began learning sign language at 6 months old. There were lots of technology in our home that would help my parents and I and my siblings connect with the world. And so I love that the theme of this conference is beyond connection. There's so many different ways to do that. And I get most excited about how technology can do that, particularly for people with disabilities.
All right, so that is awesome. It really is. You know, probably most people on the call may not have grown up with, you know, hearing impairment in their family. So it's just so interesting to hear that you had that faculty, and yet you had to, you know, grow up understanding that, you know, particular disability. So let me ask you a question, because you mentioned something very interesting. You mentioned artificial intelligence, the impact that that's having on so many things today, as we see every day. So one of the questions I have is, when it comes to artificial intelligence, do you think it can be used to improve accessibility for individuals? What is your feelings about that?
There's so much there with AI and artificial intelligence, so much for us to continue to learn and to talk about. And the more that we understand, I think the more that we can develop AI technology and solutions that really can be used for good. Prior to working at Netflix, I was part of Microsoft's AI for Accessibility program. And so we got to work with lots of folks in the community, both in the disability community, as well as the research and academic communities and startups, and really trying to figure out how we can harness AI for good. So I believe that it's important that we understand what AI can do, but we have to understand it so that we don't look to it to solve all of our problems. It is not a silver bullet. People still are needed to develop solutions just leveraging AI technology. And particularly for the disability community, when you think about how stagnant progress has been in areas such as employment, the ADA was passed over 30 years ago, and yet the employment rate of people with disabilities has been pretty stagnant, has been pretty flat. Before the pandemic, it was about 50% unemployment rate for people with disabilities in the US. With the pandemic, we've seen that just exacerbated, not just for people with disabilities, but for all people. And so when you think about that gap, you have to think about, well, what's going to disrupt what has been? And I'm a firm believer it is doing something different. And AI is certainly an opportunity for us to lean into that.
Well, you know, it's so interesting that there's been a lot of conversations about the bias of AI and, you know, who's actually, you know, developing the algorithm. There's all these like interesting conversations that are happening. Do you see the future where this becomes a little less conversation about those problems and a little bit more about addressing, you know, the various issues that we have in this world? Like, is AI going to become a little bit more? We actually have another panel later on that's going to be talking about this particular issue, you know, a really strong conversation about AI. You know, when I was going a deep dive with AI a few years ago, we talked about autonomous cars and things of that nature, that the algorithm would not, you know, necessarily recognize a darker hue. So if you walk in the street, you get hit by a car. You know what I mean? So, but it may not have been a racist thing. It might have just been the guy, whoever or girl, whoever wrote the algorithm, thought everybody looked like them. So what do you think when you look at the future? Is AI going to be, you know, pretty baked in and nobody's going to even talk about it anymore? Or is it still going to be struggling over, you know, decades?
Oh, that's a loaded question. And that's because I think that tech is as biased as the people making it. And so we have to make sure that whoever is at the table is representative of the diversity that we want to see in the people using that technology. And so just as we have a spectrum when it comes to racism in our society, will we stop talking about that one day? I don't know, a lot of work to be done there. So when it comes to bias in technology, it's important to realize it's a spectrum. So that way, if you recognize it's there, then you can deal with it, you can mitigate it. But if you think that it's not there, then you're not gonna fix the problem. So I'm a firm believer, we need more people with disabilities at the table to develop these technologies to be inclusive. And quite honestly, it's for our benefit, for an inclusive recovery after this global pandemic. The disability community is no stranger to hacking together solutions. We like to say that you solve for one and you extend to many, and many of us reap the benefits of some focused solutions for the disability community, whether that's closed captions now on TV or just being able to use voice assistants. There are lots of ways in which we can lean in to understand what the needs are for accessibility and really extend them to the benefit of all of us. But when you talk about, autonomous vehicles and specifically, facial recognition, which are very hot topics when it comes to AI, a lot of that really we have to continue to talk about how that data is collected, whether or not there are inclusive data sets, not only of people of different skin tones, but also people with disabilities. Because with autonomous vehicles, there was a point in time when those algorithms weren't trained to recognize the behavior of, say, someone using a wheelchair in the crosswalk. And so perhaps without understanding wheelchair user behavior, that algorithm didn't understand that person might back up a little bit with their wheelchair before going over the curb. And so you would have that algorithm then accelerate while that person was still in the crosswalk. All of that to say, we need inclusive data sets, and we need to remember that in order to reduce bias, we have to understand it's a spectrum.
I could not agree more. That is as articulate I've heard a response to this in a long time. One of the examples I use, since you mentioned wheelchairs, there was a time in this country when those little ramps weren't there, and they would have to wait for somebody to come and help them get up a curb. And so when it was lobbied for almost 20 years to get those sidewalks to become those mini ramps, the bill said every new sidewalk would have to have that built in. And it turns out, pretty much everywhere you go now in this country, you see them. Well, who did it benefit? It certainly benefited people in wheelchairs, but it benefited, you're pushing your baby in a carriage, you're, pulling your luggage as you're traveling. Everyone's using those ramps. So I think your point, which is the one I've been making for a long time, which is if you do the best for the least of us, it helps all of us. So I love what you're saying.
That's what we call the curbside effect.
There it is.
Yeah.
We're aligned. What's the government's role in things like disability, accessibility, those type of things? From your perspective and your long time studying this, is there a role for the government in all this? Certainly they did with the sidewalks. You see it, some of the stoplights and things of that nature. What are some more that the government might be able to do when it comes to accessibility?
Well, I certainly think there's a role not only for the government, but for all of us, even the layperson that just quite doesn't understand or want to understand technology. It's important for us to understand what are the ethical frameworks that folks are considering when developing new technologies. And I really do think that it's incumbent on lots of organizations, including the government, to really spark innovation around this area. I really do think that, we can come together and make some really cool things that benefit everyone. That when we really do think about who we're bringing to the table, how we can motivate people to really solve problems that matter.
Well, I couldn't agree more on that too. And it takes everyone, to your point. what we do here at Silicon Harlem is we created this sort of methodology of a voice, right? So we looked at our academics and a lot of people don't realize 14 colleges in Harlem. Hello, 14 colleges in Harlem. Really? I mean, we got the brain trust here. So we've got, and 2 of them Ivy Leagues. I mean, really. I mean, so we make sure that voice is at our table. We make sure the, the government, sort of the electives are at the table, and plenty of them are on this summit. We look at our stakeholders, right? The Boys and Girls Clubs and the churches and all the people that are touching people every day. And of course, we look at the private sector. A lot of them on this call as well. Everyone's voice needs to be at this table in order to really create the sort of equality that we're all looking for, which only helps everyone. No one has to lose. So do we need more advocates when it comes to, people with disabilities? Should there be more of us doing more? Like you said, everyone needs to have some skin in the game. There's a lot of people on this call that are very techie in a lot of ways. You've worked around them most of, if not all, your career. So the question I have is, are we doing enough? Just some of us who maybe taking all this for granted, that's being taken care of. We don't need to really worry about it. So the next thing I invent should be fine. Like, what is your thinking around that? Should more of us be doing more?
Absolutely. And I'm one of those techie people. I'm an engineer by training. So I love to talk about what tech can do. And, I also want to tie it to the question that you asked about government, because being New York, you all are doing some things that I really have loved to learn about and meet folks working on the front lines. Within the First Lady's office, there's Thrive NYC, and the latest just collabs around mental health. That really is leading by example. That really is saying, hey, we're all in this together. And my role, as an organization is really to spark new ideas, to really motivate people, whether that is through grants or that brain trust that you all have. How can you really leverage that? So I love that as an example. And another one, a friend, Martha Jackson at the mayor's office of people with disabilities, and just the programs that are being set up and have been for a while around placing people with disabilities with jobs and workforce training. I mean, that's a model that is being rolled out as a best practice and shared with other mayor's offices across the country. So again, there's lots that we can do as long as we're not in a silo. So love that you all are Harlem and have the brain trust there, but let's not keep it there. And particularly about what we can do as advocates, there's a role for everybody. Just leaving it to one organization, whether that's private sector or whether that's government, is not going to get the job done. It hasn't in all of these years. So what are we going to do about it? And I think that part of it really does take understanding the experience of people living with disabilities, because over 70% of disabilities are invisible. And so it's not exactly what you see or don't see. And there is a lot for us to learn in that experience, and so that we can really become the advocates and allies that we need to be.
Wow. We got a lot of space here in New York. You can come on up here and hang out with us. I mean, that'd be wonderful. I mean, because we are doing a lot. You're right. I mean, Silicon Harlem supports all of what you just talked about. And there is a huge effort, particularly with the mayor's wife. She's just been very much on it from day one, by the way.
Love it.
I've been very proud of what New York City is trying to do from there. And there's a lot of those people on this call right now. So I'm sure they're all smiling right now to know that they've been acknowledged. And it's really been a commitment, I have to say, to New York City, that we've actually made a commitment. And I do think your point being, don't let it just stay here in New York. Let's get this all over the country, if not the world. And that's how New Yorkers think. So we're going to, it starts and goes from there. I did have another one or two questions more, but for everyone who's on this call, please, if you have a question, if you have a comment, any suggestions, please put them in the chat while we're on this call. We really want to hear from you. Even if you work for an agency or any of that stuff, Heather Dowdy is the expert. So please get her to respond to a lot of the things here. Discrimination, Heather, discrimination. What does that mean in the world of the people you've worked with and have lived with? Like, where do you see discrimination in that?
Ooh, I see it a lot, and it weighs heavily. It weighs heavily when I think about being a disability rights advocate, particularly when I think about how we're just beginning to have the intersectionality conversation at large as a society, yet the intersection of race and disability could tell us so much. It really could. But there is so much that we aren't sure of how to grapple with. That one is near and dear to my heart, not only because of my background and the inequities that I see compounded at that intersection, but because, you know, when we think about last year and that real summer of racial reckoning, or at least the beginning of it, let me not sugarcoat anything. There were reports that over 50% of the Black people killed by police in this country also had a disability, but yet that's not what we talk about as well. For lots of good reasons and lots of not so good reasons, we aren't really sure where to place that within marginalized communities of caring for our own, as well as where to place race within the disability community. And so there is just a lot more that we have to come to terms with in our own communities and in our society when we talk about these things such as intersectionality and who we aren't including in that conversation. And, you know, when you aren't including someone, you're excluding them. And I also think it's important for us to shift the model in which we talk about disability. As you and I were talking, you know, before here, the World Health Organization defines disability as a mismatch between the environment and a person's ability. So that says that we all have work to do to make sure that the environment accommodates what a person can already do. It has nothing to do with the person and more so about us making sure that the environment is accessible. And so I'm really about how can we empower people in the day-to-day? If you're hiring people, what are your inclusive hiring practices? Would a person with a disability even be able to get through that interview process? Have you made it clear, you know, where you stand on accessibility in that process? If you are thinking of a new technology and a new solution, have you included people with disabilities throughout the development process? Or have you waited to the end thinking you'll get a little bit of feedback and switch something around at the end? Let me tell you, a lot more expensive to do it that way. And that is not inclusive. You are missing an opportunity to innovate by not bringing along people with disabilities in that development journey.
Wow. You just made me feel bad. I'm like,
I'm trying to empower us, right? Because a lot of times it's like, oh, sign up a petition. Oh, just say I'm an ally. No, in every sphere of influence we have, we can do something.
You know, one of the powerful things you're saying, and I hope everyone catches it. This is very important what you said. And this may be just a Heather thing, right? Which is really great. That should go throughout the world. This is not about the people, it's about the environment. That's a very profound nuance to this whole thing. I'm going to ask you just quickly, just give a little bit more understanding for the people on this call and for those who will see it later on, because I want to make sure this goes across the world. You're saying environment is as important as anything, where we focus so much on us and our people and what's the matter with those people and all this other stuff. You're saying that, you know, a big part of this is environment. Just give a little bit breakdown on that, Heather. We'll move on, but I find that to be such an important nuance.
Absolutely. I mean, just as we talked about earlier about before there were curb cuts, that's a literal example of the environment not being conducive to how I get around in a wheelchair, for example. When we talk about environment, it's also going online. In this pandemic, all of us had to go online, right? But did you know that over 97% of websites are not accessible to people who are blind or may have low vision?
Whoa, hold right. Everybody, did you just hear that? 97%?
Yeah, go look it up. So when we think about everybody has to go online and we shop online and we get our information about this pandemic online, are we truly making sure that that is accessible? So environment is a lot. And I liken it to, as I was talking to teams before, Ruha Benjamin writes in Race After Technology in her book, it's almost like a microaggression. If I tell you, you have to go log on here and it's inaccessible to the ways that you use that product or that service, you're basically telling me over and over again, oh, this is not for you.
Wow.
You can't do this. No, I can. You have not created the environment in which I can thrive to be successful. And that is creating an accessible environment. And then just talking about discrimination, culture does matter. Storytelling matters, breaking down narratives and diversifying narratives so that we truly see people with disabilities and all aspects of human life are really important. And again, I can't encourage you enough to really, really welcome people with disabilities into your network.
Heather, as we start to wind down here a little bit, and for all of you who've been following us and listening very carefully to this particular conversation, if you have questions, even if you have opinions, and I know this is New York City, so there's people who will have some opinions, Heather, please put that in the chat. We'll be responding to all of that, and we really want this conversation to continue. I'll be begging Heather to move to New York, so we'll figure that out. In the meantime, we are going to ask just a final few questions, and anything you want to share, Heather, would be very helpful. So when we've had this great conversation, we've talked a lot about a lot of different things. Is there a difference, from a worldwide perspective? Is there a unique sort of imbalance of those within the disability community here in the United States versus other countries? Have you studied any of the international impact of this particular issue?
I have, because disability is global. There's more than 1 billion people on this planet living with a disability. And so it is very interesting to see the cultural differences of how disability is perceived and how that plays out in policy and in society and in representation in a lot of different ways. When we're talking about places like India and Africa and even in China and Japan. And so a lot of countries look to the US when it comes to disability and disability rights, believing that we are further along than they are. And in some cases, they're right. But what I encourage in that thinking is that everybody has to be on the accessibility journey. And so it really is about starting, and it is about measuring progress, because if you don't measure the progress, you can't change anything. And so there are ways in which best practices, quite honestly, around innovation in this space, around policy making, and even education, which is near and dear to my heart. As I was mentioning, I sit on the board of Deaf Kids Code, and it really is exciting to think about what we all can do to really prepare the next generation of leaders who just so happen to be living with a disability. And I really encourage you all to think about who you can include in your network, who you might mentor, young people with disabilities, and how you might really help to shape the next generation and pipeline of disability talent.
Well, that almost sounds like a conclusion, but we're gonna give you a final comment. By the way, my office is fully accessible, so we're very proud of that. But I wanted you to perhaps, and by the way, I would be really happy in your final comment and when you say goodbye that you would say it using, your dual language. So give us our marching. What are our marching things for this issue when it comes to making things a little bit more equal for some of the percentages the statistics that you've shared. If I wasn't as being heard and seen by so many people, I'd be crying right now. I mean, it's amazing how crazy this is that you're talking about, but give us our marching orders moving forward and we'll conclude with that. Let's hear what you want us to be thinking about when you see the vision of, when you hear the theme here is beyond connected. So what are some of the things you envision for the future that we all should be supporting and actively doing? You've talked about the next time we develop a website or develop a technology, we should be much more now, if everybody on this call, please, we should be taking all those type of things in consideration. So what are our marching orders?
Well, I'm going to keep it simple in the sense that, one, we need to get connected on this issue. It is far, far more important than we could ever imagine, especially when we talk about the future of our society and an inclusive global economy. That's one. You got to get connected on this issue. There is so much to learn from people living with disabilities themselves. I no doubt there are people on this call living with disabilities and people who have family members. And so we are all connected in that sense. And then after we do connect, let's move beyond that by figuring out what talents and skills that we already possess in order to really close the gap and to accelerate innovation. Let's accelerate it because there's a lot more that we can learn and that could benefit all of us, but we do need to start by looking at and working with the disability community. As we like to say, nothing about us without us.
Wow, that's deep. Heather Dowdy, this is maybe the best conversation I've had about this issue in my life, and I've talked to a lot of people. So it's just an amazing, learning process for me, and I'm certain for many of those who are on this call. For those who are on the call, this is Heather Dowdy, just a huge advocate for disability, challenges and all these type of things. And I'm so proud that she was able to give us a few minutes here at Silicon Harlem at our summit. Thank you, Heather Dowdy.
Thank you.
Yeah, I love it. Is that what I do, like this?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Have a great day, everyone.
Take care.
And Clayton, everyone clap it up, drop some love for her in the chat. Thank you. Let's all practice that. That is beautiful. Thank you. Please drop some love for Heather in the chat. A lot of things that she spoke about, 97% of the internet is not accessible, right? For people with disabilities. And then the environment. Wow, there are a lot of things that were key takeaways. If you have a key takeaway, drop it in the chat as well. We have our next speaker who may be able to touch on some of the things that we've been discussing so far, as well as accessibility. We have the pleasure of hearing from the Chief Technology Officer of the City of New York, Mr. John Paul Farmer. So let me tell you a little bit about him. Mr. Farmer leads a diverse team in delivering technology policy programs and products to better serve New Yorkers and build a more future-ready city. John is also an adjunct professor at Columbia University's School of International and Public Affairs. Previously, John was managing director of Microsoft Cities based in New York. There, he led a cross-functional team to build partnerships and co-design technology products that make communities more livable, more vibrant, and more equitable. As the founder and CEO of the Innovation Project, John spread innovation best practices worldwide. His work has been featured in Fortune, Forbes, Fast Company, wait, there's more, Wired, The Washington Post, TechCrunch, and the Harvard Business Review. John served as the senior advisor for innovation at the White House under President Barack Obama, where he co-founded and led the Presidential Innovation Fellows Program to attract top private sector change makers for focused tours of the duty in government. Prior to the US government, John built a new business units in the private sector. He played professional baseball in the minor leagues. And guess which teams? Atlanta Braves and the Los Angeles Dodgers. John is a team member of the Council on Foreign Relations. He holds an MBA with honors from the Graduate School of Business at Columbia University and an AB with honors from Harvard University. Whew. This is a man to know and a man to listen to during this discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. John Paul Farmer as he speaks with Mr. Clayton Bates about the Internet of Things and AI strategies, as well as the Internet Master Plan and New York City Innovation Fellows in New York. Thank you. Show this man some love.
Well, thank you, Britt. I'm going to go to you very quickly here, John Paul Farmer, but after her reading your resume, I think our interview is over. So
I think you're right. What else is there to say?
Right, exactly. So for everybody on the call, this is a good relationship that I've had with John for several years. And prior to becoming the CTO, he was already doing a tremendous amount of work for New York City. But as the Chief Technology Officer of New York City, the greatest city in the world, he's really gone a whole nother level. You're about to hear some information, everything from IoT to AI, and certainly the idea of everyone being connected today. We got about 30 minutes to make this happen. And I'm really excited about it because it was January 23rd of 2020 when John Farmer, as CTO, literally unveiled the Internet Master Plan in Harlem. So we were really, really excited to be one of the first groups that were learning about the Internet Master Plan and the vision that the city has put together. And he'll talk a little bit about that today because now it's a year and change since. But that night, not only was it, if John remembers, it was a packed house. You and I sat up in front of everybody and we were talking about all these things. There was no pandemic at that time that we knew of. And one of the things that, unveiling the Internet Master Plan, all of a sudden became accelerated very quickly. And also from my perspective, I gave a top 10 and my last one was changing the sort of our, the way we had phrased things was everyone deserves a connection. On that night, I said, no, we're changing it to everyone needs a connection.
That's
and
right.
30 days later, hey, what was that of it? So anyway, we're gonna talk with John. I'm open wherever you want to start. I was thinking maybe you want to say a few words first, and then let's get into maybe IoT first.
That sounds great, Clayton. Well, I got to start by saying thank you to Britt for that introduction, Clayton and Bruce for building this community of Silicon Harlem that I've been able to be a part of for the last, I think, 7 years or so, and the last several in my role as New York City's Chief Technology Officer. I also want to thank Vince and Heather for already dropping so much incredible knowledge that I was hearing things that are helping me think in new and different ways about the work that we do using technology on behalf of New Yorkers. And when you think about the way Vince is so passionate about making sure the internet really works for everybody, figuring out, do you have it? Is it affordable? Does it work? How do we make it better? Is it equitable? Because right now, the reality is the data that we have, it's not sufficient. And so I'm so happy to hear that the Marconi Society and the M Lab, the Measurement Lab, and others are looking into how we can improve that. And we certainly want to work with them here in New York City. You've heard about AI. Well, artificial intelligence is not just coming, it's here. It's actually being used more and more in our daily lives for operational improvements, for people to get better healthcare to cure diseases, but also to help people with disabilities. So lots of different ways that we can talk about that. And then accessibility, which Heather obviously is an expert in and has spent so much time working in. And I appreciate her pointing out that websites themselves are too often a barrier to accessibility and not an enabler. And that's something that we're really passionate about in New York City. Web design standards have been created at the federal level. We've implemented them in city websites so that we can ensure that you've got the contrast ratios and other things that you need. You can build into by design accessibility. And we've been working really closely with some colleagues of ours who do this all day, every day. And that's folks like Commissioner Victor Calisi at the Mayor's Office for People with Disabilities. And then also on the language accessibility front, because remember that New York City is a place with over 800 different languages spoken here. And so we've got to do everything we can to make sure that the information and services we provide are also accessible to everybody, no matter what the language barriers may be. And the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs has been a great partner in doing that. And Heather even gave a shout out to a program that my office leads on, which is NYCHA Collabs, which is a program to do deep engagement with communities to co-design solutions using technology to community identified challenges. So we've done that just recently in Upper Manhattan, focused on youth mental health. But all of what I've just described and a bunch of things you've heard from Heather and from Vint, they ultimately come back to the fact that technology is more than laptops and phones. And it's not a sector, it's not something over there on the side. It's integrated into everything we do. And it's a lever that we can use. And we've got to decide, how are we going to interact with the world through technology? Is it going to be something that empowers people or disempowers people? Because it can go either way. And it's really up to us to make these choices that aren't necessarily technical choices. These are choices for society to make about what we want. What do we want to be? How do we want to live? And that's why the Mayor's Office of the Chief Technology Officer, the office that I lead out of City Hall, has developed our 4 areas of focus. The first being universal broadband, making sure everybody is connected. Second being digital services. So as people are connected, making sure they can actually get the services they need at their fingertips. So that that's one, a better user experience. You can make it so that, you know, a parent doesn't have to take half a day off work and not get paid to go downtown to fill out some paperwork. They can do it on their phone in their kitchen. It's also cheaper for taxpayers. It's one of those rare examples of a win-win where you can make the experience better and actually save money for taxpayers at the same time. The third area is inclusive innovation. And the collabs example I gave is one example of doing geographic focus, but we've also done focus on topic areas like financial inclusion, like cybersecurity. And those are our moonshots, where we invite in lots of ideas from all across New York City and all across the globe to solve problems in new and creative ways. And then finally, emerging tech in society. And I think this is where we're going to start the conversation, Clayton, with some discussion of our Internet of Things strategy that was released in early 2021, and then our artificial intelligence strategy that was released last week. So hot off the presses, once again, I'm here discussing with Silicon Harlem a brand new major foundational document that is going to shape New York City for the next decade or more to come.
Thank you, John. And let's get that moving. And if you have a question, anyone, please put it in the chat or in the Q&A. We are answering everything. So we've got John Paul Farmer here. We're very excited. Great opening remarks, John. It really sort of reflects on not only, you know, sort of New Yorkers are ready for all of this, but you're organizing it in a way through those principles that I think we all can embrace. So let's start with the IoT. I do want to probably end with the Internet Master Plan, just as an update, but certainly the IoT, which, you know, the one thing I love about, for everybody on this call, I want you to hear this carefully. The difference between John and perhaps a lot of CTOs in this country is he has committed, literally, outside of what the fancy router might be or what the fancy thing might be, he gets opinions from every sector of New York. Harlem has not been ignored by this CTO. He will call us and others in Upper Manhattan and say, what do you guys think about this? His teams are diverse. He's made a real commitment. I think, to me, John, that's probably the the most important thing you've been able to do is to get more voices to the table so that you can shape all of our hopes in a way that's inclusive. So I wanted to just be very clear about that. John is committed to that. You can judge him on all types of things, but one thing I have to support is that he's asked a lot of voices to come in, and that includes IoT, because we all have opinions about anything that comes out of New York, right? So we always going to have somebody that's not happy, but he's not afraid of that. He's really not. He and I have been on testimonials with city councils. I listen to him very carefully because he's starting with that. The end of it might be whatever the tech is, but it starts with, do we have the right voices at the table? So John, talk about IoT, which I have a lot of opinion about, but I shared it with a lot of your teams over there. So if you could share with the people on this call, that'd be great.
Sure thing. So the Internet of Things, connected devices, there are more and more of them out in our lives today. Sensors can detect everything from people to air quality to water. And what we've tried to do is focus on making sure that we're responding to community needs, that we're developing and deploying sensors in a way that's transparent, so that people understand what the benefit is to them. And it's not simply a new box that's suddenly on their street and they don't really know what it is, and that can lead to suspicion and even conspiracy theories. We want to make sure people understand that there's a real benefit here, and that as we're deploying these, we're respecting people's digital rights. And this is a theme that you're going to hear in both our Internet of Things work as well as in our AI work. And that's really important to us, because the most commonly talked about digital rights are probably privacy and cybersecurity, but there are others as well. We have digital rights around transparency and accountability and equity. And ultimately, what digital rights are is they're human rights, democratic rights, civil rights in the internet age. So as more and more things go digital, that creates opportunities, but also risks. We've got to make sure that as we're deploying these technologies from the very beginning, we are working to ensure that, yes, we maximize the benefit, but we also minimize harm and make sure that we have that transparency, accountability, equity, like I said, in addition to privacy and security. So one of the key things to recognize when we're doing this work is it's not done alone. We partnered with Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, on a pilot called City Scanner to put air quality sensors on top of city fleet vehicles. These are the vehicles that are just driving around doing city business throughout the day, and they're going to be taking these routes. Well, by putting a sensor on top, suddenly we can get hyper local data. And we've done this in 3 different iterations so far, and we're going to keep doing it because it works. We went from the way we tested air quality in the city was static stationary sensors for, I believe it was 2 weeks a year. So just for a certain part of the year, literally in 12 places around the city, and deciding that we then understood the city's air quality. Well, now we've got over 100,000 data points, hyper local, minute by minute, block by block, so we can understand where air quality is not as good, and where we need to make interventions, where we need to make sure that kids in that neighborhood have a shot of avoiding developing asthma because the city's made some interventions because we had better data to start with. So that's a partnership with MIT, with other city agencies like the Department of Health, for example. Another example I want to give you of a pilot that's really impactful is our recent work on FloodNet. FloodNet was something we did in the wake of the Internet of Things strategy. That was the foundation, and then we started building upon it. And this is an example of that. We worked with ESD, the state economic development department, using a grant from them to do a pilot to put flood sensors, water sensors out into the field in places like Gowanus. And unfortunately, as we all know, about a month and a half, 2 months ago, we got hit by some really serious storms with Henry and Ida. And sadly, people died. New Yorkers lost their lives in those storms. And we've got to make sure that we do everything we can to prevent that in the future. And one of the ways we can do that is by getting faster, more real-time understanding of where the flooding is happening, so that our emergency responders can react and can go save lives in the moment. Well, the fact that we had this pilot up and running, and we got data back on exactly when the flooding was happening, where the flooding was happening, and when it receded, we were able to get that information to emergency responders a full hour faster than them getting that same information from those neighborhoods through a traditional method of someone picking up the phone and calling 311 and 311 sending that information over. So just think about how much more effective emergency responders can be in a crisis. If your home were flooding, to have emergency responders there an hour earlier, that can be the difference between life and death. And so the mayor saw this, and in his extreme weather plan that he put out a couple of weeks ago, he's committed the city to expanding this FloodNet sensor network citywide. And what's really exciting about that is obviously the impact it's going to have. And we're committed to ensuring that we are transparent in the deployment of that we convey the benefit of this technology and the fact that it is privacy respecting. There's nothing here that's collecting anyone's personal data, simply looking at water levels. And we're labeling. This is something that New York City's leading on. It doesn't sound that sophisticated, but it's important that we don't just think about the high tech. We also think about putting a label on that box so that when someone walks by it, they can read it, they can see who created it, what it's for, what it does, and there's a website that they can go to get more information. So those are a few examples of the things that our Internet of Things strategy has enabled, the productivity that's already happening, and the way we think about protecting people's rights and listening to communities as we use the Internet of Things more and more.
Are we moving from pilots to complete deployments? If you could just quickly touch on that. And there's a question that came from Mike Conway, where the question was, do those rights include access to the high-paying, booming jobs related to installation, deployment, and maintenance of all the sensors?
That's a good question. So on the first one, FloodNet's a great example of, we launched a pilot within months, it's now going citywide. And deployment has already, it's either already begun or it's beginning the next month, but it's happening. So that's underway. It's going to take several years to reach the entire city, but it's going to be happening throughout the next several years. In terms of the question about who installed and deployed, well, so far that's been city, like the people in my office have done the installation and deployment. As something goes out at scale, we'll see what the plan is, how much can be done by existing city staff, and how much will be done through contracts. We are committed in our contracts to emphasizing opportunities for MWBEs, minority and women-owned business enterprises. We look to ensure that with all the work that we do, whether we're talking about emerging tech or our Internet Master Plan, putting into contracts wherever possible, minimum levels of MWBE participation. So we're absolutely looking at how do we make sure that the entire ecosystem here, as much as possible, benefits New York City. And I think installation is one job, but frankly, I don't know if it's a massive industry, the installation of IoT sensors on behalf of the city. I think what might be bigger is actually the startup community of producing these sensors or doing something with the data that comes out of these sensors, because much of this data, we're making it open. Whenever possible, whenever again, there's no issue with privacy or any other digital rights, we're making the data open and available so that everybody can use it. And they can then create services, insights from it, and they can then go and sell that to whoever they want. So I think there are a lot of business opportunities here that exist in addition to installation and deployment.
And for everyone on the call, if you haven't ever touched it, go on to the New York City Open Data Portal. You'll find so much data that you can create your own apps from. So there's right. a lot there. I love it. I've been on it, day one. So great data for.
I gotta give kudos to the great team over at the Mayor's Office of Data Analytics, who leads the way on open data and has been doing this for years now. New York City's been a leader, and this is now something that you find in cities all across the country and even around the world. So with that said, AI is all about data as well. So if you don't mind, the new report that came out a week ago or whatever, I read it, almost read all of it, but I read most of it. It's really intense, but very reflective of a lot of the things we believe. So if you don't mind, it's to share what came out so that everybody on this call who may not have seen it yet knows what we're talking about. Absolutely. So really excited to do this because it's so needed, because the reality is not enough people are ready to figure out where AI is or isn't appropriate. We're all reading articles about it. People are talking about it. A lot of times that gets into the kind of dystopian Skynet kind of version of what we call AGI, artificial general intelligence. But really that's a ways away. We're talking about specific use cases of often machine learning, but sometimes regression analysis and things that are a lot of ways simpler, because AI is ultimately a suite of technologies. It's a suite of approaches from sophisticated to simple, and some of them bring very little risk, but others more so. And we've got to be very cognizant of which ones bring risk of bias, of disparate impact, because that's real. And if that affects someone's life, livelihood, access to opportunity, education, those are serious impacts that we need to make sure we fully understand before we deploy these technologies. So what the AI strategy does is it starts with a primer, and we actually released this prior to the strategy. So if you go look at supplement A in the back, that's I think it's about a 40-page, 30-page, 40-page primer that's written for everybody. It's written for a general audience to get up to speed. And we see that as useful to not just folks inside of government, that's one audience, but also any decision makers, anyone who's thinking that they might at some point not just produce AI tools, but use them. And the reality is all of us are going to be using tools that have AI in them. And it's already happening more and more behind the scenes, under the covers. But we have to recognize that this is just becoming much like software has eaten the world. They say, well, AI is eating software, because ultimately AI is just if we're talking machine learning, it's a more effective and efficient way of analyzing massive amounts of data. So a couple of examples of ways to understand how New York City is currently using AI. One is the Department of Citywide Administrative Services pays electricity and water bills. They just pay all these bills on behalf of the city every month. Well, there are hundreds of thousands of data points in these bills, and they previously had human beings doing this, and super time consuming, and ultimately humans are not the best at a kind of repetitive, nonstop, boring thing to do. And so they would miss things, and that's understandable. They applied AI to this, and in the last couple of years, they've saved over $4 million for taxpayers. So one simple application, no risk in this case of any kind of disparate impact, just good business, save taxpayer money, and then you free up those staff members to do higher level analysis and get insights from the data. Another example is the work that's been done around snow removal. The Department of Sanitation, for example, is using AI to route their vehicles more effectively. We've also done this on cleanliness, getting our streets clean, making sure we're getting more data. That's another place where we're doing this. So the city's using these tools today. And what's so important about the AI strategy is that we need to guide the use in the future so that we avoid errors of omission or commission, right? There are two different ways to mess up. You don't do things you can do that would be really good, or you do things and you do them wrong and you do them badly and you hurt somebody. So those are the things that the city is proactively avoiding through this AI strategy. We're going to create a community of practice across agencies. People can share best practices, but also ultimately we also want to affect the decisions that get made all across society. You think about the number of businesses in the private sector that are going to be buying AI tools, because most folks won't build their own. They're going to purchase them. And it's really important to understand what's realistic and what isn't, so someone doesn't get sold a bill of goods. And then we got to make sure that people are thinking about potential disparate impact, that they're thinking about the fact that if you're a landlord and you're thinking of putting in facial recognition at the front door to see who comes and goes from your building, well, we've seen that these tools today have disparate impact, that they are showing bias and they are not equitable in their performance. Well, that's a problem, and people should be aware of that. And this document makes that really clear, that there are limitations, that there are concerns, and that all of this work, no matter who you are, what part of society you're in, you've got to root your decision-making in this concept of digital rights, making sure that, yes, we want to use technology, but we want to make sure we're using technology to create benefit, not harm. And the way to do that is to right up front, start by thinking about people's digital rights and to ensure that whatever you're doing to apply AI is protecting them.
It's still about humanizing technology. And I think, again, New York City is leading the way in a lot of ways by, having these visions and certainly executing them. If you could, we're going to sort of start to wind it down into the Internet Master Plan.
Yeah.
Where it was almost, I like to think of it as almost launched in Harlem. So I love that we were at the front of that. Talk a little bit about that. We've seen a lot of press releases, a lot of talk, a lot of people very excited. We're seeing it now going from, the federal to state to cities to, rural areas and tribal lands. I know Nicole Turner's on this call, so we got a lot of great minds in this space. What's New York City's Internet Master Plan? If you can do a refresh of that, give us an update where we are.
Absolutely, Clayton. So let's revisit January of 2020. The best data that we have is from federal sources like the FCC and the Census Department. And using that, we did an analysis that showed for the first time that literally millions of New Yorkers were disconnected or underconnected. 1.5 million New Yorkers didn't have broadband at home or on the go. And even more, roughly another million more, didn't have home, but had mobile, and that's all they could rely on. 2 in 5 New Yorkers didn't have the combination of connectivity that we want to see, which is at home and on the go, and then also in public spaces. So we knew we had to act, and we created this Internet Master Plan because the way New York City had tried to address this historic and ongoing problem hadn't solved the problem in the past. And there really weren't examples from other American cities either. Generally, people tried to go with a silver bullet. They tried to go contract with maybe one company that would solve the problem and create access. And that was the term that people kept using, was access. But the problem is access doesn't matter if you can't afford it. And what we were seeing was more and more in urban areas, technically maybe there was access, but it was unaffordable. And you had people who were actually paying unaffordable prices when they could not afford to pay that much, but they were doing it because they had no other choice. And then you had a lot of other people who weren't online because they couldn't swing it. So we've developed this plan to take a new approach, a portfolio approach, multiple different, inviting in multiple different solutions from multiple different players, recognizing that we should go in technology agnostic. We're not trying to decide what the exact way to deliver service should be, but to invite in approaches and proposals from those in the private sector, from community-based organizations, from anybody who wanted to be a part of the solution. And obviously, as Clayton mentioned, within a month and a half, 2 months, this went from being an argument that we had to win, that, hey, the internet is essential, to one that everybody immediately understood. So it's no longer an argument about whether or not this is essential. Everyone gets it, because if you want to get groceries during a pandemic, access healthcare, do your job from home, you need to be online. So the pandemic hit, and we now had a new challenge, which was immediate problem solving for kids, for older adults who were living alone. And so the city jumped to action, and we connected hundreds of thousands of people with solutions, internet connected tablets and the like. But we still kept our eyes on the prize of market transformation. How do we actually create affordable, high quality, privacy respecting broadband over the long term that doesn't require taxpayer dollars being deployed, but in fact creates business models that make sense to deliver at lower prices? And so we immediately started working with the New York City Housing Authority. NYCHA has over 300 different developments citywide, and a bunch of these assets are actually very valuable in the eyes of internet service providers. You might have a tall building in a neighborhood that could host fixed wireless on its rooftop, and then beam that not just to the residents of that building, but to the broader community. So we put these on the table, and we simply invited in folks to make proposals. We got dozens of proposals, and companies large and small, companies that were here in New York City offering internet already here, some who'd never done it before but wanted to come into this market. So suddenly we had work to do. We picked 6 of the most promising proposals. And that means that I believe that the number is 40,000 New Yorkers are now getting internet, are going to get internet or getting internet currently through the implementation of this work across 19 different NYCHA developments. So tens of thousands of New Yorkers, not just today, but for years to come. And you layer on top federal programs like the Emergency Broadband Benefit. And I want to make sure everyone, if you haven't heard about the Emergency Broadband Benefit, this is important to know. Back in May, this program came online as part of the COVID response from the federal government. It means that there is a subsidy of up to $50 a month for internet service for 40% of New York City households. There are all kinds of different ways someone can be eligible. If you live in public housing, you're eligible. If your child goes to a New York City public school, you're eligible. Folks who've lost jobs, there are other things that make folks eligible. look into the emergency broadband benefit to see if you're eligible or people you know might be eligible. Because what that's doing is that's taking the affordable rates of, in some cases, $15 or $20 a month, and it's providing a $50 up to $50 subsidy. That's now free. So we've got free to the resident, high quality broadband now being provided in New York City. And we want to see more of this. And so that's why we went into phase 2 of the Internet Master Plan implementation, where we didn't just work with the New York City Housing Authority, which is obviously big and important and a great partner for us. We worked with 17 different agencies. Think about health and hospitals, the Department of Education, Parks Department, Transportation. And we put on the table rooftops in buildings citywide, rooms in those buildings, light poles in parks, on streets, fire department call boxes. There are actually 15,000 fire department call boxes around the city, street furniture like bus shelters. And we asked people, how would you use these? And so we're now on the verge of making some really exciting announcements that I hope I can come back and share with you in the near future on that front. And we're going to help a whole lot more New Yorkers get this transformational, not just access, but affordability of high quality broadband. So that's where things are right now. But the other piece that I want to mention, which is really, really important, is that we are building out a citywide foundation to this work. So if you look at the infrastructure that the internet runs on, because of course the internet is not invisible. It's a tangible physical thing. And right now, it's generally owned by a set number of companies, and they might not have a business interest in sharing their infrastructure, their fiber and conduit, for example. Well, that's a big price barrier to new entrants coming into the market. So what we're doing is building out a city-owned network. And we're doing this by taking in proposals from companies about how they would do this, and looking at examples like in Stockholm, where they have Stokab, which is a public fiber network to the intersection. And this is what the Internet Master Plan lays out, that over the course of some number of years, that could be created here in New York City to lower the barrier to entry, lower the costs that businesses have to foot. And then ultimately that means lower costs for customers. So all the work we're doing is we are requiring that if someone wants to work with us, they are offering low cost to the resident. And with some of these federal subsidies, that can be free ultimately to a lot of folks. But also we're going to be building out this asset that the city will own that will allow real, true competition for the first time and low prices for a long time to come. So we're really excited about the future of the Internet Master Plan, the impact it's had already for some New Yorkers, but also the path we have forward for how this is going to benefit everybody in the years ahead.
I don't know about everyone else on the call, but I think we're ready for you to just drop the mic. I mean, my God, man, you just gave us a serious vision here. And man, this is exciting just to hear you talk about it. There's a lot of stuff here. I wish I could just like the rest of this whole, event be with you and I talking about, but I got to move on. I will say that this is amazing. John, if you can just hang on a couple of minutes and go to the Q&A. There are several questions in there for you. Maybe you can answer them before you leave. And there was a couple in the chat as well. You might want to take a look, but certainly the Q&A would be helpful. I'm not going to hold you much longer, but any final comments you want to bring to this community? We got people from all over the country on this call, but certainly mostly New Yorkers. So what kind of finishing comment you can make?
Yeah, this is a team effort. We've got people worldwide who've helped us learn and think about this, and we're sharing what we've developed, whether it's on AI, IoT, Internet Master Plan. We're sharing that with others too, so that they can move forward faster. There are incredible people working in city government here on behalf of all of our neighbors here in New York City. Folks like Dr. Neil Parekh, who developed the AI strategy, Paul Rothman, the IoT strategy, Kate Homan, who's our director of research, and then on the Internet Master Plan, an entire army of people who are doing the implementation on behalf of New Yorkers. But ultimately, so much of what we do comes from the interactions we have with the community. We view feedback as absolutely essential to what we do to make ourselves constantly get better and better and better. The pandemic has made that a little more difficult, certainly a lot more Zoom calls and interactions like this one. But we need to make sure that whether it's via a platform like this, or whether it's in person, we continue to keep those connections between our communities in New York City and the government of New York City to make sure that we are constantly responding to needs and understanding how we can get better and better and better. And so that's my commitment to you and what I'm looking forward to doing starting tomorrow and the day after and the day after that, and for a long time to come. So thanks everybody for having me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, John. Everyone, please, if you do have some final questions yourself, put those in the Q&A. John will take a quick shot at each of that. And we are going to move the agenda. But John, my brother, thank you very much. Thank you for all you're doing for the city of New York. I'm not going to ask you to answer this question, but it'll be interesting to see what the next administration embraces from all that success we've had so far, and be able to really take it to the next level. Thank you very much, sir. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you both, John Paul Farmer and Clayton Banks. Please show both of these gentlemen some love in the chat and put in what was your biggest takeaway from the conversation. So now we have some of the leaders in the great state of New York who are committed to making sure everyone has the opportunity to be connected and utilizing innovation and technology to transform communities. Let's hear from some of our Silicon Harlem supporters. First, we'll have U.S. Representative Adriano Espiat, proudly represents the New York's 13th Congressional District. If you're in New York and you're in that 13th district, show Adriano some love.
Greetings, I'm Congressman Adriano Espaillat, proudly representing New York's 13th Congressional District. Under the leadership and direction of Clayton Banks, Silicon Harlem continues to provide an incredible service to our community through its commitment to building a pipeline of young students, recent graduates, and trained professionals to enter our nation's most innovative workforce. Congratulations on your upcoming Next Gen Virtual Tech Summit. Technology connects each of us, and together we have the opportunity to make the difference in the industry to ensure our city and nation remain competitive around the world. Thank you for your efforts and keep the faith. Greetings, I'm Congressman Adriano Espaillat, proudly representing New York's 13th Congressional District. Under the leadership and direction of Clayton Banks, Silicon Harlem continues to provide an incredible service to our community through its commitment to building a pipeline of young students, recent graduates, and trained professionals to enter our nation's most innovative workforce. Congratulations on your upcoming Next Gen Virtual Tech Summit. Technology connects each of us, and together we have the opportunity to make the difference in the industry to ensure our city and nation remain competitive around the world. Thank you for your efforts and keep the faith.
Hi, everybody. I'm Mark Levine, City Council member from here uptown, Chair of the City Council's Health Committee, and Democratic nominee to be the next Manhattan Borough President. And I want to congratulate Silicon Harlem on the 8th annual Next Gen Tech Conference. We need you more than ever to tackle the tremendous inequality in access to the internet. We've seen over this difficult pandemic year and a half, the high cost of lack of access to the internet at a time when so much of our life is moving to the virtual world, whether it's employment opportunities, social gatherings, political activity. More and more of it's happening virtually thanks to this difficult pandemic time. And that's going to continue. That makes it more urgent than ever that we ensure that every single New Yorker has access to high-speed internet at home, mobilely, and everywhere. And so the work of Silicon Harlem remains more important than ever. Thank you for the work you do. Congrats on this conference, and I wish you much more success. All the best.
Chair and Chief Executive Officer
thank you very much
of the New
to
York
all
City
of you
Housing
who are
Authority
currently
by
watching
Mayor
the
Bill
summit.
de
I have a
Blasio,
great
effective
opportunity
August
today
12, 2019.
to talk with
Greg
the
is a housing
leader
professional
of the
with
New York City
decades of
Housing Authority,
management experience.
Greg
He has helped
Russ,
to rebuild
and I couldn't be more
and
happier
strengthen
because
public housing authorities across the country, including Detroit, Philadelphia, and Chicago. In a career that spans decades, Greg most recently served as Executive Director and CEO of the Minneapolis Public Housing Authority, as the Executive Director of the Cambridge Housing Authority, where he spearheaded sweeping plans to deliver extensive apartment renovations across the entire maintenance, operations, and security services for the 70,000 residents. From 1997 to 2002, he served in several roles within the Chicago Housing Authority. Greg also served as principal associate for the ABT Associates, a consulting firm assisting public, private, and nonprofit housing agencies with strategic planning. Wow, he really loves housing. This is his expertise. Greg holds a bachelor's degree in English from Shippensburg University of Pennsylvania and is a board member of the Council of Large Public Housing Authorities. He is also former president of the Public Housing Authority Directors Association. Woo. Please give and show a lot of love for him. Please welcome Mr. Russ as he chats one-on-one with Mr. Banks about the future of public housing.
currently watching the summit, I have a great opportunity today to talk with the leader of the New York City Housing Authority, Greg Russ, and I couldn't be more happier because of all the work that he's been doing, his vision, everything that we are now embracing as we look forward to how people in public housing get the kind of need that they definitely have been looking for. And so we're going to have a conversation and talk a little bit about New York City and public housing and Greg himself. And I would ask if you have a question or a comment. Oh, this is New York City. Even if you have an opinion, all right, put it in the chat. We'll follow up on all of that. So let me first introduce the leader of NYCHA and, of course, one of the people I admire. This is Greg Russ, and I'll ask him, Greg, if you don't mind, introduce yourself and tell a little bit about who you are.
Great. Thank you so much. Thanks for having me, and I really appreciate the opportunity. We have this enormous problem in front of us in trying to solve for the betterment of people's lives. I'm coming at this after a long career in public housing. I worked at my first housing authority in 1973. In 1973, there was only public housing. We didn't even have some of the programs that we have today. So I've sort of worked my way through the scale of public housing over the years, spent time at HUD, spent time in other cities with the same goal. How do we preserve these units? If we can't preserve them, how do we replace them and return them to the families, as some of the other city strategies had to go that route. And here, how do we keep our units? How do we reinvest in them? And by reinvesting in the property, also reinvesting in the families. Because I think one of the things that brings is opportunities, not just to make your apartment better, but maybe to give some options that you didn't have, before all that investment showed up. So very exciting, very challenging. You can't be anything but sober about this work, and appreciate the opportunity to be here and try out some of this.
Well, when you think about those opening remarks, which I very much agree with everything you're saying, what I've learned from you is that why not put a blueprint up together, right? and it reflects, I think, a lot of what you just said, and certainly what I've read about, how you've talked about this to so many. So there's a lot of people on this call who are very interested in sort of the blueprint for change.
Sure.
And I would love it if you could just share a little bit about that, and
Sure.
We'll talk a little bit more about it as we go.
Contrary to a lot of folks have said, this is going to privatize NYCHA, or this is going to diminish resident opportunity or rights. We're very, very careful to make sure that neither one of those things happens. Basically, what the blueprint does is take advantage of how the federal law works. When you transfer a particular unit of public housing to another entity, in this case, Public Housing Trust, which is itself a public entity, a public agency that would be created under state law, you trigger eligibility for what's called a tenant protection voucher. In other words, you're changing the subsidy from one type to another.
About everything that
the reason for that change is each voucher.
Everyone that we've spoken to, look at your notes, think about some of the themes, and think about how we can all be connected more. So we're going to give you a break while we take the time to reorg on our end. Take a 5-minute break and then come back and join us for the rest of the Silicon Harlem Summit.
Well, thank goodness. I need 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Everybody take 5, but chat it up while you're taking the 5. Put chat. I'm watching the chat. Clayton Banks here.
Yeah, let us know what you've enjoyed so far about the summit and what have been some of your key takeaways. We'll all be in the chat listening and reading.
back up. And again, we're going to be responding to questions, so please put them in the Q&A or the chat. All right, here we go.
Be more happier because of all the work that he's been doing, the vision, everything that we are now embracing as we look forward to how people in public housing get the kind of need that they definitely have been looking for. And so we're going to have a conversation and talk a little bit about New York City and public housing and Greg himself. And I would ask if you have a question or a comment. Oh, this is New York City. Even if you have an opinion, all right, put it in the chat. We'll follow up on all of that. So let me first introduce the leader of NYCHA and, of course, one of the people I admire. This is Greg Russ, and I'll ask him, Greg, if you don't mind, introduce yourself and tell a little bit about who you are.
Great. Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. And I really appreciate the opportunity. We have this enormous problem in front of us in trying to solve for the betterment of people's lives. I'm coming at this after a long career in public housing. I worked at my first housing authority in 1973. In 1973, there was only public housing. We didn't even have some of the programs that we had today. So I sort of worked my way through the scale of public housing over the years, spent time at HUD, spent time in other cities with the same goal. How do we preserve these units? We can't preserve them. How do we replace them and return them to the families? As some of the other city strategies had to go that route. And here, how do we keep our units? How do we reinvest in them? And by reinvesting in the property, also reinvesting in the families. Because I think one of the things that brings is opportunities, not just to make your apartment better, but maybe to give some options that you didn't have, before all that investment showed up. So very exciting, very challenging. Can't be anything but sober about this work, and appreciate the opportunity to be here and try out some of this.
Well, when you think about those opening remarks, which I very much agree with everything you're saying, what I've learned from you is that why not put a blueprint up together, right? and it reflects, I think, a lot of what you just said, and certainly what I've read about, how you've talked about this to so many. So there's a lot of people on this call who are very interested in sort of the blueprint for change. Sure. And I would love it if you could just share a little bit about that, and we'll talk a little bit more about it as we go.
Contrary to a lot of folks have said, oh, this is going to privatize NYCHA, or this is going to diminish resident opportunity rights. We're very, very careful to make sure that neither one of those things happens. Basically, what the blueprint does is take advantage of how the federal law works. When you transfer a particular unit of public housing to another entity, in this case, a public housing trust, which is itself a public entity, a public agency that would be created under state law, you trigger eligibility for what's called the tenant protection voucher. In other words, you're changing the subsidy from one type to another. The reason for that change is each voucher, if we went the blueprint route, it's worth $650 a month more than what we get now. And that's for every unit that we would do that.
Wow.
So when we designed the blueprint, this was prior, though, to the conversations that are going on in Washington now. I want to be clear that when we were in the thick of it, we didn't have an administration or didn't have the momentum that's down there now. So the idea was to use that mechanism, public to public transfer, to raise the capital using that extra $650 and put that back into the buildings. In the same vein, the blueprint provided for full resident protections, continuation of things like the Section 3 hiring programs, full resident participation, all the rights of the resident councils, that citywide groups, they're all protected. And we asked for some procurement relief because we'd be investing in properties at an enormous scale. Our first, if you ranked our properties based on some criteria you need, first 4 properties alone are 2.2 billion.
Wow.
Yeah. So we'd be raising money at a huge scale. Now, the Washington conversation actually dovetails really nicely into that. I don't know what we'll get from there. I mean, I know our delegation is fighting to keep the capital in the reconciliation bill. Very hopeful. But so we'll be watching that carefully as well, in addition to the plans we've laid out already.
When you talk about 4 campuses that could be $2 billion, how big is NYCHA? I mean, I've heard statistics from all over the place.
Yeah.
And I've been in a lot of the NYCHA locations. But in general, how big is it, and like compared to a state of New York of America?
Well, if we took and I'll give my boroughs, if we took either just the units in Manhattan or Brooklyn, they would become the second largest housing authority in the country.
Wow!
Just one of them.
Wow!
And in fact, when you add us together at around 174,000, including the sites that we've done the rental assistance demonstration on, you got to go 12 more housing authorities to add up to that. So it is on a completely different scale. And the other thing, which is kind of unique to New York, there's 2 parts of this. First, these properties were actually built as towers in the park. It is, it was a very popular planning idea, and New York actually executed on it. I was up at St. Nicholas houses this morning, and
I was there yesterday.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day today, and you're looking around. You have plenty of open space. So it's built in all the boroughs. So New York is both big in terms of numbers, but also big in geography, because the open space requires care. The distance across our city requires thinking about that too. So those are there's the big numbers in a big area to cover.
Well, there's a lot of buildings on these campuses. I mean, St. Nicholas, 13, 14 buildings,
right? Very
high, 14, 15 stories. I mean, it's significant. Mm-hmm. And by the way, I hope everyone's got like pen and paper, because Russ is dropping some serious information here. So please take notes. And again, ask your questions, opinions, anything in the chat, because we're getting more information I think I've ever had about NYCHA right now. So we want to take full advantage of it. Let's talk a little bit about beyond the infrastructure of NYCHA. You were mentioning that in your opening remarks. This does redound to people. How do we actually look at people? And one of the things that I think that I've read about what you've envisioned, and certainly I'm aligned with that when it comes to education and workforce development, skilling, and all those type of things, where we as a city are accelerating in so many ways. We want to become much more of a smart city, for example. We want to have much more opportunities for people in the city. And oftentimes, those who live within the NYCHA are getting that information late in the game. Right. So talk a little bit beyond the infrastructure of the buildings. We'll get back to that at some point, and more about the people.
So let's think about it this way. I think everyone has talked about the crisis we've been enduring with COVID, the necessity to connect. So part of the infrastructure would be, of course, to wire or create an environment so that the aggressive rollout of the internet connectivity can continue. And I mention that because that's a job. Someone somewhere is going to have to maintain that. And that's a job we could teach the next generation. And we have all generations in public housing in New York. But if we think about it, what are we going to, I have teenage kids, and my thinking is, what are they going to need to learn to, be up and at it in the next wave? And that's one of them. The capital investment brings new technologies, new systems. They're going to need maintenance. So, and I'm not talking about just like, sort of entry level. you can come in there, but now you also have the potential to rise above that. You can take some steps up the ladder. Mm-hmm. That's what the investment in families, it has to be, can we create more opportunity for adults and children who want to get into the workforce? I think we can. Education connections, by making the apartments more livable and safe, that allows you to take some of your energy out of the difficulties we have now and put it into other parts of your life. And then the third thing is health. We be very much, as we do these investments, trying to think about, is there anybody that wants to partner with us on bringing either health services or counseling closer to these families? We have a lot of clinics, a lot of things in New York, no question. But some of the sites are so big, they become their own neighborhoods. And if we're going to do the building over, shouldn't we make some space where, maybe you could go to a unit, get some counseling on an issue you've been unable to talk to someone before. Maybe there's a nurse practitioner there. Maybe there's options that connect you with the people you need to live a better or healthier life. So those are all things that are possible because you make the buildings livable, and at the same time you can make the opportunity available to families.
I appreciate that because it does really come down to people.
It does, yes.
And one of the things that I've learned over time is when I did have some time with President Clinton, one of his quotes was, "Intelligence is distributed everywhere evenly, but access and exposure is not."
Yeah, that's very true.
That is so true.
Yes.
Because I've actually taught many kids in public housing, particularly St. Nicholas. We taught one particular curriculum around just coding.
Right.
And the kids built a website for St. Nicholas. The first time that the only people that lived there actually built their own website, still up to this day. And so I'm very proud that you are now starting to focus, not now, but you've always had a focus on the people, which is very important. Talk a little bit about, let's just get back for a moment. You mentioned something which is my favorite subject, which is why not, make sure everyone's connected. Why don't we have this, this opportunity to take advantage of the infrastructure bill and really figure out how to do this. And selfishly, Silicon Harlem has been preaching this for some time. And one of the things we do have is what's called a network technician curriculum.
Right.
To your point about future jobs. Yeah. We saw that coming. And literally, I think it was a couple of days ago, right out of St. Nicholas, a senior citizen wants to join as a network technician. So we're bringing them into the curriculum.
That's great.
We have to have more women than men that are joining in on this curriculum. Yeah. So we're seeing exactly your vision happening in real time right now. And I've been saying that across New York City, network technicians are a good job, and they can, go into other parts of a career in telecommunications. So when you think about that kind of stuff, you talk about partners and collaborations. Mm-hmm. How does that work for you? Is there a way that happens, just for those who are on the call?
Sure. Well, we have a big push by the city to get the buildings wired. That has been very helpful. We're trying to be open and collaborative with the different vendors that have been selected to do that, because they are bringing something to the community that's sort of now fundamental. The other thing we're doing, we've taken a look at how HUD defines utilities. And we think that we have a lot of assistance now through the sort of CARES and the COVID stuff, but that may be for a year or two. But what we want to do is change the definition of the utility to include the internet access portion of this. And what that would allow is you could create a utility allowance structure so that no matter whether there's emergency funds now, if the utility definition is changed, there would be a portion of that that you could get reimbursed for as part of the utility mechanism that HUD has for like lighting, and gas, and water, and that kind of thing. Electricity. So I think that's an adaptation we're going to press for in the near term. And once some of these emergency or plans and things run out, you'd still be able to get some way of making sure your access is affordable, because cost is a factor. And to your other point, these buildings are not, when we're done, they're going to be wired a different way. They're either going to be on Wi-Fi, just like the utility companies now. Well, you can buy a window air conditioner that they've got Wi-Fi connection to. Again, someone has to know how to install that and maintain that system. And that's going to be true with everything from whether it's a boiler plant or elevator. These technologies are really good examples of the Internet of Things applied to a public housing building. And I think there's tremendous potential for our families. The other thing I would say is there's also potential to, if we can do it, we would be investing in these buildings at such a scale that we could assemble things that we need here in New York City. You could do bathroom kits or kitchen kits or cabinets, or these could be manufacturing jobs that, you know, and even given the supply chain issues we have now, what if that supply chain was just in Brooklyn? So, I mean, these are potential ways that people can get access to a new economy that I think this capital will bring.
Wow. Now that is inspiring, just to know some of the opportunities that are here. And certainly the denominator is connectivity. And one of the things we've been trying to push through the CTO's office, et cetera, is let's put a nice big pipe and just put everything down there.
Yes.
Whatever happens connects up to that. This is one of my favorite topics about broadband and connectivity.
Sure.
I'm sure you know that we're doing some of the work as well.
Right.
And so I would love to have another conversation about that specifically, even tour together, because I'll show you some infrastructure in your building that have been ignored.
That would be great. I'd love to.
Like,
we could set a time and
we should do that.
Yeah.
So, but what I want to do is just pivot a little bit is there going to be more? Is there a need for more housing in New York City? Is there a need for less housing? Like, how's that moving?
It definitely more. Part of it, I think, if you look at NYCHA's numbers, we were talking about the size of this, you get different counts of how many families actually live there, depending on whether families are doubled up. Well, the doubled up family situation is a compromise at best, even on a good day. So, you know, just counting what we think might be the informal numbers suggests that we could easily need another 100,000 units. Wow. There's just a high demand for both physical housing. We have 86,000 housing vouchers. We lease all of those. There are probably some places in the city that we could put more vouchers in place if we had the funding. I know the president's bill, his regular budget, and some of these other bills include more vouchers. What public housing is doing is saying, okay, here's a foundation of units that we can preserve and keep. But that does not mean we should not be thinking about building beyond that. And what's been missing is sort of like the combination of locations and financial tools to really do that in a way that would begin to scale up to that number, because there's just tremendous need out there.
Well, we're seeing such a impact by COVID.
Yes,
where people are suffering with housing, suffering with mental illness. There's a lot of people out there in shelters, et cetera. So I even without that population, it sounds like we still need some of that.
I would think. I mean, working families in New York,
it's tough.
And if you come in, let's say I get an entry level job, you know, I still need rental assistance. You know, until I get up that ladder to a point where, and you know, in this city, that's really hard to do because the ladder's pretty big.
Yeah.
You know, it's the costs are so high. So we need this sort of rich foundation. That's one of the reasons the preservation of these units becomes paramount, because if you think about all the talent and sort of the power of those people, it's there. Your point about the access, I think, is a real one. You know, there's talent. I engage with residents a lot. I learn a lot from them. They're teachers too.
Big time.
And I think we have an obligation to preserve that foundational set of units. And if we could build more someday, that would be fabulous, because we're going to need to.
Well, the comment on broadband, one of the great consulting companies did all this research and found that if you go from zero broadband to just a broadband connection at the speeds of the FCC, you increase the revenue in your household by $500 a month.
Wow. Yeah, that's great.
You picked up a skill now, you
Yeah.
can find a job, all this
Yeah.
stuff. So it's a significant thing in it. And it makes me ask this question, which is, my last question is going to be, so this is the second to the last question.
Okay, all right.
My last question is going to be even more profound. My question is, actually, maybe it's combined. So my question is, what is the measure of success? Part of that is it to get out of NYCHA? Is it something else? I'm just curious how you may look at it.
So I think one of the things that we have to think about public housing is what is the gap between I'm in public housing and I want to be in a private unit. I had this situation in another housing authority I worked. Ironically, I had a property here and units available on the other side. I realized that the families, even the higher earning families that are in public housing, who tend to have like multiple jobs, could not put the capital together to make the jump. Wow. And I think that's really true here. It's really hard to make the jump. So the expectation that, maybe public housing was founded with in 1937, that it would be, you'd be traveling through it.
Right.
That's hard to do unless you have a landing spot on the other side that's affordable.
Right.
And that is a chain that's really broken.
Wow.
Because we have some multiple wage earning families. These families are doing the right thing. Not only are the parents working, but so are the kids. Yet, even with that income in that household, I doubt they could pull together without assistance of some kind to make the leap even into a private rental and ownership is an even farther reach. Very desirable, but there needs to be a bridge of some kind. I don't know that we fully thought out what that should look like. I know the city has some programs that work in that way, but that's a big thing, because in that model, if we had families graduating, you would free up units for other families. But that's a very tough order because of the financial leap that's required to either secure a rental or ownership opportunity.
It begs another question before I get my last one. So,
Okay.
which is financial literacy.
Yes.
Is that a role NYCHA has any desire to get involved in, just to help provide, some more literacy around money and things of that nature?
Absolutely. Our resident engagement services group, we have many partners across the city. Some of them are doing and providing that. I'd like to make that more available if we can over time. There are a lot of groups that are working on that kind of thing. We have our in the Section 8 program, we have our Family Self-Sufficiency Program. That's another program where families can earn and save and graduate with a savings nest egg. We want to bring that to public housing as well. And we want to bring that kind of counseling too, so that, over time, families can understand the budget and costs and think about what that means. But that would be definitely something we would support.
I think that's important. And like I said, like you said, essentially, there is that opportunity to open up more spaces as we have more success with the homes. And I look forward to being a part of that solution versus just sitting here and talking about problems. So I really appreciate what you're saying. We're going to start wrapping it up a little bit, but I have a final question. But before I do that, do you have anything you want to sort of mention you got people on this call, a lot of them are techies.
Right.
So if there's any tech you want to talk about that you might need, 1, 2, there's a lot of people on here that actually live in NYCHA.
Sure. No, that's good. So
anything you want to talk about?
I would just say that when we invest in these properties, we're looking to change the energy profile of these sites. And well, what does that mean? I mean, we could be generating heat in a different way. We could be generating hot water in a different way. We could be using electricity and energy in completely different ways. And we're sort of on the cusp of this. Sure, we've got sites with the solar panels, we've got energy savings ideas, but these technologies, for example, if you had a reliable battery storage technology, could we call in those batteries when we have a voltage reduction of some kind and prevent the elevators from going down? I don't know if you could, but that is the kind of technologies that are potentially available to us. And again,
I'm on it right now.
Yeah.
I'm writing it down.
Yeah. And again, for the folks that are listening, this is a chance, this is generational learning.
Yeah.
Because I didn't grow up with any of this stuff. This was all in a science fiction book. So, and now for our families and families that are interested, there's a generational change coming on how we use energy, what technologies control it. I think the electrification of the buildings, where we go to an electric model, is going to make high demands, but it's possible in a lot of locations. I think that involves thinking about how the electricity is used to sort of generate heat and hot water. And we're experimenting with heat pumps, which would give the individual apartment more control over their heat than they've ever had, And so these are all things that I really encourage folks to keep your eyes and ears, because as we march out and try things, some of these technologies are going to stick.
Yeah.
And once they stick, we're going to invest in them. And then that means an opportunity for someone to either learn that craft or help maintain.
That's incredible. Is there an openness to pilots and things of that nature?
Yes, very much so, because we're doing a pilot to reclad one of our buildings to see how that makes a difference in the energy. We're doing a pilot on the heat pump idea. We have some partners there. We don't have anything out of the sort of prototype stage. And we're going to be doing, I think, pilot ideas around heat and hot water technologies that are different now than what we have. We have basically what we have in a lot of our properties is the same technology to heat hot water that the steam engine used.
Oh, wow.
Those boilers are that old. And so I'm not saying they've functioned all these years and we have a great group of people who keep them moving. But, in another 10 years, there needs to be a different technology if we're going to have reliability.
Absolutely. But the buildings are built like tanks.
Yes, that's a fact.
So it's incredible that any heat or any coolness can actually happen. But you guys have done a great job of at least making sure people can be, comfortable. But you're right, technology moves us forward, and we should embrace it when we can. So now that we have had this great conversation, I've learned a lot just listening to you. When you look at your whole team, all of NYCHA, all the way down to tenant leaders, et cetera, collectively, when you look at it and go, here's a measure of success, what would that be?
I think on the capital investment, it's how many buildings have we comprehensively modernized and really changed that building fundamentally.
Yeah.
But there's another part of this, and to me, it's a basic service question. Right now, we struggle with basic services. And I'm talking about things like the grounds, hallways, and that kind of thing. If we can start to reach that, hallways are clean, grounds are picked up, trash, that's equally important. In fact, that's what the residents feel the impact every day. When that doesn't happen, when it happens well, then you can come out of your apartment and say, oh, wow, the trash is picked up. And, that's a measure of success for myself, that can we see that? And that's part of the reorganization work that we're doing to restructure NYCHA from the inside. And that'll mean things like work order reform, different structures at the property level, and supporting the properties so they can do those basic services and make that real for people.
That's awesome. I think the whole city can help with that. I mean, really, I think that all of us on this call, you just heard the call of duty, everyone. Let's make the place cleaner. Let's make it more easy to get around those campuses. I'm on those campuses all the time, and the residents are 100% ready to do that kind of work, so we may want to formalize that in some sort of way. But yeah, I think that kind of like simplicity that you just measured is just as important as anything else. Infrastructure, broadband, tech, everything.
Absolutely. If you go to an apartment building and the stair hall, or the hallway is in poor condition, that has to change. And I don't represent to the residents and others listening or watching that it's going to change overnight. But we are laying the pieces, and that's the goal. The goal is to make, when you walk in the building, it's going to look like someone actually cares about it.
I know I have to ask my last question. I have to ask because you got me so inspired. The theme of our summit here is Beyond Connected. So if you think of that, I'm very serious. This is the last question. And if you have questions or ideas or even opinions, please put them in the chat. My last question is, Beyond Connected means that everyone's connected in NYCHA, for example. What does that look like from your perspective? Everyone's got broadband, everyone's, able to connect.
I think the practical example for me is if I'm a resident and I call in my work order, can I see it? Can I follow it? We all know that if we order something online, you get a path. You can see when it's been pulled out, when it's been picked up, when it's been whatever. And we need to do the same thing so folks can see, this is going to get taken care of, maybe not Tuesday, but Wednesday afternoon. Making that visible in a connected way or beyond, that's one of the benefits of the connectivity is, okay, can we come up with a work order infrastructure process, the electronics and the site and all that? That doesn't exist right now, but that's one of our goals. One of our goals is to say, okay, I called in, like right now, I called in my ticket. I don't know what happened to it, or they didn't show up, or they closed it early. We can't have that. It's essential work. So that's a goal, is to make sure that if you call in work, you understand when it's going to happen, or if it doesn't happen, you're notified, and you're not sitting at home waiting for. We've all sat at home waiting for someone to show up who doesn't come. It's doubly frustrating when it's us because we're also right there on the property. So that's one of the things I think that we can evolve into, I hope, in the very near future.
Well, I hope everyone is inspired as much as I am, listening to not just all the problems, but a lot of the solutions, which we always are embracing here at Silicon Harlem. And that vision that you just heard about Beyond Connected, where things become a little bit more accessible for everyone. We just had a great conversation earlier on accessibility, people with disabilities and all that type of stuff, which is you'll see anywhere in New York City, but particularly with NYCHA. So the vision of being able to look at that beyond connectivity sees what I think is a better life for all. So thank you, Greg, Russ. What a great pleasure.
Thank you so much.
You've really inspired me, and I hope it's inspired everyone else.
Well, thanks for the time. And if you get questions, we can help out. Let us know.
We definitely will. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. That was a very thought-provoking conversation about just housing, period, and thinking about the many different ways that we need to have accessibility to great housing. What we like to do now is take a 5-minute break. Once we return from the break, we have more panels, great panels, and then an award ceremony. So stay tuned, and we'll see you after the 5-minute break.
You can see in the chat what's next. All right, so check out, and you see it on your screen now. So we may not need the whole watching that last interview. I've come to a decision and a reality. I need a haircut, man. I mean, there's something wrong here. It's like, what is going on here? What happened? I mean, nobody told me nothing. You know, what's happening here? So I got to get a haircut. That's one thing I definitely got out of this Zoom call. Thank you. Hello?
the 2021 Silicon Harlem Next Gen Virtual Tech Summit. We hope that you enjoyed their break. What we would like to do is, next up, we are excited to bring you a robust discussion about ethical issues and artificial intelligence technologies. I dropped a little question in the chat, and this is kind of the focus of the panel. Just because we can, does that mean we should? Think about that. A discussion about the ethical challenges, risks, and opportunities of artificial intelligence technologies. Please meet our moderator for this panel, Mr. Ken Granderson. He is the co-founder and chief technology officer for Black Facts. He will introduce the panelists. Go ahead, Ken.
Okay, fantastic. Let me actually do the screen share. Okay, so let me know, do you?
Go ahead and put it in present, and we should be good to go. Yes, beautiful.
Fantastic. So yes, my name is Ken Granderson, and today I'm happy to moderate a panel on artificial intelligence called Ethics and AI. Just because we can, doesn't mean we should. And now, especially over the past 2 years, most of us have learned to become super flexible, and it looks like we're going to have to do that today. I'm actually trekking right now because one of our panelists is traveling and about to board a flight, and so connectivity, it may be a little sketchy. She wanted to make sure that she was able to share some of her work with us, but I'm not sure if she is able to come in. So I was going to start off with her.
I'm right here, Ken. I don't know if you're seeing me or if you can't see me.
Okay, fantastic, beautiful. No, I can't see you, but I hear you, so we're
I'm
good.
right here.
So
we can see you. We can see you. She has her mask on. That's it.
No, fantastic. No, totally appreciate it. So, right, without formally introducing the session and panelists, without further ado, Renee Cummings, the AI ethicist, data analyst, getting ready to board her flight, but wanted to make sure she could share her work with us. Take it away, Renee.
Well, thank you so much for inviting me. I'm Renee Cummings. I'm an AI ethicist and I'm a data activist. My work is at the intersection of criminal justice and artificial intelligence. My focus is on justice, procedural justice, due process, duty of care, and looking at how these concepts interact with algorithmic decision-making systems. I try in my work as a data activist to build more civic-minded technologists. I also try in what I do to build the ethical resilience and vigilance that's required to work with new and emerging technologies. And just in everything I do, I really try to stretch the imagination, the moral and creative imagination of data scientists. Most people ask me, what is a data activist? And I always say a data activist is the conscience of the data scientist. So when it comes to ethical AI, I'm very passionate about AI. I'm very passionate about using this technology in ways in which we could enhance and empower and create brilliant futures and legacies. And part of that job is also ensuring that we reduce risk, we reduce harm, and we ensure that there's diversity, equity, and inclusion in the space, and always take a justice-informed approach as well as a trauma-informed approach to the ways in which we use data. So thank you for including me. And of course, good morning, David and Greg.
Wow, okay, so thank you, Renee. Now, I don't know how much time you have, but we wanted to give you the first chance to share, because I know that when they say you gotta go, you gotta go. So please share with us anything that you want us to know about your work, in the context of, especially in the context of things that regular people might be able to pay attention to or to take action on, either as individuals or within our personal or organizational communities.
Thank you. So at the moment, I'm working on a tool that provides an algorithmic force score And it really is a compilation and collation of all the technologies being deployed by law enforcement. And all of these technologies that are using algorithms to track, to trace, to traumatize, to really bring a certain measure of force. In policing, we speak a lot about use of force, and something we're not thinking about within the use of force context is the power of an algorithm to apprehend. An algorithm is now functioning as an undercover officer, or even an informant, or as a detective. And most people don't understand the amount of technology that's being used against citizens. So this algorithmic force score allows you to see the amount of force being deployed by police in a particular community. And it also is a way to empower communities to become a part of the design and the development and the deployment of technologies used in the space. And it's also another way to bring to the public an understanding of the long-term ethical impacts of technologies, and to understand that law enforcement does not have free will to use technologies or deploy technologies without that ethical understanding on how it's going to impact communities. So that is one way to bring a justice-informed approach to the ways in which we think about new and emerging technologies such as AI. It's another way to empower people and empower communities. And it also brings a certain civic mindedness to the ways in which budgets are spent by law enforcement. Because if you're spending millions on technological solutions and those solutions are not bringing the kinds of results that are required, then we need to take those budgets and invest those budgets in our communities and programs that could really enhance quality of life, and and you have a quality public safety as well. So that's something that I think people would be interested in, because most people don't see an algorithm, but the algorithm is seeing you.
Fantastic. And do you have any guess right now of how much time you're going to have?
I should have until about 11:30, so you can go on to the other
panel.
Oh,
okay. Yeah? Fantastic. Okay, well,
sure.
Things always change. We've learned to be very flexible, especially in the past couple of years. So that is the best news I could hear all day, because you've already taken it up a notch. I have some introductory comments that we're going to start off a little nicer, but I'm so psyched you're going to be able to, hear some, and maybe we can have a little bit. We're gonna be fluid with this and have some dialogue. So, thank you so much. This is our overall overview, but I'm going to just come in and try and frame some of the conversation, because, as I said, my name is Ken Granderson, and before introducing the panelists in detail, I'd like to kind of frame the discussion, because I first started paying attention to artificial intelligence around some AI issues that came up with my company, blackfacts.com, where we curate, organize, and publish Black history news and videos using a content analysis engine I built that leverages some AI technologies. And when processing publicly online information, I first discovered a lot of the AI engines did not recognize many Black historical figures. Now, there is good news is that over the past few years, some things have gotten better. So today, if you search on Black Facts for Silicon Harlem, you'll see these results, including co-founders Clayton Banks and Bruce Lincoln. So that's the good news. The bad news is that there's other events that Silicon Harlem has done we can't pick up. But in the grand scheme of things, while it's far from ideal, this is just an inconvenience. It's not a tragedy. Another inconvenience of AI is my multiple temporary bans on Facebook, usually for posting white supremacist regalia as sort of a cautionary tale. I frequently joke that Facebook's robot overlords probably think that I'm a white supremacist, but spoiler alert, I'm not. In the larger world of AI, though, there are other systems that have direct impact that Renee was just referring to. So, example, some of you may have seen this story. There were a couple of stories like this where this man was incorrectly identified by facial recognition and ended up being incarcerated. Even more troubling is that straight from the pages of many of the science fiction books that folks like myself have been reading for years, we have already arrived at the age of killer robots. So AI, Renee said it better than me, that AI is running systems that, we're not aware of. So she said it better than me. So, we want to frame the conversation by introducing you to some of these thought leaders and practitioners who are not just users like myself, but are actually crunching the data, understanding what's going on, talking to folks who will be creating the systems and businesses and organizing people who are motivated to do something positive about technology. So, we have Greg Epstein, ethical technology author, chaplain, David Ryan Polgar, ethical technology organizer, social media content advisor, and you've already heard a little from Renee. So what I'm going to do is ask Greg Epstein to share some brief comments, and Greg has said that he's open for questions. Later we'll do public QA, but this whole panelist moderator discussion, David, Renee, if you've got questions for Greg, while he's presenting some of his work that he does as president of the Harvard Chaplains, the Humanist Chaplain at Harvard University and MIT, convener for ethical life at MIT, and he's a writer who writes on tech ethics. So he's coming from another angle. Please, Greg, so glad that you were able to join us. Please share with us some of what your work is in this space. And, again, Renee, David, if you've got some questions for Greg, he said you can jump in at any time.
Thanks, Ken. It's great to be with you. You're a friend. We've known each other for a long time, and it's an honor to be on this panel and be part of this discussion for Silicon Harlem. It's a great event. So I'll just try to say a couple things about myself and why I do some of the things that I do. Keep it brief so that maybe we can have a little interaction with the panel. I'm an unlikely choice for a panel like this. Some would say I'm an unlikely choice for any panel, given what I do. I'm a chaplain at Harvard and MIT, specifically serving atheists and agnostics. I've been doing that at Harvard since 2004 or 5, and at MIT since 2018. And I grew up in New York City, in Flushing, Queens, a neighborhood where anthropologists were studying my neighborhood when I was growing up there in the 80s and into the 90s as maybe the most religiously as well as culturally and ethnically diverse neighborhood in the United States, or even ever in the history of the world. I was the only white male American born kid in most of my public school, elementary school classes growing up. And that gave me a sense of a different world than what I was seeing on TV and in politics, which I was very interested in when I was a little kid, where everybody kind of looked like me. I mean, I had nice blonde hair back then, and I just kind of saw a world where, somebody like me, somebody who talked the way I was talking, although my mom was a refugee from Cuba and, had a very different experience than I did, child refugee separated from her family. And a world that I was viewing in my classroom where most of us were immigrants or kids of immigrants. And there's just a real disconnect there. Like, why is this world so much different from that world? And I think I really wanted to understand that. Majored in religion in college. And because I ended up feeling like religion was a way to understand why human beings are the way that they are. I started out interested in psychology, and then just got the sense that if you really wanted to understand what made a human being, you had to ask these big questions. Who am I? Where do I come from? Why am I here? What am I trying to do with my life? That nothing asks and provides answers to quite like religion, except that I didn't find myself believing any of the traditional answers that you associate with most traditional religions. And ended up deciding in my early 20s that I wanted to be something called a humanist chaplain, clergy for non-religious people. And non-religious populations are growing dramatically in the world. So at Harvard, The atheists and agnostics that I serve combined represent about 40% of the student population right now. At MIT, the Office of Religious, Spiritual, and Ethical Life that I serve, it puts out some of its promotional materials with pride that 49% of MIT students are religious. They're proud to be the minority because they're proud that at least their minority is quite large, you know? And so that just gives you a sense of how this country, which has been known for, you know, for decades and decades as the most religiously observant and believing country in the modern world, is changing, at least in these sort of elite institutions. How did I get into technology, and why am I talking on a tech panel about AI? Because I had spent about a decade trying to build an alternative congregation. I felt that there's nothing quite like a congregation to give people a sense of meaning and purpose and connection and ethical guidance, and that the young people that I was observing, both in my own generation and then, you know, millennials are a tiny bit younger than me, and Gen Z, you know, just weren't affiliating with any kinds of congregations anymore. And I wanted to give people a place where they could go ethically, spiritually, communally, to be better people. But after 10 years of doing that and raising millions of dollars and holding thousands of meetings, et cetera, it really became clear to me. I got to Harvard the same year that Mark Zuckerberg left Harvard to go and work in Silicon Valley. It really became clear to me that social media and the internet and Zoom and everything else is just replacing the congregation as the number one meeting place, gathering place to gain a sense of purpose and identity as a human being in the world, flat out. And, you know, I've got my critique of religion, but neither did I necessarily think that that was a good thing, right? Just because I don't believe a lot of traditional religious theology doesn't mean that I think it's wonderful if the internet comes over and replaces it. And decided that ultimately when I got invited to MIT, decided that the T in MIT, the technology that my students were being trained to design, to create, to propagate, and to live under as a kind of regime, was more influential than any theology I would ever deal with in my life. And so I've spent the last several years trying to think about questions with students and others at MIT, et cetera, like what kind of society are we actually building when we're building a society that is just dominated by tech? Is the society that we're building the society that we actually want? And if data is what determines the result of your algorithmic AI, what kind of data about what it means to be human are we putting into building an AI society? Because I see us inputting information like it's always a competition, no matter what. It's always about how special you are, how gifted you are, how chosen you are. It's always about efficiency and perfection, and there's no time for listening to one another, connecting with one another, being vulnerable with one another, because we're building a tech society where the object of tech is to win at all costs, to not be the loser, and to suck up the resources from the losers who are losers in this game for no fault of their own often and no choice of their own, to make the society and the life of the winner better and better and better. And that just strikes me as a fundamentally inhumane way to live. And, you know, I challenge the AI world to be meaningfully, markedly better than that, because I'm not seeing it yet. And I think it could be. Now, I'll just leave it at that and move on to David, who I know is much more involved in sort of the specific policies around this, and Renee, whose work I admire a great deal.
Wow, Greg. So I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and in context, yes, you know, wow. So for those who don't know me, I happen to be an MIT alum. And when I was graduating, when I was interviewing, that was one of the first times that I think I've always been a secular-minded person. But during the graduation, when all these defense companies were trying to recruit us, I think that was the first time that I consciously said, I'm going to make certain decisions based on ethics, because after a couple of interviews, I said I'd never want to wake up and hear on the news that something that I poured my creativity into was used to kill people. And I never interviewed for one of those kinds of companies again. No disrespect to anyone who is working in the defense world, but this is just my personal kind of choice. And I escalated that over time to make a strong commitment to use my technical skill specifically to try to do progressive things, and also been a digital citizen since like '93. You mentioned the competitiveness thing. And my experience at MIT and from knowing a lot of folks at Harvard is that these schools can be ruthlessly competitive. So my question is, given the folks that you're talking to and dealing with, how is this technology for good thing, how is that playing? Is that are folks resonating with that, or are they folks who think that we're just better?
Thanks, Ken. I mean, yeah, I think you've been unusually dedicated to living an ethical life, so much so that it's probably hard for some folks to follow your example, and it can get a little hopeless when you feel like I can't necessarily just be a Ken Granderson all my life, just always making decisions based on what's good for humanity. But I would say this. We really are living on these technologies pretty much from the moment we wake up until the moment that we go to sleep. 2/3 of Americans, as of last year or the year before, according to a significant study, open their phones about 166 times a day. Think about that when you compare it to Islam praying 5 times a day, or Judaism praying 3 times a day, or Christianity, depending on what level you observe, couple once or twice or a few times a day, right? That same 2/3 of Americans are sleeping with their phones. What industry that's growing in America or the world today can we point to and say that's a significant industry and it's in no way a tech industry? It's almost hard to even think of one. And so, this is our day-to-day life. And I think there are a lot of students who want to live a better life. They want to build a better world. And there's really good work being done in technology around that. But, to me, it's not just about changing or tweaking the tech. It's really about asking the question, what kind of society are we trying to build? And what kind of lives do we really want to live? Because the technology behind the tech is not all that sophisticated, right? I mean, Facebook is tech, Twitter is tech, but it's not genius level tech. It's not like rocketing us to the sun. Right. It's a little bit of tech that bolsters this institution, which is really all about what kind of culture we ought to have, what kind of dialogue we ought to have as human beings. And, unless we re-envision that, I see the tech for good specifics as not amounting to enough change in the general question of what's it all for?
Okay, so you know what? I'm watching the clock and it's saying 11:27. I hope that, Renee did not bring a question up for you. I want to actually introduce or put David on, so that if Renee has any questions for him, then we can take advantage of all three of you being on before David shares kind of what he's doing, and conveniently he's actually dealing with the social media company, so I think this could be interesting. But David Ryan Polgar, ethical tech organizer, social media content advisor. Renee, I don't know, how much of David's work you may be familiar with already, or do you have any questions for him?
I'm very familiar with David's work, but I think we need to hear from David right now. So I'll hold
okay. I just want
David.
Well, thank you, Renee. I get the, I'm fortunate that Renee and I get to interact quite frequently. I think we were both on some type of meeting earlier this week. And sometimes I wonder if Renee has a doppelganger or maybe some deep fake that's going on, because it seems like every time I pop into Zoom, I see Renee, talking about AI ethics. So it's always fascinating. I think it's going so well because her message is so needed about really kind of uniting and bringing more stakeholders into this. And then same thing with Greg, been a long admirer of Greg's work, and then especially hearing what you said about the T in MIT. I think that's something that I've seen firsthand, growing the nonprofit All Tech is Human, which is building a responsible tech pipeline, making it more diverse, multidisciplinary, and aligned with the public interest, is that technology is affecting how we live, love, learn, even die. Even my own background as an attorney and educator, the reason why I got motivated to kind of dedicate my life to this is because, similar to what Greg, you were mentioning, technology is not technology anymore. It's ubiquitous, it's pervasive, right? It's affecting the human condition, how we see the world, who we vote for, the jobs that we see or don't see, the people we interact and how we interact with them, and whether there's some auto-suggestion or how we're getting recommendation models, right? It's affecting a tremendous amount. And I think one of the pushbacks in recent years has stemmed from this larger kind of issue around, like, who are we? Right? If AI can know me so well, then who am I? Right? If it's predicting my next move, do I not have that kind of agency behind it? So a lot of the work that I'm doing, which I think is very related to what was already said, is that we need to kind of greatly diversify the activity of who's involved in this space. But one of the hurdles that I think is really relevant, especially in any issue around AI ethics, is in order to get more people involved in this area, we also need to ensure that those individuals feel welcome to the conversation. And that might seem overlooked right now, but it is a major, major problem, because I can't tell you how often, especially Ken, on the Slack group that you and I are both on, for All Tech is Human, is that somebody will write and say, I have something to offer in this AI ethics space. I'm coming about it from a perspective, I'm passionate about it, but I have a background in psychology, or maybe I'm a lawyer or a psychologist or a social worker, and they feel like there's not a pathway. And that's one of the reasons why we created our Responsible Tech guide that we released in September of last year, and then recently did a special website at responsibletechguide.com for that, to showcase just this great broadness of the people involved in all these different perspectives. Because if AI is going to alter the future of democracy and alter our human condition, then it behooves us as a society to have everyone involved. In other words, we've heard a lot lately around the public interest. For example, in the recent whistleblower of Facebook mentioning, well, is Facebook in the public interest? And there's this real kind of tension between the two. How can you have a public square inside of a publicly traded company? That's very hard to do, right? So you have a lot of tension here. But I think one of the parts that's overlooked, especially in the quote unquote tech for good or AI for good movement, is that we need to ensure that it's not one individual who is trying to kind of say, this is what an ideal tech future looks like. This is what an ideal future looks like. Because similar to our own democracy, you need to have this kind of amalgamation of all these different individuals who are fighting, right, with their ideas and making themselves heard to have a better process. So if we're going to have AI that's aligned with the public interest, we need to understand what the public interest is. And I think that is actually, again, another overlooked part, because we oftentimes have a very kind of disjointed system where people are dramatically different about what they view as ideal. So for example, a couple of years ago, when Google, with a lot of fanfare, released their Google Glass, right?
Yeah,
that was something that you had maybe somebody who is in the realm of a strict technologist would say, hey, there's a lot of utility here. Why are we just staring at a phone? Of course, we should free up our hands. This sounds like a great idea. But then obviously it received a lot of pushback. And moments like that really are important to think about, because it showcases that in order to actually create a roadmap to a better future or tech future, we need to fully have a debate as a society about what that means. Even in more recent days, there was a great controversy with Apple, with their recently kind of tools that they launched to tackle CSAM. So this is something we saw on our working group for improving social media that we released a report on. And it was very similar in the sense that if we're going to improve something like social media or AI, we need to first say, well, where is it that we would view as a success? Where is it that we would view as an ideal future? So with CSAM, child sexual abuse material, obviously that's something that is the worst of the worst, right? So nobody's going to say, hey, that should be allowed online. But the reason why it was such a hot controversy is because that pits somebody who is a privacy advocate versus somebody who's trying to tackle child pornography. Well, they're both extremely important, but they're also at odds with each other in terms of how it affects technology. So that's a major part that I think oftentimes we overlook, because we put a lot of pressure on right now, like this blame game between, is it industry? Is it we need a more educated and empowered general public? Or is it about our policymakers who have been asleep at the wheel and, hey, Section 230, why is it 1996? What's happened since then, right? There's a lot of finger kind of pointing that's going on, but that's really where we need to start moving to, is like, how can we as a society inject a conversation around what it is that we're headed for? Especially, you mentioned, I do some work on Content Advisory Council for TikTok.
Can you pause right there?
Sure,
because
of course.
No, I'm sorry, because I know Greg actually had a question for Renee.
Okay.
And I don't want to.
And I mean, when we get into it later, David, I had a response to something that you said too. Want to get your thought, but I wanted to ask something of Renee if we have time. Renee, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. I just had a quick story I wanted to tell you, and I really wanted to hear from your perspective as an expert ethicist and working on the kinds of issues that you work on, what you would have said in a certain situation. So I had a conversation just before the pandemic in San Francisco at the home of an alum of one of the schools that I serve, somebody who was very successful, in their college degree, and then went on to found startups and make a lot of money and be very successful in sort of every way, including, doing things that people might look at and say, oh, doing good for the world, that sort of thing. I was in this person's home, looking around this big, beautiful home in San Francisco. Their children were talking to me, and I was thinking like, wow, these children have clearly had every opportunity from the moment they were born to be great human beings, to learn everything they want to learn. And I'm explaining to him my thesis that the technologies that he's been involved in designing have become kind of like a religion, in the sense that they're with us from our waking to our sleeping. They provide a sense of the meaning of our life, even if the meaning that we're getting from the technologies isn't always good. There are sort of everyday ritual. And he looks at me, this is somebody who I've been involved with before because he had actually supported the work that I was doing as a non-religious clergy person. And so he thinks of himself as a very reasonable, rational guy, scientist kind of guy. And he says to me, oh, technology is not like religion. I mean, religions have hierarchies. And I didn't really know what to say to him at that moment, but I'm wondering, what would you say to somebody who says to you, no, technology doesn't have a hierarchy the way that, say, something like a religion would? Does it, from your perspective, and what does that look like for you?
Greg, thank you so much for that question. And I think my response would be, I would be shocked, because I would think someone in tech would understand the hierarchy in technology. When we think about data and the power and the privilege inherent in data, we understand the hierarchy that's happening now in technology. When we look at the technologies that are being designed, when we look at the solutions that are being deployed, and we look at the fact that many of these technologies, when deployed, impact our underserved and our high needs communities, our marginalized and minoritized communities are the ones who are being impacted from this technology, then we understand the hierarchy, we understand the power, we understand the privilege that's inherent in a technology like AI or any new and emerging technologies. When we think about how data is collected, how it's analyzed, the things we include and the things we exclude, the kinds of technologies we're designing, and the kinds of results we're looking at for. When we think of our facial recognition or law enforcement or the kinds of technologies that are being designed to incarcerate, to track, to traumatize, we understand the hierarchy. Technology reflects the hierarchy in which we live now. And this is why diversity, equity, and inclusion and justice are so critical to the ways in which we are thinking about technology. Because what we don't want to do is use this technology to keep replicating those hierarchies that have not served humanity. So that would be my response.
So Greg, I'm not supposed to be a panelist, but I'd like to actually suggest something because I think I understand where he's coming from as a technologist.
Yeah, please.
Yes, so, in 1993 or so, when living in my basement apartment in Boston, with a computer and a phone line, I was able to put a program out there that let me quit my job, my mainstream tech job, out on Route 128. Technology, that was one of the events that launched me on the road to being, back when I was doing things like Roxbury.com, being called the technology evangelist, because that I believed was the closest thing to a meritocracy that the human race has probably ever seen. I was selling some software in a product that I used for a digitized Black History book on Boston's Black History was used by LiveLink Systems in Jerusalem as the basis for Encyclopedia Judaica. I had a couple of customers in South Africa, in Italy. And so I'm just like, wow, this is a wide open opportunity, et cetera. I knew a lot of folks then who were advocating strongly the open source folks who make sure make software free. And I was like, that's a good idea. You're also going to stop guys like me from being able to make a living. And, that's not going to make it possible for regular folks to make a living selling software. Fast forward to today, in my personal biased opinion, because we have a generation of folks who are used to not paying for technology. So we have an oligarchy of massively scaled venture-backed companies that or public companies where their prime directive is profit by any motive, but they got to give away their product. They're the only ones that can survive because they have to scale so big to be able to use their free software as a delivery mechanism for something else that generates money, whether it's ads or whatever. So for many of these folks, I can imagine, who are stuck in that we're just nice people wanting to create software for the world, he doesn't really relate, or maybe doesn't want to accept the Frankenstein monster that has been created, that now has that hierarchy. So obviously, I can't speak into another person's mind, but having spent a lot of time, around people who have some of those thoughts, I could imagine that's what he's thinking. That's why he's thinking there's no hierarchy.
Oh, I think you're right, Ken. I mean, the insidiousness sometimes of the problem in big technology is that there's plausible, psychological deniability for any of us, including myself. Like I'm not part of the problem. Oh no. Oh, because the tech is such that you can't just be a total atheist about it, right? I'm working on this book where I'm calling it tech agnostic, because in the tech religion that we're all building, I can't say like, I don't believe in any of it. I want to smash all my devices. I want to just chuck it all and live the life of, where riding a wooden boat across an ocean is considered great innovation, right? But at the same time, you can't believe in all of this stuff. You were connecting with people across the world and, doing interesting things. But if the world hadn't been set up in such a way to oppress, marginalize, and sort of stoke bias against somebody like you simply because of your skin color, your origin, in Africa or whatever, then you wouldn't have had the problems that you had that you were overcoming through some of the tech.
No, I hear it. And you know what? I wanted to make a comment about like that section 230 because, but not now because I interrupted David.
Yeah.
And I want to, let him, let him get back. But,
Sure.
but I've been writing down some questions because I also see both sides of the, are these platforms responsible or et cetera? But, but I want to let David finish.
Well, firstly, Greg, your new book that you're working on sounds fascinating because I know I've long kind of said that, and I've seen it from my own end, talking about how can we improve our relationship with technology. Recently involved in a project that got launched this week, moving from UX to HX, right? The human experience, called hxproject.org. And one of the things I've always noticed is that to offer any level of criticism, sometimes people will then put you in a bucket of, well, then do you dislike technology? Are you a Luddite, right? So it's either, we have these two major buckets, either a tech fundamentalist or a Luddite, which again seems very strange because as we've seen, the people who are most active in this space of improving our tech future are active because they also see the potential, right? So I think in recent years, we've seen both the potential and the peril, right? We've seen the utopian vision and also the dystopian vision. So of course we should be motivated because it's our future at hand. But of course, not everyone thinks that way, because if you are somebody who would believe that tech is just going to naturally evolve, right? Singularity is near, it's just naturally going to happen. Nothing we can do about it, right? People are just going to naturally adopt VR. Nothing we can do about it, right? Self-driving cars, it's just going to naturally happen. So that's the way that a lot of people who would fall more under this technologist bucket tend to believe, right? It's just on this pathway, and that it's tech is just a tool and just happening to us. Whereas a lot of the work that I do, and one of the reasons why I think it attracts a pretty diverse group of people, is by even centering the conversation around agency, and in the name of the organization, all tech is human, right? So that means that this isn't coming down from the heavens. It's about the policies that we create or don't create, the decisions that we make or don't make, the willpower that we can put forth or don't put forth, right? That's really comes down to us as humans. And it actually puts a little bit more responsibility on all parts. But I've also got to see that there is a little bit of tension right now because everyone feels like they're being blamed. So obviously all of the power or responsibility should not be on the tech worker or the technologist. It's really a collaborative effort, and that's a lot of the work that we're trying to do. And then to go to Greg's earlier point around kind of this hierarchy and everything that's going on, I think as you well know, and as we've seen, and as Renee has seen, there tends to be this kind of like cyber libertarian ethos that has really, really popular throughout the founding and expansion of the web, and then leading to the growth of social media. And then you even saw that early on, right in 1997, with the cyberspace manifesto saying, government, like, keep your hands off the web, and really viewing this as its own, to your point, its own religion, its own country, its own world. We're not citizens of the United States. We're citizens of cyberspace, as was kind of mentioned in there. But one of the things I've noticed on my end, especially serving on TikTok's Content Advisory Council, is that we're starting to realize this, at least in my opinion, the cyber libertarian kind of dream doesn't work out so well because the marketplace of ideas is really being challenged right now. If you look at how Twitter has evolved, for example, it was originally kind of portrayed as this public square, and that's language that they even used and the media really gobbled up. Again, doesn't work that way, because how can you have a public square inside of a publicly traded company with profit incentives? There's a natural kind of tension there, but they also were very limited on original kind of content moderation, because the idea was that bad actors would be pushed down by good actors, and truth naturally rises to the top. But we have seen the power of an algorithm, the power of content moderation to really alter what any individual sees, right? So we might naturally think that a video goes viral because it's popular, because it's good, right? We're kind of ascribing these attributes to something that's reverse engineered based on its popularity, when in fact, there's a lot of tools that a tech company has that can greatly enhance that. And actually, there's even a good TED talk on kind of why a video goes viral, right? It's usually based on a celebrity pushing it out, gets a certain critical mass, and that creates a certain kind of cascading effect of popularity. So really kind of fascinating discussion. But yeah, again.
No question, or just thought on that, because I was feeling that might be a little bit jargony there, right? Not sure, about the different backgrounds of the audience. And Renee, I guess, they're calling her flight. She said, thank you. She has to go to, thank you so much, Renee, for joining us and sharing your work. And I'm going to have your LinkedIn information, everyone's LinkedIn information at the end. But David, so what I think I just heard you say is that, the casual observer of certain things that may go viral may think like, oh, this must be important. But what they don't realize is that many times there are folks who analyze through data what becomes viral, and then they make a formula out of that and try to create new content that fits that formula. Is that
correct?
Okay.
That is correct. So actually in two ways. One, obviously people are trying to game a system for popularity. That's why everyone, for example, at TikTok, trying to understand its algorithm, how do you get on the For You page, what's going to create that certain level of popularity. But then you also have the secret sauce of the algorithm that is kind of more proprietary of each tech company, which becomes very influential on what we as individuals consume. And I think that's one of the tensions that's happening right now, is we're recognizing that tech companies have received, whether they want it or not, received a tremendous amount of power that is kind of shifted away from our traditional kind of like governmental bodies. The problem with that is governmental bodies have evolved over hundreds of years to have transparency and accountability and checks and balances. So I think if we really filter out and view some of these controversies of recent years, usually what people are demanding is a system that's actually kind of similar to a governmental body, right? Because right now with Facebook, what are we saying? Well, there really needs to be more transparency. There needs to be accountability. Mark Zuckerberg shouldn't have as much power as he has, right? And the reason why is because we're filtering that through this kind of democratic lens of saying, well, wait a minute, if Facebook is a public square and you have an unelected official who can't get voted out of office, then that's actually anti-democratic, right? So of course, we're going to start pushing back on that. So I think that's one of the kind of evolving trends that I'm certainly seeing on my end.
Okay, and you know what? We are the clock is running down on us. We had an audience question earlier that we may have touched on, but I want to address specifically. And I have a specific question about I think is it section 230 kind of thing. But the audience question is, they're wondering if the technology isn't so much a regime rather than a mirror, including the greedy, manipulative aspects that hold the strings. And I certainly have.
Well, that's how I see religion as well. Mm-hmm. I happen to be an atheist who's dedicated my life to working in religious spaces, right? Mm-hmm. And so, you don't have to agree with me about either one, right? You can say, Greg, you're wrong about your atheism, or you can be, an atheist like me and say, Greg, you're wrong to, spend your time around religion. But what I see is all, and by the way, you don't have to agree with me on theology to agree with this. Like, they're all mixed bags, right? Like, think about if you're religious from a specific religious perspective, think about how you see all the other religions, right? They've all got some strong points and some weak points. If they didn't have any strong points, people wouldn't have kept them around. If they didn't have any weak points, they wouldn't be religions. And technology, to me, is functioning the same way. It's obviously got things that it does for us, right? It's a technology to be able to replace your hip when it's no longer working, or your knee, or to give you brain stimulation if some aspect of your brain is not functioning properly. On the other hand, the technologies are currently contributing to a world in which we're all being worked so hard, physically and mentally, that our hips and our knees and our brains are increasingly giving out. And where there's very little compassion to create a world in which life will be a little bit easier on us physically and mentally, and create a world where we can spend a little bit more of our time thriving. I mean, we don't have to suffer in some of the same ways that we used to suffer. But we have very little free time, truly free time, to enjoy it. And increasingly what free time we do have is spent like this.
Which is the opposite of the very point of technology, right? If you look at this utopian vision, let's say in the Jetsons, that launched in the 60s, George Jetson only worked like 4 hours a week, right? Pushing a button. So that was the idea of increased leisure time. Hasn't worked out that way.
Mm-hmm. Well, and you know what, interesting, I, in many ways, try to, step back and look at things like objectively. I've always felt, and from my personal experience and just participating in online forums since they were just grassroots people and watching, the Facebooks and the Twitters as well, I've always felt that technology is an amplifier. Similar to many ways as money. It lets you become a whole lot more of whatever you were. And one of the most popular, well-known examples may be things like the Arab Spring that was revolutions that were helped with technology. I've dealt with a lot of very grassroots community organizer folks who leverage technology, but that same technology can be used by terrorists and pedophiles and manipulative governments and manipulative companies, where the technology, from my perspective, the technology becomes an amplifier. And the root of the problem to me seems that over the past 6,000 years or so, as a human race, we have not grown up that much, and we're like children playing with these increasingly powerful tools. So,
Ken, if you don't mind me adding, I would say it's definitely not a mirror. And the reason why is even if you look at something like social media, do you post what you like, or do you post what will be liked? Right. So we're really kind of molding a lot of our behavior based on the fact that it's tied in typically with metrics, which is one of the reasons why platforms are discussing metrics anxiety and whether they should remove that from how it's publicly displayed. And Instagram's made a lot of changes on something like that, because that would alter our very behavior. The other part, I'm sitting in Manhattan or New York City has dramatically changed over the last 40 years in terms of its crime, even though the population has been relatively stagnant. So you would say, well, if crime is just a mirror of society, then what is that saying about the design of environment? So I think the reason why I would say it's not a mirror is because environmental cues dramatically influence human behavior. If you put somebody in a prison, they act like a prisoner. If you put them in a nice house, they sit up a little straighter. We're affected by design. And that's what we're starting to look at in the tech world, is specifically with social media as well.
Something that I think is critical to what you just said, right? Environment, most of us realize that, influences us. The thing is, it's not a natural environment. The environment itself is being controlled by puppet masters who are not, neutral. They, if they've got a motive for their company to increase engagement, then, if it bleeds, it leads has been a saying from news forever, same thing. And that's why you end up with the fake news and the hoaxes and the conspiracy stuff. And then what you just brought up, David, is that it's double challenging because individuals who are looking to establish themselves, et cetera, are going to post things not based on a fair, sort of thing, but based on things that they believe are going to be more engaged with. So yes, I have to say that.
I think that would affect everyone, myself included, right? Who wants to post something and be ignored, right? So we're constantly
Right.
having this kind of system that's going to make our lives lived out in public, which is going to affect us.
We're down to just a few minutes, and so maybe some final comments, and I guess I kind of addressed that Section 230 thing, being that as someone who puts information out there, I'm very concerned about the idea of companies like Facebook being held accountable, because, for example, when I hosted Boston Blacks Online as an email discussion group, I had to intervene once in an online argument because someone was threatening to show up at somebody's job, and Mark Zuckerberg might be able to be sued, but Ken isn't. Okay, so anyway, but I don't know. Some final wrap-up thoughts.
Sure. My son he's 5, and the Google YouTube algorithm has him in the palm of its hand. And, I tried to be really limited in exposing him to it before the pandemic. But when the pandemic hit and everybody's at home and there's nothing to do, you look around for some activities, and it's very difficult to find stuff that isn't connected to that algorithm, right? So the algorithm has him. And it really is very much like an addiction. I wrote a big piece that was a cover story for the Boston Globe Ideas section at the beginning of this year about how we were all addicted to technology. And I've increasingly struggled with that. Yeah.
Yeah, I got to play journalist and say, got 30 seconds, my man.
All right. So
no, we're at a 1 minute warning.
Yeah. So, but I explained to him, as the algorithm feeds him kids' stories about cops and robbers, that make sure you investigate that algorithm, because what it won't tell you is that the biggest villains, the biggest robbers and thieves in this country, look like good guys and think of themselves plausibly as good guys. What they're stealing is the wages that most people ought to be making, thus that their lives would be fairer and more just. And that's the biggest theft. It's not criminal costumed robbery.
Got you. And you know what? Look out for more conferences and talks. We have to keep going. David, last words.
All right, 30 seconds. Technology is not just for technologists. Everyone needs to be involved. We need to shift this.
Breaking news. Time out. Looks like we just got an extension, 5 minutes. So I'm sorry. hey, I live in a very fluid world. Everything is an opportunity. So
yeah. Well, then I guess I would expand on what Greg was saying around his 5-year-old and the algorithm. I think what I'm seeing specifically, which is important, is how do we view an algorithm? If we start viewing it as an extension of self, that's where there's going to be a lot of issues, because we're thinking that it's in our best interest, right? We're seeing it as, well, it knows me so well because we're giving it so much data. It's making kind of with these predictive models. And that's taking away from the underlying kind of motivations that would happen in any system. I think that's one of the issues that's going on right now, is we're still getting at what is this power of an algorithm? How is this affecting our behavior, and what is the future that we want? But since we have a couple extra minutes, I want to give Greg back a few minutes too, if you wanted to kind of wrap up.
Yeah.
For you then, yeah.
Yeah, and I want to ask for either of you guys, can you try to think of something that the audience, an action they can take, or something to start reading up on, just whatever, to start becoming part of the solution?
Well, if you go to responsibletechguide.com, the reason why we launched that site, and then it's a downloadable PDF, 226 pages of people, organizations, and ideas of this nascent responsible tech space, focused on kind of reducing some of the harms of technology and aligning with public interest. That's actually created specifically for actionable ways that people can get involved. Because since founding All Tech Is You in 2018, people always ask, all right, great, I want to come off the sidelines and get plugged in. We have a list of over 250 organizations in the space. We've interviewed over 300 people in this space. Though there's ways to get involved. You can volunteer, you can attend summits, we have a list of books, a list of podcasts. Start wherever you are in the process right now and be part of this process, because you're needed. And this is our tech future, this is our future, this is our future democracy. So it is something where we all need to be involved.
Please repeat the address again.
The address is responsibletechguide.com.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, David and Greg.
Yeah, I mean, David, I liked how you referenced Google Glass earlier, and it brought up a story for me that I'm curious what your response would be to it.
Okay.
By the way, I've read your guide, and it's very good. I mean, it was really informative for me to see all these different folks from all these different backgrounds. Congrats on that.
Thank you.
But yeah, so I talked a few months ago to an engineer who was a senior lead on Google Glass, and actually was, I think, the first person to take the glasses and put them on Sergey Brin's face. And this is a man who is a person of color, an immigrant to the United States, who was, senior there and senior at one of the other biggest tech companies as well, and now wants absolutely nothing to do with technology, wants as little of it in his life as possible, wants to find a way to fight against in many ways because of how angry he is at what he saw, the injustice he saw, the hierarchy he saw, the exploitation that he saw in the companies as he was working to design some of their flagship products. And, I think when I met with him, spoke with him for a few hours, he and I had happened to know each other from many years before either of us were doing what we did now. That's how I found him. He was really at a loss for exactly what way to apply himself to make the world a better place and to use the technological skills that he had to improve things. He didn't want to be one of these people that just sort of went, knee jerk, like, oh, I'll go into a think tank and I'll sort of opine about things. But I'm not sure that he's really finding the right way to use his skills. What would you advise somebody like that?
Yeah.
He's got a 30-second warning. So.
All right, 30 seconds. Well, there's a lot of ways, because you're either going to have change within the system, with a lot of companies are creating responsible innovation groups, change without the system. Obviously, organizations like Data and Society, Harvard Berkeley Klein Center, that are kind of offering a lot of this type of advice, and then alternative models. I think that's an area that you're going to see a lot of attention played. The issue, though, is there profit to be made, or can you create sustainable companies that are that are improved? For example, if all was good, DuckDuckGo would be, those guys would be, wealthy, but they're not. So, yeah.
Thank you. I know we got to go to the next subject. Thank you so much to Renee Cummings, Greg Epstein, David Ryan Polgar. This has been fantastic. I'm Ken Granderson signing off and passing the baton to Congresswoman Gibson. This has been great. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you, David. Thank you, Greg. And thank you, Renee, for that wonderful conversation. Up next, we have Councilwoman Vanessa Gibson of the 16th District in the Bronx. If you're in the Bronx, show her some love in the chat.
And give me a second, Britt. Everybody take a breath. That was a lot that we just heard just now. That was a lot. Great job, Ken and the team. Boy, it was wearing me out. I mean, it was something else. So give us all a second to load up Ms. Gibson, and we'll keep it moving. So everybody take 2 minutes of just breathing a little bit. My goodness, it's amazing. A lot of stuff today. And now the incredible, we've been joined by several more people, including our Manhattan Borough President, Gail Brewer. So you do not want to miss that. So hang on, everybody.
Ken, great job with the panel. I especially love tapping into the work hours for the Spacely Sprockets. That's what he was working. That was hilarious to bring that into the conversation and think about how far technology was projected to be versus where we are right now with it. Great conversations overall.
Oh, sorry. Hi. Yeah. Well, I often joke, I'm still waiting for my flying car.
I think we're all waiting for that. What happened to the jetpacks? You know,
what happened? Cat videos.
Cat videos.
That's where the tech went. Cat videos. I have a cat, so I'm not. It's not like a team dog hater or anything like that. Yeah. You know, but seriously, I mean, a lot of things that we expected to have happen that, you know, there's so much focus. A lot of it, I think, is just sort of pop culture mentality, where things that are very shallow. You know, I envisioned a world where lots of Black people would have technology companies and be doing things. Even what I do with Black Facts is motivated by nobody else has really started actively using our technology to protect our culture. And it's just like, this is not hard. Why isn't anyone doing this? And I don't know what the answer is. Figuring that out is above my pay grade, but you know. So yeah, a lot of things didn't go the way we thought we were going to go, which is why that, you know, the motivation for even having a conversation about AI in ethics, although it became more tech writ large, but you know, we have as a human race, we have not done a good job of thinking forward. Things just happen. And once you deal with technology, things happen at the speed of light, you know. And I've joked that when you ring the doorbell and it's the Terminator, it's too late to start asking, should we have armed the robots? It's like, you know, I'm concerned.
I feel like we've seen enough of the sci-fi movies. So it's like, why would you do that?
Right, and they're doing it. I mean, I've seen videos of robot security things, and it's like, you know, yeah. Movies that talk about first rules of robot, like that doesn't work, because all you need is one bad actor to not put in the rules that tell the robots don't harm people. You know, that's the thing. It's just like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm hoping that if we try to get ahead of some of these things by having putting the idea out there, that we can have a conversation about it. And
yes, I totally agree with you. I think exposure to more conversations like this is definitely needed across the media landscape, because everything is moving into technology, like everything you touch, everything you look at. And I think, unfortunately, the pandemic kind of pushed all of the technological advances a little bit faster and rolled it out quicker. And now we're entering this phase of cryptocurrency. That's a whole nother.
Yeah. And you know what? Actually, you know, we didn't go into too deeply, you know, but I'm actually on the board of the Harvard and MIT Humanist Chaplaincy, and have presented an idea to them of a series of conversations called Ethics Across Beliefs, where people of different faith and philosophies would come and discuss ethics around technology, ethics around business, ethics around social justice, ethics around climate change, and to try and say, well, basically, you know, okay, you may be Christian, you may be Muslim, you may be Jewish, you may be atheist, but you agree on 7 out of 10 of things. Let's figure out how to work together, you know, and worry about the stuff we don't agree on. We'll argue about that over coffee or tea or beer, but we're gonna do that away from the microphones, you know, because this is about, you know, because we're all on Team Human. And these things impact all of us, you know, regardless of our culture, you know, our gender, our, you know, our economic status. Of course, social economic status, some people are impacted more than others, but, you know, anyway, I'm sorry, I'm taking you away from you keeping this thing rolling. So
no, this is fine. We're patiently waiting. So we are just having a nice conversation. I wanted to read a few things from the chat because people have left some comments about our conversation. So we have George. He said, "Nah, I'll pass on the flying cars. People can't drive with normal cars." Didn't think about that.
Exactly. Hey, I am with him on that. Okay, yes, a lot of folks do not know how to drive. Yes.
Oh, could you imagine flying cars and the accidents and the explosions? Crazy.
Oh, no, I don't have to imagine because like movies like The Fifth Element and stuff have dealt with that. Yes. So yes. Yeah.
And then we have Greg. He mentioned that jetpacks exist, but only like 5 people can use them.
Yes, but you know what? I've actually seen stories about some like near misses with flights when they think that they think it might have been a dummy on a jetpack because because a human would have had some issues flying that high and stuff. So yeah, there's all these different technologies that I only read about most of them in articles that I see because I'm not like a personal drone person or whatever. I'm in the city, I'm in New York City, so you don't have like wide open spaces and stuff, and and I'm always writing code, so I don't have a life. So it's like but I see that there are lots of people. When David mentioned Google Glass, I remember that, right? And my thing was like, okay, you got all your social justice people are so scared about things like the NSA and the government's spying on us, whatever. And I'm like, you know what? That's a real threat. But I'm more concerned about Joe Sixpack having some Google Glass and recording stuff than the NSA, because at least the NSA, if they get caught, there's some rules that say you should do this or not. But the average person has no constraints. They have no rules. And if they're walking around with surveillance technology, to me, that's just a wild, wild west thing.
It's funny. A lot of people in tech say that the social media platforms are the surveillance technology that is available for all.
Well, yeah, and then Snapchat, these phones and stuff, they know where you are. Yes.
And then Snapchat already has the glasses. Let me know if anybody actually purchased them or has them in the chat, but they actually have the glasses where you can do filters in 3D. So the technology is already out there, and it's just a little tweak for it to have the ability to record.
Yes, absolutely right. And then the same technology, like people talk about like augmented reality and stuff, and it can be used to waste endless hours shooting space monsters. And I shot my share of space monsters for my lifetime, so I'm retired. But they can also be used in like medical, situations to do miraculous types of surgeries, and also that's the challenge, that the same tech can be used to do incredibly wonderful things and incredibly destructive things. That's, I think, the root of the challenge with tech. We don't want to stop it, but we don't want to just open the floodgates. Anyway.
All right. Thank you for that great conversation, Ken. And I apologize in the chat if I missed your comment or didn't read it. Just trying to keep the conversation going. Nothing but love for everyone on the call and in the chat. Now we have Councilwoman Vanessa Gibson of the 16th District in the Bronx. Go ahead. You just need sound.
And applaud all of you for your incredible commitment. As I envision the future for all New Yorkers where we have access to be connected, I believe we have to be creative and innovative in our approach to get families connected to the internet with the latest and updated technology and making sure that they have access to broadband. It is truly life-changing and the opportunity to create the economic prosperity that so many families desperately need when they are connected to the internet. It is a world of information, of technology that many families are not typically used to. I also think we have to make sure that we are training our next generation of young leaders by having partnerships with colleges, CUNY, as well as our local high schools so that we can train up the next generation of young leaders. I want to thank all of you for the work you do every day to address internet access and broadband and connectivity and technology. We know that the tech industry is booming and will really create the pipeline that so many families need to the middle class. Congratulations again to Clayton Banks and the team at Silicon Harlem for all of your work, and to all of you who are participating in this great event today. Remember, we all do better when we are all connected. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for this summit, and I look forward to working with all of you on behalf of the Bronx and the city of New York and all New Yorkers. Stay connected. God bless.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gibson. Thank you so much. That was great.
Excellent. So we're going to jump into the award ceremony. So every year, Silicon Harlem gives out the Charlie Rangel Innovative Person Award. Here's presenter, Borough President, Gail Brewer, to introduce this year's recipient.
Thank you very much. I just lost you. There I am. Thank you very much to Silicon Harlem. And I will say a couple of things, and then I'll have the honor of introducing my friend who's going to be receiving this award. I think I can say over and over again how much I love the work that Clayton Banks is doing. It goes back many years when Silicon Harlem actually started. But I also want to say when you have been part of Harlem Week and dealt with both the young people, supporting them and supporting those who are seniors, and then also the work we did with Harlem and all the pitches. There's a long history here, and just congratulations on many fronts. And I know now you are working in some of the NYCHA developments, which is as important as it gets. So Beyond Connected is a great thing. There are a couple of ways that I hope we're supplementing or complementing what you're doing. I think, first of all, working with Tiramani Williams, the public advocate, we've been hosting these, what we call People's Tech Assemblies, because as much as we think we know about technology, it's still not the type of dialogue that goes on in the community. So working with the Public Advocate's Office, we have been doing these. They all go through till, we've done a couple of them, they go through till November 14th. You can just contact our office, we'll put it in the chat, or the Public Advocate's Office. And what it is, you kind of say, what's the purpose of all this? Well, I think there's three. Number one, despite the work that James Paul Farmer has been doing, and the mayor's office and the CTO and the CIO, I never know what they're called, I think people still need to have some roadmap as to what people feel that technology can be helpful in terms of their lives. And I think one example is when we come up with policies, this happens to be quite a bit now. And you can have a new policy on housing, you can have a new policy on health, you can have a new policy on anything. And the issue is we always, particularly if there's government intervention, there's always something called an environmental impact statement. How does this particular policy impact the environment? And in fact, when you pass a bill, there's also a financial impact statement. I guess it's called an FIS. But what I think is missing is any kind of a technology impact statement. What is it that the technology could improve? Or how is the technology going to be perhaps not an improvement in how this policy is implemented? And then the second issue of all this, where technology can be helpful, is transparency. I would focus on the budget because that's what I'm most interested in. And I've been pushing for units of appropriation. Often you'll see a budget item, I don't know, $10 million, Department for Homeless Services. Other is the category. Well, that's not what makes sense. Nobody in the neighborhood could ever know how that lump sum is impacting them. So if we had using technology, using it to be more transparent on the budget process, because people want it, they don't really care. What is it that a budget is doing, with all due respect, to Brooklyn or the Bronx? I want to know in Manhattan, breaking it down really specifically by neighborhoods. What is the sanitation service for East Harlem compared to East Side? What is the homeless support for East Harlem versus Central Harlem? These are the questions I get all the time. Very hard to get that transparency. That's where technology could step in. So those are two specific examples. And when we send you the information in the chat, if you want to participate in that, let us know. I want to thank Cornell because they have come out with a wonderful survey. and report on what we are talking about. And they're working with us in terms of the Public Advocate's Office and this roadmap, basically how technology can interact with the communities. That's what I think these discussions are doing. Number two, I think all of you know that Beta NYC is a nonprofit. Noel Hidalgo heads it up, Emily Goldman helps them. And they take, I don't know, 10 to 15, this is something that we started, CUNY students, undergrads, every year to help them understand the open data platform. That's the open data law that I passed many years ago when I was in the city council. And it's come a long way, but mostly working with the community boards to come up with how the community can make that open data relevant to them. Easier said than done. I thought it was going to be easier. It's not. So Beta NYC has, you know, teaches the students, and then the students go work with the community boards, just everything from board stat, how to work Socrata, even something simple about how to work on Excel, Cardo, how to use the GIS, and all of the ways in which the city data bases can be used to help them understand their community. Recently, for instance, we did a thing on food deserts. We've done another report on the 196 religious facilities in Manhattan, because God forbid they would be torn down. That's really, really a challenge. What's landmark and what's not. I'm just giving you some overall projects that they've done. And of course, figuring out all of the boundary maps. You've got police, sanitation, community board, poverty board. I could go on. There are all these overlapping maps. Where are they and what are they? Those are some examples. And of course, I have to say in an aside that these students have gone on to amazing jobs in the tech world. Another example, every Tuesday at 3 o'clock, we've been doing it for about 5 months. You're welcome to join us. Everybody has either discussion, this is 3 o'clock every Tuesday on Zoom. You can just sign up on our office. We'll tell you how to do that in the chat. Somebody can come talk about vaccinations, which I wish we could stop talking about, but it never changes. Always something new, not always good, sometimes better, sometimes worse. It's a new variant, by the way, in the UK, which is even more challenging than what we have now. And where is the money? Money is coming from the federal government. It's going to the DOE. It's going to different places, hopefully for infrastructure. Where is it going and what's it being used for? Easier said than done. So one of the examples is all during the pandemic, much thanks to Clayton, some of the seniors and families got devices. But guess what? The device doesn't last forever. DOE still needs the device. Seniors still need the device. And during the pandemic, NYCHA got 17,000, God help us, devices for seniors. Those that were given by Silicon Harlem were used appropriately, but I don't know what happened to the 17,000. So now the city is giving them, thank goodness, to the senior center so they can track them and not have them just go out. That's another example where technology can be helpful, but it is interesting because in one center, 325 devices were available. But guess what? Out of 325, people could have devices. That's the number at this particular senior center. 174 tablets were given out if the senior center wanted them, but only 100 seniors were interested because they're still nervous about using technology. So it's a very interesting statistic. I want to also mention another problem, because in other words, even though we might have the devices, we still have a lack of interest. The demand for technology has to increase. That's another thing we hope to come out of the public advocate, Manhattan Borough President interest, because people don't see what it can accomplish. And that's another demand issue that has not been successfully addressed. I also want to mention, we managed to get in Washington Square Park, we hope to do it elsewhere, about 7 substance abuse programs, working with Greenwich House, which is a nonprofit settlement house, working with the Parks Department, working with NYPD, 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. every day. This was my suggestion. And the idea is get people help, because there are a whole bunch of people in the park abusing drugs. And there are a whole bunch of drug dealers who are helping them to do that bad thing. So long story short, we thought, okay, so now we'll figure out how they can all coordinate using an app. And these are folks who are sometimes used to using technology and sometimes just answering the phone, doing some email. It's not working extremely well, and some of the providers want to go back to paper. So like I said, we're still not either between the type of device, the quality of the internet, and the lack of demand. There's still a real challenge, like how can technology really help us? And I think that's something we need to address. But what the real issue for today is to allocate to my friend, Assemblymember Inez Dickens, the Charles Rangel Technology Award. And the reason this is, there's so many ways that this is special. It's the Silicon Harlem Next Generation Technology Summit every single year. And every single year, Silicon Harlem presents this award, the Charles Rangel Innovative Person Award. I was very, very honored to get it last year. And I'm really, really honored to be able to give it to my friend, Assemblymember Inez Dickens. She is somebody, first of all, she supports Silicon Harlem. I think that should be said at the outset in every way, shape, or form. And she is somebody who makes a huge difference in our community. She also understands the importance of innovation and technology. And the fact that she is the closest person in the world to Congressman Charles Rangel, perhaps except for his wife, Alma, and his family. She is his right and left hand, and they're very, very close friends. So I think in particular, it's an honor to give this award to her and very, very meaningful. So I'm now presenting virtually this award to my friend, Inez Dickens, for whom I have great respect and friendship. And we have served together in the city council, and we can whisper in each other's ear and finish each other's sentences. Congratulations, Assemblywoman Inez Dickens.
Thank you so much, Gail. Thank you so much, my President. It is such an honor for me to receive this award from Silicon Harlem. Yes, I have been involved with them from the onset. From the very beginning, it came to me with this idea that I thought was great. They also went to Congressman Rangel, who also thought this was a wonderful and innovative and necessary, because Harlem needed to be brought into the 21st century. It is just crucial that we bring this community with the businesses and the families and the children, our future, into the technology world on all levels, be it repair or being a tech, being an educator. And it's crucial because during this pandemic, we saw how remote learning in our schools did not really work. And that's because the kids were not used to being able to use the computer system, nor were the teachers. And yet when you travel to other parts of the world, you find that they were already using remote learning on different levels. But here in America, in New York, we were not. And for the longest time, it did not work. It failed in our communities. And to be honest, it still isn't working at its peak. And that's because we really aren't aware. We don't know how to use the technology. Silicon Harlem has been working over the years. They dedicated
I think Inez might have froze, or Inez, if you can hear us, I don't think you can hear. Gail, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yep, I think Inez froze, and then her video went off.
Right when she was talking about us. Damn.
Yes.
Come on, Inez, come back on. Who pulled the plug? What happened here? And thank you for your comments. What you're seeing in the chat is how many people appreciate how you present, not just sort of the issues, but how we really address them. And so there's a lot of people inside the chat that was reflecting on your comments, Manhattan Borough President.
Thank you, sir. I learned a lot. We're all learning together how to make this better. It's hard. I thought it would be easier. It's hard.
It's hard stuff.
It's very hard stuff.
Your commitment's very, I mean, you're everywhere. I swear to God, there's 100 Gale Brewers. I mean,
There's only one, but what happened to, was she completely gone now? I don't see her at all. Do you?
She's completely out of my box here. So we're gonna Roxanne or somebody try to call Inez. Maybe she can just come in without her video.
Yeah, completely gone.
I'm calling her office now.
Okay. In the meantime, for everybody, what's next, I believe, is the Pitchfest. You mentioned, you heard Manhattan Borough President Gail Brewer talked about Harlem versus Haarlem in the Netherlands. We do it every year. But we also have started up a Pitchfest with the summit this year. So we're very excited about it. We've got 4 incredible startups that are going to pitch their business. And we've got the judges on board that are going to select first, second, and third place. We're giving money out. Inez Dickens. See, as soon as I start talking about money, that's when Inez. All right, you're going to unmute yourself, Inez, and we want to hear the rest.
Could you hear everything I said?
We got everything up to when you started giving me some props. I mean, what happened?
You know, that's when it would stop. But I said, well, the last thing I said was about Gail. Gail has been a fantastic supporter of Silicon Harlem. She's been a supporter of mine. We worked together in the city council for years, phenomenally. And she has been a proponent of computerization technology in schools. And we see that during the pandemic, remote learning did not work. And that's because the teachers themselves were not attuned and were not used to using computerization for education, nor were the children, nor were the parents. So Silicon Harlem has stepped up to try to fill that void over the years, and they have grown phenomenally from the time they first came to Congressman Rangel and myself, when Clayton showed up at the door talking about Silicon Harlem. And we both were so impressed with them and what they had to say and their dedication and seeing to it that our small businesses and our future, our children, would be educated in technology, because that is the way of the world. And we were in a horse and carriage in the 21st century as far as computerization was technology. And they have worked and dedicated their lives to see to it that this village has been brought into, is being brought into the 21st century. And I am so grateful. They deserve the awards, not I, but I accept it on behalf of my village of Harlem for what you have given, your dedication, your lives, your commitment, your promises that we would work together. And by the way, I was working with Clayton for the fire watchtower in the Marcus Garvey Park, that because that's the highest point in Manhattan, I don't know if everybody realizes it's the highest point in Manhattan, that they would be able to use that as again, like it was used years ago, a notification of fire for the last 2 centuries. But the fact is that now it can be used for technology to notify the city of New York about any impending disaster. I want to thank Silicon Harlem. I'm so grateful to you. It's been just a phenomenal ride upwards for the community, the small businesses, the education, the tutorials, the gifts that you have given to us. God bless, stay safe, and thank you.
Well, the thank you is really from us to you. And I will say this to everyone who may or may not know, but no one's been more dedicated to Upper Manhattan that I know of than Inez Dickens. Not only It's a legacy in her own family. Nobody can talk nothing to them. I mean, they know Harlem better than anybody. And more importantly, when we started out, and anyone who started out, we're going to hear some startups after this, you need support. You need someone to get behind you. And for us, it became Inez Dickens, Gail Brewer, Charlie B. Rangel, and a few others. But you cannot lose when you have that kind of support. So we're very grateful to you, and we will continue to support whatever you do, Inez Dickens. And I deplore everyone to please follow Inez Dickens, follow her, whether it's on social media or any other way you can follow her. You will learn a lot in just minutes, as you've already heard on this call. And so thank you very much. Everyone in the chat has been hollering at you, saying how well-deserved, and they follow you already. And so there's a lot of people already been chatting throughout, as just really excited and proud that you represent so many of us. So thank you, Inez Dickens, and all your family and friends and people that we all know. So keep up the great work. You got us. You got our support all the way through.
Thank you. God bless. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody.
Keep up the work. Keep up the work. Keep us educated. Keep us moving upward.
We're going to do that. And to your point earlier, and Gail too, is that we're still committed to education. We're still committed to helping more and more. We look at the future right now, and what you heard in 2020, the word was COVID. 2021, the word is infrastructure. Hello, the infrastructure, right? So what's really interesting about that is we can now create an army of network technicians. And we just developed a curriculum. We're already got students in it, and the majority of them are women. So we're going to be deploying an army of women network technicians. So I'm so excited about it. It's crazy. And most of them live in public housing. So we're really trying to make that ecosystem that will help, many, many families along the way. So thank you for all the support and urging us to do more.
Excellent. Thank you, Clayton, for those words. And thank you, Borough President Gail Brewer. And congratulations once again to Assembly Member Inez Dickens for your much deserved award. Cannot say even more about that. I would like to transition, and it is my pleasure to turn it over to Silicon Harlem CFO Eric Cunningham to introduce the 2021 Silicon Harlem Pitchfest. How are you doing, Eric?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Hang on, Eric. Hang on. Everybody, you have to pay attention to this segment as well. We're looking at startups. We're going to give them some money. We want your opinions as well. You can put it in the chat, etc. And so I'm going to turn it over to our CFO, Eric Cunningham, to introduce these incredible startups.
Well, he didn't steal all the thunder, but Clayton has always been a great leader. And as a leader, he has put us in a position to really elevate where we are as an organization and where we are as a company. First of all, I wanted to pass along my congratulations to Assemblywoman Inez Dickens as well. I think that this award was long overdue. She's been a great supporter of Silicon Harlem, and we greatly appreciate everything that she's done. For all of you here, my name is Eric Cunningham. I'm the CFO of Silicon Harlem, have been so for a number of years, and I am honored to coordinate and facilitate this really exciting opportunity, which is a pitch fest today, where we're going to introduce new companies and new ideas. You'll see me looking down often because, as Clayton said earlier, everyone take notes, and I am an obsessive note taker. And what we've heard so far today and this morning has been incredible. I don't know if you took down any significant notes, but I'm going to give you a couple of quick highlights before we move on, because they are relevant to what a pitch fest is. I'm still overwhelmed by Heather's comment this morning of 70% of disabilities are invisible. But we also heard from John Paul Farmer about solutions for air quality and flood response. We heard from the head of NYCHA that looked at capital overhaul. We heard from Renee Cummings about the fairness and justice approach of AI. What does that have to do with a pitch fest? In many cases, all of those ideas are ideas that are created by people looking to take advantage of market situations. So that's where we are with this pitch fest. It's an exciting opportunity. We decided at Silicon Harlem to promote our education and innovation. And as a result of that, we had the idea of a pitch fest. And we wanted to have new companies and services introduce their ideas for visibility and prizes. Are you all still seeing me? My video seems to be going in and out.
We can still see you.
Okay. So we had over 50 responding entries, and from that, we selected 4 outstanding companies that you will hear from today. They are in the areas of fintech, edtech, adtech, and technology for inclusion. And so we really, really want to, I'm going to cut my video off right now. We really want to focus in on them and what they are. So here's what you're going to be exposed to over the next 40 minutes or so. Each company is going to present their ideas and solutions to a real world challenge. As we didn't learn anything today, we learned that there are a number of real world challenges out there, and we are expecting all of them to respond to it. We came up with a criteria for them to evaluate, which is a business concept, a market opportunity and the competition within that marketplace, a management or a transition team, the measurement of success and how they achieve their goals, and their overall presentation delivery. And they will be judged by an outstanding panel of judges that we've assembled to look at those areas to help us determine who the winner is. And I'd like to introduce to you those judges right now, because we really are fortunate to have this level of quality in the judges. We have with us Kimberly Gray, who is.
Let me just make one quick comment. Sorry, everyone. By the way, I'm having a little bit of lunch, so it's fun. So the deal is, I talked a little bit about the sponsors earlier, and we're trying to address the sponsors throughout. But we wanted to introduce something new here today. We are now associated with a nonprofit. Silicon Harlem is a for-profit, for you didn't know. So we have a nonprofit now, which is called See Better. It's the See Better Foundation. And the See Better Foundation is actually sponsoring this event. And it will also include a dinner being hosted by MasterCard afterwards. So all the companies that are pitching will be invited to the MasterCard, and I'm going to choose, or not me, the company's going to choose somewhere between 5 to 10 more people to join us for that dinner that MasterCard that is going to sponsor for those who stay on till the end of the summit. So we're going to figure out how to do that, but we're going to look for 10 people to come to this dinner that will happen in the next couple of weeks. So I just want to let you know it's being sponsored by See Better Foundation. You're going to look it up as seebetter.org, and look forward to you guys being a part of it. We're very excited about it, and it's going to make a big difference in this country. So go ahead, Eric, and introduce the folks.
Okay, thanks, Clayton. That was a very important piece of information for everybody to know. back to our judges, we have Kimberly Gray, who is the founder and CEO of UVI, an innovator in the educational tech space. There's Kimberly. We have Claire Young, who is our senior project manager at Silicon Harlem and who has done great work in the area of civic innovation. We have with us from MasterCard, Albie Bolsonaro, who is the Vice President of Global City Partnerships at MasterCard. There's Albie. And we have Bob Ponce, who is the founder and CEO of What's Next Academy, an online learning platform. So those are the 4 individuals that will be listening intently on the pitches and making a determination. I think that you can tell by the diversity that we have, we've got the right people for the job. So without any further ado, I want to move this on. I want to introduce our first presenter. Her name is Marjorie Jones Rocker, and she is going to introduce us to Esteem. Marjorie, if you would share your screen and your information with us, we would be glad to hear from you.
Eric, unfortunately, her connection was lost. Can you go to the next person?
Okay.
Oh, I'm here. I'm here. I had to wait for it to add me as a panelist.
Yeah, plus he was butchering her name. Her name is Marie.
Marie, it's okay.
I'm sorry.
That's all
I
right.
apologize.
It's okay. Nice to meet everyone. Thank you so much. I will share my screen in a minute. And go. Share. I'm gonna present. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Marie Roker Jones. I am co-founder of Esteem, and we have an actionable ESG SaaS solution that really helps employees to connect to causes they care about and also to take action on those causes. So our team consists of myself and my co-founder, Hugo Sereau. We are both very passionate about social impact, diversity, equity, and inclusion, as well as innovation. And what's interesting about our story is that we built Esteem in April of 2020, when at the height of the pandemic in New York City, and we just recently met in person in September when we got accepted into the NYCHA Veteran Future Lab Incubator. And I have over 10 years of experience in social impact, and Hugo has experience in marketing and sales. And I also have experience for advocating for veterans and military families. So who's Esteem? What we're doing is we're really focusing on bridging CSR, corporate social responsibility, and DEI initiatives. And right now, DEI and CSR initiatives are not scalable, and they're not sustainable or impactful. And a lot of the research shows that 41% actually of managers do not know how to integrate DEI into their hiring strategies. And 76% of employees want DEI to be a priority for their companies, yet only 32% of companies actually have a definitive DEI strategy. And although there is this growing need for diversity, equity, inclusion, and corporate social responsibility initiatives, the spending is close to 30 billion. So right now for CSR, companies are paying 20 billion annually, DEI is 8 billion, and for ESG, it's 1 billion. So what are we building? We right now are building the power of tech, and we're building an app that authentically connects employees, nonprofit organizations, as well as a diverse tech community to really leverage the opportunity to to bridge the digital divide and help nonprofits to serve their communities. We are bringing machine learning to allow managers to really take action on DEI. And this platform, the SaaS solution, will also be able to provide unique data insights on ESG, CSR, and DEI. So leaders will be able to measure the impact that they're having on what they're doing with their employees. So we're really looking at how to make corporate social responsibility within the DEI space scalable as well as impactful. We're built to scale. We are actively developing this ecosystem. And right now we have a 300K reach. We have our community is growing over 10% every month. We have 6 EdTech partners, which include General Assembly, as well as we have General Assembly, WeWork, and some other EdTech companies that are working with us to really make sure that they are giving their students an opportunity to elevate their visibility to employers. We have corporate clients right now, PTC, Headspace, Drops, and we've just signed on 2 new clients. We have Reddit that's joining us next month for our hackathon, and we are building a hackathon for Wells Fargo to help them to work on ocean conservancy. And in addition, our pipeline includes LVMH and L'Oreal. So we are addressing a wide opportunity. Right now for TAM, it's a $120 billion. For service is $24 billion, and for some is $240 billion. So as you can see, there is a market for what we're doing. And we want to really be the leader in helping companies to be impactful, particularly for their ESG goals. We also have a unique competitive advantage. Some of our competitors, they brand for DEI, recruit for DEI, and engage teams, but they're not doing the work of diversity, equity, inclusion, as well as corporate social responsibility to meet these ESG goals. So it's not their core initiative. It's not something that they focus on. And this is something that we are uniquely focusing on. So this is my presentation. I want to let you know that Esteem, we're really looking at how do we bridge the gap between good intentions and measurable social impact. Thank you.
Outstanding, outstanding. Thank you so much. I definitely appreciate that. And I think that if any of the judges would have 1 or 2 questions, we have time for it. You can also the audience can put their questions in the Q&A or the chat. If we don't get to all of them, we will make sure that they are forwarded on so that we will be able to provide Esteem with feedback, and they will be able to provide you with further answers. So if any of the judges.
Yeah, I have a quick question. Hi, Marie. Thank you so much for your presentation today.
Hi, Kimberly. Nice to meet you.
You as well. So, just, because I get a lot of this, being a tech founder, describing the market that you're really addressing and the problem that you're solving for. Can you just give me a quick recap of that? So what's the main problem that you're addressing, and who are you addressing this problem for, and who pays for it?
Okay, so we are addressing this problem for small to mid-sized tech companies. And we are also working with diversity, equity, and inclusion chief officers, as well as corporate social responsibility leaders. And what we are designing is a way for them to be able to measure the impact that they're having with their employees as far as employee activism and taking on social issues within diversity, equity, and inclusion. So right now, a lot of companies either do volunteering for their employees, or they have a donor match for employees, but there's nothing that can really be actionable that's consistent, where they can come every month and keep bringing their employees to take on building solutions for these problems with a group. Yeah.
Hi, this is Bob Ponce.
Hey, Bob.
Can you talk a little bit more about the specific financial commitment that the company makes to you, and how is that structured? What are you charging for them? What are the metrics surrounding that?
Oh, sure. So right now, because we're still building our app, we're doing it manually. So customers, we call the sponsoring companies customers, they pay a subscription fee. And we initially had it at 500. And so as we're doing more work and talking to advisors, we found that 2,500 is the ideal cost for companies to initially come on, and they can add additional seats. So for SaaS products where you can get seats for each subscriber, they can add additional seats if they want their mentors to get more education on, developing for their career. But initially, it's just $2,500 for the company to bring on their employees and to meet with our tech community to build these solutions for nonprofits.
And I just have one quick follow-up question is what's your customer base look like today? Like how many subscribers do you have? And what's maybe like your goal for like end of year 2021? And if you've already outlined potential growth goals for the next coming years?
Yes, sure. So right now we have 3 active customers that are reoccurring, and we're adding 2 more, which are Reddit and Wells Fargo. And our goal for the end of the year to have at least 10 to 15 customers, because as we go into our plan, our timeline for growth is not just growing our community, because we're a 2-sided business, we're B2B and B2C. We also want to make sure that we are having our customers continue to renew their subscriptions. So our initial goal for 2022 is to have anywhere from 20 to 30 customers in the first half of the year. And once our app is built, that will allow companies to just do it on their own. So we're looking anywhere for 75 to 100 companies towards the later part of the year.
And if it's okay, I'd love just a quick follow-up question too, is like, as you're managing your growth, what would you say is the primary focus? Is it profitability or impact? Like, what would you say the first goalpost is?
I would say impact first. And the reason we say impact is because we want to be able to tell the story of how we've been able to help these nonprofits, because they're not building out MVPs, they're actually building out functional solutions for these nonprofits. So we're looking at how do we tell the story of how, because our community helped build something for the AAJC, in order to address AAPI, Stop the Hate. And how do we build solutions for better policing of communities of color, which is something we did with openpolice.org. So these are the stories we want to be able to tell to show what can be done when you bridge innovation with DEI and as well as social impact.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Mary, such an impressive concept and presentation. Just
thank you, Claire.
You know how with our younger generation, we really follow businesses that can really devote to humanity and really care. So this is just more important as each day goes by. My question for you is, as your company really has a wide range, you talk about ESG, DEI, and CSR, and the type of companies that you work with seems to range from nonprofit, for-profit, and different sizes of company. So how do you decide the niche or your focus of your startup, and how do you expand on that?
Sure. So let me expand so that we have 3 key stakeholders. The nonprofits are who we are building for. So they are the beneficiary of what we're doing. And so the DEI and CSR part, they come together to help the companies meet those ESG goals. Because right now we want to make sure that companies have a deeper understanding of diversity, equity, inclusion topics, and that they are able to provide their employees with actionable measures of impact. And I'm sorry, the last question you asked was the last part of the question. Can you repeat it?
The focus, we know that you have a wide different sectors.
So we focus on companies that really want to drive inclusive work cultures, but are having challenges with that and are having challenges with getting their employees to engage in giving back. So most of the companies that we are currently partnered with have tried other initiatives or had tried other types of strategies, but it hasn't worked. So we are the ones that are working with them to develop initiatives that align with their missions and their values and is what their employees are looking for. So even though our main focus, as I mentioned to Kimberly, is small to mid-sized tech companies, we do have other companies that come in and ask us for help. And we examine that through the lens of what is the impact that they're looking to have and how can we work together to create that? And are they really committed to diversity, equity, inclusion, as well as ESG? So we want to be mindful of that.
Thank you,
Marie. Eric, you might want to make sure the judges know we gotta move. So maybe 2 judges per thing or something like that, and very little.
That's exactly what I was getting ready to say. I was getting ready to say that. So we're going to try and move on. Thanks, Marie.
Thank you, everyone.
We're going to move to our next company, which is Luis Cano from Mojave, an ad serving platform. Luis, it's on you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. And I want to say thank you to Silicon Harlem for hosting this event today and to all the judges. And I'm going to bring up my presentation now. Okay, let me just go back here. 1 second, please. Can you guys see the deck? Yep, excellent. Okay. So my name is Luis Cano. I am the co-founder and executive of Mojave. And today I'm going to discuss a product called Q. And we are transforming how sponsors and audience engage in both in-person and live events. So our company, our core value has always been around the user experience. We've always felt as a company that we want to deliver a product that entails that individual to be able to walk into an event, engage with their peers, engage with the brands, and including with the event organization to walk away with value. And when we think about the number one asset of an event is 2 things, content and networking. So we want to bring that networking experience really to the forefront. With COVID, networking has become the number 1 priority on a virtual platform. Event engagement in the last 18 months, it has been redefined because of COVID. So today we do a lot of events on virtual platforms. And so what does that mean now when I'm a sponsor? The lack of engagement for a brand today is a real challenge. So Q is trying to change that. And we feel that it's really important for sponsors of events to engage with the audience through a smartphone. In the exceptional value, it's about having contacts and being able to connect with people during and after the event. So I'd like to share with you some key findings from the Forrester research from 2021. The biggest challenge that events still have to this date is ROI. And I think this has been a problem because as we look at the virtual platform, how do we know that who is the sponsor? We don't see their ads. We do not see their signage. So it becomes real challenging. And if we look at this at the last bullet point here, and that is 75% of audience today feel the in-person events are the best because they have a chance to connect. So how do we bridge that in a world today where we have live events and virtual events? And so our goal today is to bridge that in through a technology called Q. So Q is an ad tech solution. So basically what we do is we provide a solution for event planners where they're able to provide their brands the ability to get in front of the audience through a networking capability built in within Q. And so what this does for the brands, as I'm engaging with my peers, whether it be in person or in a virtual platform, I'm able to see advertisement, the support of that message for that event. And if you look at my screen today, you'll notice I have a QR code in the back of my screen. We're leveraging today the Zoom capability, and we do this also with the other virtual platforms like WebEx and Teams. So we are able to take advantage of the space to create a brand, not only for the individual, but also for the brands that are sponsoring these events. So this allows us to be able to network real time in a place like Zoom, and or in, for that matter, any virtual platform. So the advantage of the Q platform, that 75% of the brands see a huge significant improvement, because now the brands are there in front of the audience in their hands through a smartphone. So now when they are able to see my ad, I'm able to click on the ad and be able to take them back to my landing page, where as a sponsor, I'm able to collect primary data. But the most important thing of this is a targeted messaging to a highly qualified audience. This is a private network, so we know that the ads appearing during this event are very specific to this audience. So you're not going to see third-party ads coming from somewhere else that is not relevant to this audience. How do we monetize this? So we do this in two ways. First of all, we have a very unique model, which means that the event planner is able to monetize this because we provide them the capability to be able to sell digital inventories directly to the brands or to the sponsors. It is a private network, which means that the only ads that will appear are the ones that the event planner has approved and has agreed to showcase. And we are able to do this in an in-person or virtual platform. So that means that whether you're on Zoom or your live event, those ads will always appear. The other key plus is the same app. So we're not switching the app out for different environments. It's the same product. So Q has some unique features built into it. Number one is we have our own built-in scanner. So there's no need for third-party scanning technology. We are our own platform, which means that each individual gets a personalized QR code. And we also incorporated social networking, which means that if I connect with you, whether it be in person or virtual, I can connect with you also on Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter. And so we are trying to address the needs of networking beyond our application. And lastly, you're able to import that data into other platforms like Salesforce, Microsoft Office, Sugar CRM. So a small business can start building out their database. Our in-app advertising algorithm is designed not to be intrusive, but it's designed to help the individual be able to connect in such a way with the audience and be able to see ads at a frequency of every 3 connections, 1 ad. The marketplace is huge. We believe the sponsorship market this year is going to be $70 billion worldwide. Digital advertising is forecast at $118 billion. So when we look at the digital inventory in 2025, we're looking at about 5 million ads will be available just for event marketing for brands to be able to invest in this platform. Our growth for the next few years, 2022, we're forecasted to do about 1.5 million. And the reason that we're now excited about this growth, because now everybody has a better idea how to manage their events, whether it be virtually or in person. This year, we are now working with about 100 companies. Next year, we're looking to go up to 400. Companies we work with today include BMW, UPS, Disney. We work with some large non-for-profit organizations, which includes WeBank. Number of users, now we're well over 100,000. In 2022, we're reaching a goal of 2 million. By 2025, 20 million users. Our executive team, I am the CEO and co-founder. James,
I'm going to give you the 1 minute time frame. So
thank you.
At least one question in.
Yeah, and then Coach James is our co-founder, and then that's our executive team, and then we're looking to raise 500,000, which is for branding of our company, and that brings us to the end. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Luis. I really appreciate it. If any of the judges has one question that we can get in real quick.
I do have one question. First of all, Luis, thank you so much for this presentation. I think it's a great market. It's a huge market, as you mentioned. I just have a quick question, more so along the lines of your competition, primarily because do you consider this more as your own interface, or could this be an IT, like a white label solution as well, right? So I wonder, do you consider Twilio, for example, as a competition?
So from the ad management or this event marketing tools out there, most of them, what they do today is they address the side of managing an event. So we are now looking to partner with other companies as an add-on solution, like with Zoom and maybe Tippin. So we are looking to partner with those companies because our feature is very unique and it's easier for them to embrace us as an add-on as opposed to build this up on their own.
Okay, got it. So you would be open to like white label, like you
Yes.
use your technology and interface to support these companies, and then you kind of just are like some dots in between.
Correct, yes.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kimberly, for that question. Thank you so much, Elise. And we definitely appreciate your work and getting to us and presenting. And we will move to our next company. Our next company will be Sabrina Lamb. Sabrina is working with a fintech company, and she's going to introduce us to WCAISA.
Good afternoon, everyone. As introduced, I am Sabrina Lamb, the founder and the CEO of WCAISA. In Swahili, WCAISA means to invest. And let's go to the screen. So how did WCAISA begin? I'm also the founder and the executive director of the World of Money, the leading provider of immersive financial education for children ages 7 to 18. Fun fact, we were just honored by Motley Fool as the best overall financial literacy app. But as a global international advocate for financial inclusion and financial education, I noticed through different parts of the world and even parts of America where certain historically underserved communities have been excluded from the final frontier in creating generational wealth, and that is to invest. Let's go to the video.
Hey, can you envision a world when those who have historically not invested use their mobile phones to purchase fractional and whole shares in U.S. publicly traded companies with zero trading fees? That time has come. WCAISA. Finally, from your mobile phone, you can start investing to build wealth. WCAISA. Just download the WCAISA app, create your account, receive financial education. WCAISA. Join the WCAISA online community. Research companies, then purchase fractional or whole shares in U.S. publicly traded companies. You become a financially educated and protected investor. WCAISA has one empowering objective: generational wealth and financial inclusion for the culture of investing. WCAISA.
So WCAISA is supported by an amazing team, a management team with over 25 years of Wall Street experience, cultural experience. They range from global as well as CFO training, professional MBA players that are pivoting to entrepreneurship as well as advocacy. And so we have a very strong management team for WCAISA. So what is the problem? Shouldn't we all be able to invest? Well, when it comes to the African American community and many other historically marginalized communities, the problem is the lack of financial education. Many prefer but don't know a Black or Latinx financial advisor, or they also lack access to a 401k plan. Remember, there was a time in the world where when we had employment, everyone had a 401k. Well, that's not true anymore. And many experience social risk and even economic risk or fear of that risk. Many of you have heard the statistics, the stats regarding, the racial and ethnic wealth gap. It is not getting any better. It starts with financial education and being able to provide an entree to be able to invest, but not to invest for the sake of investing, everyone. It's for, you must have investor financial education first, then invest. So African American experience, they share according to data that they don't trust, financial services institutions. They feel that they're disrespected, that they prefer that their investment firm, if they are with one, that they have some sort of diversity, and they're less likely to have a financial advisor. When it comes to WCAISA, I will say that WCAISA is the only Black woman-owned, led, invest fintech in America, and there's one amazing woman that has a fintech on the continent of Africa in Nigeria. So WACASA, our vision is, of course, to launch here in America because we're headquartered in New York, but we're also registered in Nairobi, Kenya, but also to serve here in America and throughout the diaspora. So the market is huge, but of course, again, we launch here and serve in America first, and then we tiptoe across the pond to the continent of Africa, first with Nairobi, Kenya, and of course, the same issue exists in the Caribbean, having access to being able to purchase fractional or whole shares in US publicly traded companies. The diaspora is huge, and over 140 million Africans who are born and on the continent currently reside here in America. So we obviously include those amazing members as well. So how do we measure success? Well, the app is done. Our app is done. We have a strong broker-dealer partnership. We have a strong management team. We intend to launch by the end of fourth quarter this year or first quarter next year. The website is built, the collateral. We have WACASians wearing their WACASA polo shirt on social media. So everyone, we're at the door. And we also are determined to invest in HBCUs as well as to provide computers and classroom supplies to underserved US school districts. Are there any other competitors with WACASA that are similar to WACASA? I would say sort of and then no. As I said, it's the only African-American woman-led and Black-owned led invest fintech in America, but we are very intentional about providing investor financial education. It's so important, and that's how we distinguish ourselves, as well as who and where we are determined to serve. How do we make money? If it's free, and Sabrina, you did say it was free, right? Well, how does WACASA make money? We make money through white label, B2B services, referral marketing, robo-advisory services, so that you understand what is your risk and what is your goals, as well as curated WACASA events. So the ask, as we're meeting with investors, is $500 to $1 million in pre-seed funding. As I said, the app is done. We're ready to go. And to learn more about our crowdfunding campaign, just hold up your phone for our QR code. And remember, a financially educated investor is WACASA's happiest member. Thank you all for listening. Ask me anything.
Thank you so much, Sabrina. We're going to try and see if we can get one question from a judge, and then we're going to move to our last presentation. Is there one question out there, Bob?
Yeah. I'll throw one out there. Just, I saw the relationship there and the partnerships with HBCUs, which is really exciting. I don't know if you know, but at MasterCard, we have really great partnerships that we've launched. I just want to know, what does that partnership look like, and what's the impact to students and Greek organizations, et cetera?
Sure. So the partnership is about financial education, financial investor education. We just returned, as a matter of fact, from a MasterCard sponsored college event in Los Angeles. So we partner with World of Money in this. But to everyone, we must start with education, because everybody wants to invest in the shiny thing. But do you have a savings account? What is your risk factor? And to feel worthy of investing in your own financial liberation.
Awesome. Thank you, Sabrina.
Awesome.
Let's talk.
Thanks so much, Sabrina. That was excellent. Excellent. We really appreciate it. And great questions from our judges. They are really focused in, as you can tell. And now we're going to have our last presentation by Zanaya Lewis. Zanaya heads Yes She Can campaign, who will be presenting her outreach to us. Zanaya, go ahead. We're up and ready for you.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Zanaya Lewis, and I am the founder and CEO and executive director of the Yes She Can campaign. And the company that we are pitching is our EdTech platform called Schuyler. And our motto is making private scholarship policies more transparent. So did you know that students can be penalized for winning private scholarships? The Schuyler is an EdTech platform powered by our organization that helps students and families understand university private scholarship policies and the practice of scholarship award displacement. Our goal is to ensure students and families will be able to make informed college and financial decisions. The inspiration from this project came from my personal story. When I was an undergrad, I was a senior undergrad, I won a $25,000 scholarship from a private scholarship company. And when I submitted the award to my university, I was notified that my university practiced scholarship award displacement and that they will be eliminating half of my need-based scholarship at the school. They eliminated my work study, and they also increased my federal loans. And I was left to pay over $15,000 out of pocket. And my college gave me two choices, either to drop out of school or to get a private loan. So many students across this country are encouraged to apply to private scholarships, but no one tells students that they can be penalized for winning private scholarships. So our team is very inspired by this issue because 2 of the 4 team members of my team have experienced scholarship award displacement. And our organization, Yes You Can campaign, is focused on providing college access and career readiness skills to students across the nation. So we all believe that this is an important issue to ensure every student can receive the opportunities and resources and receive a higher education. So the issue that the Schuyler is trying to solve is the issue of scholarship award displacement by making private scholarship policies more transparent and through our advocacy efforts. Through our research, we learned that universities across the United States all have different private scholarship policies, and most of their private scholarship policies aren't transparent. So they don't tell students from the beginning that they have a private scholarship policy where they may adjust their financial aid. They never tell students that. So our organization is really trying to bring awareness to this issue so that students won't be in my situation where I didn't know at all. So according to a recent data by Student Beans, 50% of United States college students who receive private scholarship experience scholarship award displacement. And so this prevents them from actually making full use of their scholarships that they have earned. And most times it also makes students have to either get a private loan or it even increases their federal loans. So I know everyone's probably wondering, so how do schools practice scholarship award displacement? And there's different ways. Some schools either eliminate your university's merit scholarship or need-based scholarship. Some universities increase or decrease your federal loans. And some universities actually eliminate a student's work study. So the services that our organization provides is one, a free scholarship award displacement college review, where we are able to help students understand if the school that they're applying to or the school that they attend practices scholarship award displacement. We also create a database with 4-year accredited colleges where we outline a school's scholarship award displacement policy so that students can have a platform where all the scholarship policies are on one website. We also do panels and workshops about this issue just to spread awareness to students and families because a lot of students don't know about this practice or families. We also consult with scholarship providers to let them know about this practice because in my instance, my scholarship provider never knew about scholarship award displacement until it happened to me. And we're also focused on advocacy, making sure that there's federal and state legislation that prevents universities from practicing this practice. So our business model is that we focus on providing resources to students, parents, college counselors, scholarship providers, funders, and also college access nonprofits. In our business model, we've been able to receive donations to make sure our website is up to par. We've also been able to do speaking engagements with the NYCHA. We have apparel where we sell apparel to make sure that we can make sure that this website is free for everyone. And in 2022, we're also going to be opening our consulting program. Some successes of our organization is that our advocacy led to a New Jersey state bill to be signed into law to outlaw scholarship award displacement at all public universities in New Jersey. And Governor Murphy signed the bill into law last month. We've also been able to help create the first federal bill that addresses scholarship award displacement. It's called the Helping Students Plan for College Act, and it's a bipartisan bill to address scholarship award displacement nationwide. We've also been able to create a scholarship Scholarship Providers Coalition with over 40 scholarship providers across the country to share resources about scholarship award displacement and how we can dismantle this practice. And our workshops and virtual content has reached over 100 students across the nation to give them resources about scholarship award displacement. And our advocacy has inspired the federal government and local governments to actually act on this issue. So our market, we're actually the only organization that's really leading this fight nationwide. We've went to different nonprofit organizations and scholarship providers, and many of them have told us that they don't have the capacity and that they are honestly scared to take on this practice because they have business deals with different universities, and so that might hurt their business deals. And here at the Yes You Can campaign, we don't have those type of business deals, and our main mission is to really dismantle this practice so that all students will be able to have a higher education. And so scholarship providers, counselors, nonprofits, they come to our organization to learn more about this issue and how they can tackle it.
We're running into the 2-minute warning. So
okay, great. Yes, I'm great. So our measurement of success is just making sure that we can add all the 4-year accredited colleges on our database. And so we will need funding for that. We have state policies and federal policies. Once they are passed, that will show that we won't even have to have this scholared anymore once we can get a federal policy and law passed to dismantle this practice. But if we can also get state legislation passed as well. Also, we know that federal legislation, state legislation takes time. So scholarship providers can also do their part by having policies in their scholarship foundations that ensure that their students aren't being victims of scholarship award displacement. And then awareness, just spreading awareness about this issue is important because when students know if a school practices scholarship award displacement, then they can make a decision on what college is financially affordable for them. So our organization is just trying to make private scholarships more transparent, and we just want to dismantle scholarship award displacement, fully, so that we won't have to have this scholared. And we believe that every student should have the opportunities and resources to achieve their dreams, and they shouldn't be penalized for winning a private scholarship. So thank you.
Thank you. First of all, that was very informative, and for a parent that just had a son that graduated from college, I understand that. If there's one question from one of the judges, we would like to get that in, and then I will wrap up with what the next steps are.
Zenny, thank you for such an important initiative. I see that you're already making changes nationwide. So proud of you and very, very impressive. So my question is, what kind of help you need to keep scaling and keep raising awareness so that we can even making more impact in students' life?
Yes, so the help what we would need is honestly funding so we can keep the website and improve the website, because I made the website myself with Wix, but I know that there's so many different other platforms that can really help us, create a website that's better. Also, we also have to enter each university scholarship policy one by one in the database. And so we can create a database where we can automatically just enter all the information. That would be much more easier. So that's the type of help that we need. We really need funding so that we can expand this website so it can also reach so many students, and it also be easier on our side to incorporate all the information. Thank you.
Thank you again, Zanaya. Thank you for a wonderful presentation that was very informative, that will help us all as we move forward. So now it's in the hands of the judges, where scores are coming in. We're going to be tallying them up, and they will be presented with the winner at the end of the last panel today. Clayton is going to be making the award, and we are closing out this Pitchfest. I again want to thank each of the participants for their hard work and presentation, and for our judges for their diligence and focus. And I will turn it back over to you now, Britt.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And congratulations to all of the participants in the Pitchfest. Each of you did a phenomenal job representing yourselves. So next up, we have a video by Boxabl.
Where you can live large for very little. Your Boxabl casita arrives complete right out of the box. With a full-size shaker-style kitchen, huge fridge, dishwasher, oven, microwave, a tall window right over the sink, and an adorable breakfast bar for two. And behind this contemporary sliding glass barn door, you'll find a full-size bathroom with a shower, tub, a backlit mirror over the glass vessel sink, and a whole lot of drawers for storage. Everywhere, we'll keep you warm or cool with included heating and air conditioning and the mood right with dimmable LED lighting over the tall 8-foot windows under the even taller 9-foot 6-inch ceiling. We've obsessed so much over the details that even our outlets have integrated USB plugs for your electronic convenience. Enjoy all these great features with a home priced at a remarkable $49,500 or only about $250 per month, and ultra-low utility bills on average of about $28 per month. And when you're ready for a little more room, we'll be ready with more bedrooms, more living room, and even a second story. Boxables are built tough with precision, from steel and concrete, and are pretty much everything proof. Boxabl, dedicated to providing homeowners with greater freedom by lowering the ownership costs with a home designed to the highest standards of quality, strength, and sustainability to last for generations.
Found this home in a box innovative and exciting? You can drop it in the chat. But wait until you hear from the CEO of Boxabl, Mr. Paolo Tiramani, as he chats with Clayton Banks about the future of sustainable and affordable housing. So first, let me tell you a little bit about this gentleman. So Paolo Tiramani is an American industrial designer and engineer. Currently, he is CEO and majority holder of Boxabl, a construction technology startup with a post-money evaluation of $226 million. Let that settle in for a second. He is also the CEO of technology investment fund group 500. Mr. Tiramani's work is super diverse. Can anyone guess in the chat? Throw out some numbers here for me. How many patents he holds? How many patent filings he holds? Drop some numbers in the chat for me. Okay, so I see 25. All right, who else has a guess? 50. Okay, a little bit higher, a little bit higher. That's my hint. A lot. Oh, okay, 200, 175. All right, Julie is the closest. So Mr. Tiramani holds 155 patent filings. Thank you, Mark. I see you in there. Covering a diverse mix of inventions and intellectual property, including hardware, housewares, juvenile sporting goods, medical, personal care, construction, and automotive. In 2020, Boxabl showcased their new consumer product, the Boxabl Casita, at the NAHB International Builder Show with Builder Magazine. Mr. Tiramani showed the new product and the future of high quality, affordable building construction, including disaster relief, FEMA, and accessory dwelling units called ADUs. Please drop in a chat and give him a lot of love as he sits down with Mr. Banks.
Well, thank you very much, Britt. And welcome, Paolo. I'm so happy to finally see you in person. We had a little bit of talk prior, and there's nothing like a man with a helmet on his head. So I love that you're dressed for the thing here. I got a quick question for you right off the top. I want to hear more about you. I see you got all the hardware and everything around you. I love it. All I need to see is a hammer and a nail. Oh, no, not with Boxabl. All right, let's figure this out. I wanted to, before we get into your personal, because we'd love to hear your background, but is it really possible? Everybody listen to me, because this is what I've learned about Boxabl. One of the many things that I've learned. And I'm just asking Paolo, is this really real? Because I have rarely seen a home, any home, that is bug resistant, water resistant, fire resistant, really wind resistant, and mold resistant. Am I getting that right with Boxabl? Help me understand. Is that true?
Well, Clayton, thank you very much for that very nice introduction. And it's very, very nice to meet you indeed. And the bottom line is absolutely, we are a bug, mold, pretty much waterproof, rated non-flammable. And we are wind resistant as well. Well, I guess it depends on the blowhard, right? But yes, we are in fact wind resistant. I'm not sure what category rating, hurricane rating, we are resistant, but it is structurally really a quite superior product to conventional field construction, absolutely.
Well, I'm so impressed, and the videos that you've been able to share with us, and all of you can go on the website and check out Boxabl. You'll find it to be just really inspiring. Tell me a little bit about, if you don't mind, a little bit about yourself and how this company got, founded.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll start with myself. I have industrial design and mechanical engineering degrees in the Central School in London. I'm originally Italian, grew up in London. I've been here for a very long time in America. Kept going west from Europe to New York. And then that felt a little bit constraining. So we came out even further west to Las Vegas. It's absolutely fantastic here in Las Vegas. We can't go any further west because it would be California and Hawaii. And we're certainly not going to California, and Hawaii's got too much water. So pretty much permanently settled here to set up the business. And my background is I have an intellectual property licensing company, which is just a fancy way of saying that we filed patents. We had a team of innovators, engineers, mechanical engineers, industrial designers, and we just filed patents for industry and really commercialized just a lot of great inventions over the years. And a few years ago, I decided, I suppose, that I wanted to become an operator in a space rather than a licensor. A licensor would be similar to somebody that writes a song or a book and they get paid a royalty for every time it's played or bought. And we simply did that with inventions. So we make $1 or $2 with all the many inventions that we did, and those dollars added up. So we said, okay, if instead of just doing the IP, the intellectual property side, if we actually became operators in a space, let's fix the problem. Let's fix the big problem. So we didn't come up with the idea. We came up with the problem. We sat around. It took a couple of years to just figure out what the biggest problem was that we could assist in. And building construction really stood out. It's a pre-industrial marketplace right now with no national brand, no efficiencies of scale, total disaster. And the reason it's pre-industrial really simply means pre-factory. And pre-factory, they're not built in a factory just because they're big. And we said, wow, this is a marketplace that should exist. Everything else that we use in our lives, from the glasses and the great suit you're wearing, all built in a factory, except buildings are not, because buildings are big with a lot of physical limitations. So we said, wow, if we can bring this pre-industrial marketplace into a post-industrial, into a factory environment, we can take advantage of all modern resources. And that was the sort of the overriding principle. And we said, yeah, if we're going to get involved as operators, this is big enough, and let's run with that. So that's sort of brought us up to the starting gates for the company, if you like.
That's awesome, and it's what I love about everything in terms of Boxabl is that you're starting with a lot of vulnerable people. I mean, it's really ideal for people who are quite vulnerable around this world. And, there's nothing more important than having somewhere to live. So it's just really inspiring in a lot of ways. How long have you guys been at this? And when am I going to get one in New York?
Great questions. Yeah, just to answer, just to respond to your first comment there. Yeah, I mean, the company has been stood up to do good works. We're not a charity. We're not registered as a charity. We are for profit. We're a C corporation, but we are good works. And the mission of the company, just to put our arms around the whole thing, is very, very simple. It revolves around 4 things. We want to put as many roofs over as many people's heads as we can at the highest quality at the lowest cost. That's it. That's the mission of the company, and everything can flow from there. The patents and the thoughts behind it go back a few years. It took us just a couple of years once we decided that building construction was a complete disaster. We needed to try and fix it. It actually took probably 2 years just to figure out the right questions to ask. And that's the first place any innovative stream begins. You have to find a problem, and then you have to ask the right questions and not to ask too many dumb questions. So that took a couple of years further to start to scope out some of those answers. And more specifically, we came from New York area, fantastic New York area, to the West Coast here in Las Vegas just about 4.5 years ago. And you know, we hit the ground running. We didn't know anybody. So we brought just key guys. My partner came down from Northern California, a serial entrepreneur. We brought a couple of key guys with us out west, moved into a rented office, and here we are 4.5 years later. We did have a plan, of course, and as you can see behind me, it's not a rented office anymore.
That's impressive. I mean, it really is. That's a short period of time to get to this point that you've done. And, you know, maybe you made some good bets in Las Vegas. No, okay. So anyway, well, let's build on this. Don't avoid my New York question. All right, let's get back to New York. When am I going to get one in New York?
Yeah, absolutely. So what we have right now is we stood up this factory behind us. It's 170,000 square feet, 4 acres under roof, 3 football fields. It's 1/8 of a mile long. We all need scooters to get around. And this will be able to make a home every 90 minutes. That's the projection. And that sounds terrific, make a home every 90 minutes. But that's only about 3,500 homes per year. Our order book is really a multiple of that. So what we're doing now, we stood up this factory from a gray shell, what's called a gray shell out west here. It's basically just a completely empty building, no electric, nothing. And in 7 months, we moved in. I don't think anybody could have done it quicker. And we've been live for 5 weeks. And there is a big overlap. It's called production hell, where you go from a prototype to manufacturing production. And we're sort of approaching the end of that overlap and getting up to speed on the manufacturing. And what we'll be doing is standing up another factory after this one, significantly larger. So it's a pretty long wait list right now. And if folks want to jump on, there's no cost, and they can put their name on the wait list. So the short answer is I can't tell you, and I apologize for not being more precise.
No, it's fine. Just put my list at the top. Let me jump the line. So anyway, because I might have some really good. You and I should talk about some land that I have down in Florida, so we can talk about.
That'd be great. That'd be great.
So anyway, so what are the opportunities here for a lot of people on this call are coming from a tech prism, have a lot of access to software and hardware and things of that nature. But what are some of the outcomes beyond the homing of it? How do you see this impacting, like, I don't know, workforce development or education, skills, things of that nature?
Yeah, absolutely. So Boxabl is a building technology, and the best way for your audience to think about it is they're building shells or building boxes. Best way to think about it is as Legos. They're really just big box Legos. You think of the little square one that we played with as a child, and then the rectangular one with the 8 bumps, and then the one in the middle that nobody really used. That one.
Love Legos.
So those 3 are the building shells, and you can stack them. I think in full production we'll be able to stack 5 high and connect them, stack them, cantilever them, 3 porches and decks. And unless you're an Eskimo living in an igloo around igloo, we're all living in rectangular buildings. And the fundamentals of our building shells are we have 9.5-foot ceilings, which is very tall, and a 40-foot clear span. So these are very large rooms to be configured to build pretty much anything. And our first configuration is the one that you played, which is the 20 by 20 foot casita. And so it's a product that's based on the smallest square building shell. And our first configuration means what we put in it. It's been configured as a studio home. And, that's what we're selling. That's what's rolling out the door now here on a daily basis. And the company will expand very, very quickly, I believe, into producing, hundreds of configurations with pretty much any building construction type that you can imagine. It would build most things most of the time, from these backyard sort of California ADUs, which is for your audience is an accessory dwelling unit or granny flats, to anything, log cabin, mid-rise home, mansions, apartments, pretty much anything is the use case.
Talk about the environmental impact. Is it superior to what we do these days in terms of building? Is there an environmental impact?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a very important part of the company to be not to have any negative impact on the environment, and it starts with the fact that we're in a factory. So fields, when buildings are built out in an open field, as they are traditionally now, the site waste is absolutely staggering, and oftentimes it's just buried, and it's just hauled away to landfills, and then it's not processed. We're in a factory. We're fully OSHA compliant, so that means we take care of our waste. We're able to recycle our waste, and it's really impossible to recycle that waste effectively in the field. And our recycling the waste, we don't have a lot of waste, because waste is waste. Waste is inefficient. It's right there in the word. And so the building process really does not create a tremendous amount of waste. And then in terms of recyclability in the field, the product itself is ultimately recyclable. For example, for FEMA, disaster, what happens now with FEMA is they put down trailers or tents and they become slums. With a Boxabl product, for example, a disaster can be served by Boxabl products, and those Boxabl products then can be repurposed into apartment buildings, schoolhouses, municipalities, whatever is needed. And then probably third, there's probably more than three, the thermal capacity. We're basically a thermal battery. If you need to stay cool, you stay cool. If you need to stay hot, you're going to stay hot. These things are sealed up so tight that the thermal capacity, there's no thermal bridging. So they use much less energy, and that's good for the grid, and that's good for the homeowner's pocketbook. And so we've paid a lot of attention to the recyclability and getting to sort of a net zero footprint with the product.
This is fabulous. There's been a few questions coming up in the chat. I'm going to try to address some of those to you, Paolo. No, but I have a question. Did you choreograph this call? I mean, I see a forklift going behind you, a forklift. I mean, it's like this is a real manufacturing thing you got behind you. It's awesome seeing the people going.
This is absolutely right. I'll give you a quick roundabout. This is our studio, absolutely massive studio behind me. We have a popped up Boxabl. We have 30-foot ceilings. We have a giant garage door to bring stuff in and out. We did put this, we're in the executive conference room right now, and we did put the conference room at the beginning of the line. So it is the most impressive viewpoint. There is some marketing there, but we've got, I think, about 95 or 98 people back there today, and we have about 25 people in the main office. And they're just doing their thing. They're just, we're lucky if we don't get somebody that walks by and moons us or does something inappropriate.
I'm very impressed. I'm very impressed that you didn't put any slot machines in there. So it's
yeah.
So talk to me on like Boxabl themselves. I know you have different models coming out. What's the capacity like? Do you see moving forward? I know you'll probably get into even further deeper in with businesses and stuff like that. But from a dwelling for a family, have you got some sort of plan on how big they can get, how small they can get? Is that still being experienced or experimented? love to see what the future looks like.
Yeah, absolutely. So we actually debuted the technology in, I think, 2019. That to me to that at the International Builder Show here in Las Vegas, and we showcased a 1,600 square foot 2-family home. It was super nice, and but we weren't very structured. We were just showcasing the technology, and at the end of it, customers said, "Okay, great. Super nice. What can we buy?" And our answer was, we don't know. So my partner and I and the team got back and said, okay, we have to configure for something. So we configured the smallest box into this casita, and we have, I think, over 100,000 pre-orders in our order book. It's just an absolutely staggering reaction, not like nothing I've ever seen in my career. So we have the ability and the luxury, I would say, on just producing the casita in very, very high volume. And that's good for everybody because it's good for the business, because it allows us to stand up the business with much less friction in terms of purchasing and talking to customers to see which home they would want to buy. There's only one to buy right now. So we're sort of in a Model T Ford. You know, famously, Henry Ford said, you know, you can have it any color as long as it's black, and he just made the Model T Ford, and we're definitely more colorful than that, but we are just concentrating now on fulfilling that order book with the casita, and then we will roll out bedroom boxes, living room boxes, and things like that. And what's really fascinating about this is we've taken care of, you know, pardon the pun, the heavy lifting of construction. And this will allow the customer to configure their own home. So you asked a question about sort of technology earlier, and we're able to plug in what's common in the technology world because we have a system-based solution to building construction. And what does that look like for the homeowner? And very soon, within a year or two, that homeowner will be able to go to our website, and there will be a library of hundreds and hundreds of configurations of homes, townhomes, anything they can imagine that have been created by the public, the ultimate democratization of design. I mean, absolutely fantastic. And they will be able to take one, you might have a couple, and they may take breeze through, search 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, whatever style, pick the one they want. And then with our software, they'll be able to just snap and connect, and it will give them a running price with a bill of materials, an actual price, and even an anticipated mortgage rate. And that use case for the onesie customer that has a piece of land is great, but it also bodes very well and serves contractors and large tract builders like the sort of D.R. Hortons and the Pulte's of the world, where we provide all of this value. We engineer and we create it once, and then it can be used tens and hundreds of thousands of times by other people. So we think that's a good idea. If you have one person doing something that tens of hundreds of thousands of folks can use, you know, that's a good deal for everybody.
It's a great deal, and I see where you're coming from a scaling perspective as well. I'm going to take a couple of questions through the chat. So get ready. These are New York oriented questions. Okay. So
very familiar with New Yorkers.
All right. So the first one is there an application here for urban environments stacking, for example, where one might not have first floor land access?
Yeah, absolutely. Stack and connect. So we think that the first generation we're able to stack, I believe, 3 high. We're going through our certs on that, certifications on that. And our next generation, which we're actively working on now, which will look the same from the outside, but we keep refining, improving the process. And we think, our engineers think that we'll be able to certify to go up to 5 stories tall. So you'll be able to stack these adorable boxes 5 stories tall and build a beautiful townhouse with an internal stair, an external stair. And, you know, we're architecturally neutral, which means that you can, we call it gingerbread. You can gingerbread the exterior however you want. If you want a colonial, contemporary, and adobe, just really ultimate freedom and speed effectiveness to the customer. So use cases on small lots Go vertical, absolutely.
Thank you for that. And thank you for the question, Yeleni. We also have a question from Jolie. Are the materials safe environmentally? But now he knows because I already asked that. So let's go to the next one. Eric is asking, are the products fully insurable?
Hi, Eric. Yes, absolutely. And you'll be able to insure them any one of a number of different ways. We're basically built to a modular code standard, the modular code. So again, it's pre-industrial, pre-factory. So we have an unformed marketplace with sort of Byzantine rules that go state by state. It's part of being an underdeveloped product category. If I could just take a very short side road, and if you pardon the pun, it would be like you buying a car, and for every state you would have to get your car certified. It's absolutely outrageous. So the closest national code that we have is the modular code. We're working our way through state by state to be modular certified. We will be with the federal government writing our own Boxabl code, national standard, to get rid of some of these state by state issues. And so you'll be able to insure this, put it down, and certify it as a modular home. You'll be able to take out a regular 30-year fixed mortgage. But because we live in the future and because we live in a Boxabl world, if you have a Boxabl product, you don't have to put it down permanently. If you can put it down temporarily as well, and it really depends on your use case. So it's really all of the above, whether you want to put it down as a temporary structure, as a trailer, or a permanent home with 30-year fixed mortgage. You can do all of the above, and we'll certainly be working with mortgage companies. So as time goes on, when our customers pick up the phone to mortgage companies, they will know about Boxabl, and it will be familiar to them.
You know, on a side note, you used the term casitas, and I don't know if you were able to, while you were in New York, stroll through Upper Manhattan in Harlem, and particularly East Harlem. You know, we have casitas. They're not made out of Boxabl material, but we literally have casitas. There's actually a tour. You can look at them. They're very, very cool. So I love that. They just pop up. You're like walking down the street, like, what is that? You know, and it's like very cool. So there is one more question that from the chat, and we're going to start wrapping up a little bit. So after the insurance question came from Peter, lead certifiable.
Hi, Peter. So I'd have to check in on the lead certification. We are going through our certs right now. We're going through all of our panel load testing, hurricane ratings. I can tell you in just sort of holistically that we absolutely outperform everything that's field constructed right now. You know, you don't need, I mean, for example, a base, you know, homes need a solid foundation currently because they're put up with little sticks and nail guns. You know, ours travels on a truck, and the integrity of the product is incredible. The casita, you can just hold it up in the four corners to give you an idea of the structural integrity. So I can't answer your question specifically about leads certification because I don't have that at my fingertips, but you can presume that we will not be satisfied with current code standards. They are not good enough as far as we're concerned.
Two questions from Roxanne. One is, how do you get utilities in this casita, and what type of land do you need for the casita?
So the beautiful thing about the casita, it has smart walls, I would say. I actually hate that expression smart, but it's
tech-enabled. We use tech-enabled.
Oh, I like that. I'm Clayton, I'm going to use that for you. So we have tech-enabled walls.
You owe me $5.
You got it. I'm making a note, $5. So the walls already have the wiring and the plumbing and everything in them. When you unpack a casita, it's like unpacking your iPhone. You don't expect to be screwing it together. You know, you unpack it, it's done. It's got the kitchen, the appliances, the washer dryer, the refrigerator, full size. Everything's full size, and it is done. And all the utilities, the water, the waste, the electric, all ports to one corner, one of the side walls. There's nothing comes out from underneath the bottom of the casita, and you just port to one corner. And then anywhere you can put a foundation, you can, like a regular home, you can certainly put a casita. So you can think of it as just a product that takes care of a lot of those structural issues.
Ruth has a quick question. We'll get you just one or two more. Ruth had the question of how are city and towns rules changing housing permits to allow these types of homes?
Yeah, hi Ruth, great question. So again, we're going through 50 state certification, which is grueling, but it's you just go through one by one, and you're absolutely right that it's just again Byzantine, you know, from state to local municipalities and codes. We have an agreement and a landing page with the folks at permits.com. So you just go to permits.com, you type in the address of your lot or where you might like to build, and they'll feed you back for a small amount of money what's required to get permits to put a Boxabl down. So fairly straightforward.
Love it, love it. Let's sum it up here. Paolo, let me tell you, I'm very grateful you even, you know, took the time with us. You're talking to a lot of people that are in technology, a lot of people that are entrepreneurs, a lot of people that are very community oriented, and certainly all pretty much tied to, I think, a similar vision of yours, which is why not get everybody inside, you know what I mean, and have a home or something. So I really, really appreciate you taking the time, but can you sum it up for us? What are the last things we need to know from you, and how we can support you too?
Yeah, absolutely. So again, Boxabl is a good works company.
I have to interrupt you. So somebody's insisting me, and I believe it's Roxanne, and somebody else might have asked it, but two people are asking the same thing. They're asking about the colder environment question, right? So will these things survive in snow and stuff like that?
Roxanne, go for it. It's good to be pushy. So that's a great question. So with traditional homes, you have something called thermal bridging, and they're the bits of wood that are in your home every 16 inches. And you can consider those bits of wood like a superhighway that brings either cold from one side to the other or heat from one side to the other. Boxabl homes are basically made of steel, concrete, and insulation, zero thermal bridging. So you can think of us as an igloo cooler, I would say, if you want to stay cool inside, and you can think of us as a thermos if you want to stay warm inside. So almost zero thermal bridging, and it's just a complete revolution compared to traditionally built homes.
Excellent.
We'll keep you cool.
Sum it up for us. What is the lasting thing you want us to know, and anything, how we can be of helpful? We certainly will have you back as you start launching even more. So yeah, any marching orders for us?
Yeah, so you know, Boxabl is a technology company in a physical space. The product category which we're inventing is post-industrial building construction. We do believe, from what we're seeing, that this will be a tsunami in the marketplace. We're growing extraordinarily rapidly. And for the folks, please just keep an eye on us, like us. We love all the comments, and the feedback is extraordinarily important, because we are here for the customers and for the folks. So all the feedback you can give us, what you like and what you don't like. We're good with the negative comments, but although we seem to receive mostly positive comments. So just give us all the feedback, follow us, keep an eye on us, and hopefully we'll be able to scale this thing into an absolutely humongous beast, do a little bit of good in the world.
Well, thank you so much, Paolo. I mean, I think that's exactly what you're doing. There's nothing wrong with making money doing good. And I appreciate that you put such a focus on that. We're seeing, you know, just from the pandemic, how many people really are suffering. So this is a very timely business, and we love it. And I hope I can have a tour of your manufacturing company sometime. I'm that kind of geek. I like going to those kind of places. So poor Roxanne, she keeps saying, don't hate on California. So she's
you know, I still want one. I'm still looking for my Boxabl casita.
Thank you, Paolo. Everybody give him a hand. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We'll talk soon. Okay.
Pleasure. Pleasures meet you and your team. Thank you.
Okay.
Excellent. That was such a great conversation between Clayton and Paolo. We really appreciate you all just giving us insight into the Boxabl company, but then also into the product as well. So thank you so, so much. All right, so next up we have a well sought after principal engineer from Google Cloud, Mr. Kelsey Hightower. So Kelsey has worn every hat possible throughout his career in tech and enjoys leadership roles focused on making things happen and shipping software. Kelsey is a strong open source advocate focused on building simple tools that make people smile. When he is not slinging Go code, you can catch him giving technical workshops covering everything from programming, system administration, and his favorite Linux distro of the month, Core OS. Please welcome Mr. Kelsey Hightower as he speaks with Mr. Banks about sometimes you need to study the past in order to understand the future. Very provocative statement. I love it. Study the past in order to understand the future. I love that.
Well, thank you, Britt. And wait a minute. There's Kelsey.
Yeah, I'm here. I was waiting for you. I was assuming you were leading things, so I jumped on for you to start.
I'm glad you're here, man. Let me tell you, it's been a long day. We've been going at it since 8:30 this morning, and I can't tell you, we've had nothing but great, sort of a agenda of topics and speakers, and I couldn't wait to get a hold of you because you and I had that talk early on and really bonded, and I am still very much excited about where we can go in the future. But for everyone else who hasn't, and in some cases may not have met you, if you don't already follow Kelsey, I encourage you to do so. But Kelsey, let me turn it over to you and talk a little bit about yourself, and then you and I can just chop it up. The chat will start to generate questions for you as we talk. So let's start with you.
Yeah, so I'm one of those self-taught engineers, the mythical engineer that didn't go to college. I often say self-taught, but now that I think back to it, it's really all the people that wrote those books and those blog posts and those online videos. Those were my early teachers, and I tried throughout my career to, put something back in the community. So that's why I spend so much time educating. And like most people, I started in fast food in high school, and you get your first entry-level jobs in tech support. I worked at all kind of the bigger enterprises, big and small, but most of my career pivot turned around when I started contributing to open source. And for those unfamiliar with that movement, this is where we saw proprietary software like the Oracles and Microsofts of the world back in the day be challenged and ultimately replaced by things like Linux or the Android operating system in your pocket. Some of you are probably watching this in like a Chrome web browser. And so this whole open source movement really brought together the whole world, regardless of background, skill set, to really work on common things. And that was the first time I've seen something like that at scale in my own lifetime. And so now I spend my days in cloud really trying to help build out that future, right? So some people say it's easy to predict the future when you're working on it. And so that's what I try to do. I try to be working on what the future will hold. And that's just kind of where my career is right now.
So that, obviously that's inspiring. Interestingly enough, you some of the words have inspired somebody already on the chat, which was a shout out to all the Linux users. So,
I see y'all.
Very good. We see you. So Kelsey, what are you doing now? I mean, you talked about your background a little bit. You talked about your passion for pushing it forward. Tell us what that means exactly. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, so, I work at Google, and I'm working the Google Cloud division. And so as a technologist, I wanted to be at a place that was big enough to impact the world, right? We have tools and services that have billions of users. So the particular area that I'm in, I work mainly around cloud infrastructure, right? So all the things that developers are building, they got to run somewhere. And ideally, they got to run fast, reliably, and securely. So as an executive at Google Cloud, I work a lot on products. So redefining the current generation of technology stacks that people will be building on, and also what's going to come next. And another part of my job is really educating like the larger customers across the various verticals. I think the biggest challenge with technology, there's so much of it, but most people don't know how to really go about adopting it, embracing it. there's a huge educational gap. And it's not really just between the wealthy and the poor. There's an educational gap across the board. So no matter how much money you have, no matter what your privilege status is, this stuff moves even too fast for those groups. So the real challenge now is making sure people understand what this stuff is and how to adopt it pragmatically. And honestly, I think some of the themes of this conference, as technology becomes more important, more integrated in our lives, we have to pay attention to the ethical uses of technology, right? You don't want to have some AI robot determining whether you can get credit or not, whether you can board a train or not. So these are things where I think humanity has to pay even more attention as these things get woven into our livelihoods.
I couldn't agree more. We've, throughout the day, that's been one of the themes, the ethics of, in particularly AI. And we're seeing so much of that happening in New York because there's a big movement within our government to become some people call it a smart city and tech enabled and all that kind of stuff. And AI is at the core of that, right? Whether it's surveillance or sensors, all these kind of things. So we're lucky to have the CTO here today, and we've talked a little bit about the ethics of all of that. We've had a whole panel around it. So I'm glad there's smart people like yourself on this and making sure that the people coming behind us are building out AI. It's not like it's going to go anywhere. We got to continue to build out AI, but with a sense of ethics around it makes a lot more sense. So from what you know about Silicon Harlem and our theme being beyond connected, think about that for a moment, Kelsey. What is, I'm certain like a lot of us, that there's a lot of people that don't have the internet, for example, in the home. And maybe not where you live, but certainly in a lot of places, because you're out there in California, in that area where everyone's connected. But there's a lot of places, even in Harlem, where there's 30–40% of people don't have internet in the home, primarily because of economics, right? Primarily because of the wealth gap. But it seems to me that that's not a good thing. So we're all trying from federal to state to city to get everybody connected. Let's say that happens. Let's say everyone gets connected. What do you think the world starts to look like from your prism?
Well, so I think the biggest thing about being connected is, are you a consumer or are you a producer? If you're just simply connected and you're just consuming, then you're just at the bottom of the feed, right? You get what's pushed to you. And I don't know how good that is, right? Connecting everyone just to be, influenced by everyone else and not contributing to the conversation and where things are going. I don't know if you get a huge win on that. So I'm glad we're talking about what comes after that. The real discussion here is connected to what? What are you connecting to? Are you connecting to a financial institution? Are you connecting to the ability to participate in a global commerce? When I think about connected these days, you're not just selling to local businesses and your neighbors. You're typically at this point now, once you get connected, if you're talking about e-commerce, you're selling to the entire world. When you talk about getting connected and you create videos and content, whether it's a short story or you can imagine a young Spike Lee being born today, having YouTube as an outlet for his creativity, you're talking about getting connected into that world where, the geographical boundaries get lowered and you instantly have a lot more control on what you contribute to the world. So I think that's what the thing is now. So once you're connected, what is your ability to create? Do you have the tools to actually put things out there? Do you know how to do that? In some cases, this is where people are going to monetize their various things that they're connected to and bring into the world. So I think that's what it's all about. How will you participate once you're connected? We don't want everybody watching, as much as I like Netflix, like the next person. The whole goal of this is not to connect everyone so they can just binge watch TV all day. There's a more powerful opportunity at hand, and we got to respect that opportunity.
Whoa, someone already said, boom, that's it. Kimberly said, boom, that's it. So that's resonating with a lot of people. We talk about that all the time. You're going to ultimately be both, right? Consumer, and we get this done right. You can be a developer or some sort of provider. And I think that's important, that people realize that these tools and the technology that is emerging isn't, in and of itself. It's to help you move forward. It's new tools that you can use to make things better. I always talk about, kids today and kids tomorrow. They will ask the question to people, what do you mean you don't see the person when you talk to them? I mean, that's in Harlem, you walk around, the kids are all looking just like in their device. And so they will, what do you mean you can't see them? That's crazy. So as these technologies continue to evolve, it couldn't be more important for us to make sure generations of people are learning how to build these things and not just consume these things. What are some of the?
I think a good way
go
to
ahead,
think.
Kelsey.
I think a good way to think about this for people is imagine when people learn how to write, right? The concept of writing things down and putting it on paper that you can actually forward to the future. Someone could come along and read the previous ideas or get the message beyond your reach, beyond your voice's carry. That's what we have to think about here. But now we're talking about running at the speed of light. So if there's something you want to get out there, you no longer have to get a spot on the Tonight News. You don't need to have some producer decide, can you jump on their platform to give the message? You just are connected to kind of this global stream of consciousness. So I think what people have to realize here is that this is the paper and pencil evolved to real time. You can real time stream these things. So this is super, super important because the next set of leaders, this is how they will gain their leadership. Those ideas will reach the world in real time. So I think people got to really understand that there's a lot of power in here. It's just like in the early days, when some people could read and write and some people couldn't. So you have to look at it like that. So gaining what we talk about computer literacy, right? There's no point in having a piece of paper and pen if you can't write. So you got to learn how to write. And either that means writing programs or recording videos, uploading your ideas, all of those things, what I mean when we talk about literacy in this technical world.
Well, listen, I'm going to have to step my game up, man. People are saying like you're dropping the mic, yeah, you are breaking the chains. I'm supposed to be talking about that with me, man. I don't see what's going on here. What's happening with these people? Even my own sister done dropped me. Jesus Christ. So I agree with you, though. I think that is what you're talking about to me is good stuff. That's just really good thinking that, you know, it's funny in Harlem, you'll see the kids running around on motorbikes and scooters and making a bunch of noise and jumping wheelies and all this other stuff. And everybody gets all upset, you know, shut it down. They don't realize those young people are mechanical engineers. They just don't have the books, you know, they don't have the access, but they, from their own minds have figured out how to build their own bikes. I mean, it's a phenomenal thing.
This thing you just mentioned is, you know, one thing I think, especially in my community, has been the inability to control the perception of your own image. So you're right. When someone else is pointing the camera at you just popping wheelies, that becomes the perception of who you are, and maybe you're doing it on an illegal road. But what they don't see is the fact that you put that bike together from scrap materials, that you know how to actually deal with the time, and you've turned something that was considered trash or abandoned to something that can actually be used again. Honestly, you can take that mindset and say, look, let's have a YouTube channel where we're showing kids how to actually take these, you know, bikes, ride them safely, talk about transportation. You know, where I've seen people porting some of these bikes from gas powered bikes to electric bikes so they could be more efficient and more affordable for other people. There's so much knowledge there. If you break down the science behind it, the mechanical engineering behind it, you might inspire people not just to ride in the middle of the night, but also to go to college and be the next mechanical engineers that's redefining the future. So you have the power to show the other side of what that culture is about, and don't let people miss out on that because you can control that.
There's people on this Zoom call that have heard me talk exactly what you're talking about. I go a little further. Those kids can put us on Mars. I mean, they can build a rocket. All you got to give them a little bit of access. That's all it is. They have the ingenuity, so they can get us, you know, in space and stuff like that. So I'm so happy that we stepped on this. So anyway, that we see it every day. Also, just because we work with a lot of high schoolers and mid schoolers, and you go, wow, you know, they just don't have certain access, but it's not an issue of intelligence. That's not the issue at all. So I'm so happy we're aligned on that. It means we can do something about it. Here is a question from someone. I think it says, how does someone who is not an engineer or tech expert, how do we take advantage of this fast moving industry and not getting left behind?
So this is what I mean by studying the past. Most of the games have already been run once or twice. When you see new technology, again, just study how previous technology has shown up, and those that embrace it get to leverage it. Again, pen and pencil, go study that. Go study when humans figured out how to mine, for minerals and turn them into other things. When you see this new technology, do not get blinded by the newness of it and believe it's magic. Learn how it actually works. And once you understand how it works, then you can leverage it as a tool, because most of the technology we're talking about is simply that, it's just a tool. So now you have to ask yourself, how do I leverage that particular tool? So if you want to understand how to do media, look at the old media, right? When they had NBC and CBS, and those are brands, and they had content, and they focused on quality of content to attract users. So if you're going to jump on YouTube, you need to think about the same type of process. People want to tune in, so you got to have content, you got to have your stuff together. These are just new tools. Focus on the fundamentals, and not just tech. I know we're talking about technology here, but the same is true of things like plumbing and electricity. These are all things that you depend on. Most of us don't know how they work. So when we have a outage on the grid, everybody just sitting in the dark, waiting for somebody else to turn the power back on. That's the core thing here. So if you don't want to be left behind, learn how these systems work, whether that means going to college or studying, watching a course, going to a community college, and just getting a quick certification. Once you know how it works, then your imagination can take over, so you can know how to change it. So that's the key here. Just learn how it works first, and then we can get creative.
Yeah, every summer, throughout the year, but I do an intensive in the summer, which is demystifying technology. Because what I find is that people try to make it a thing. It's not a thing. Like you're saying, it's a box of tools, and you use those tools to do something with. We have a network technician curriculum going on right now, and I have a senior citizen in the class, and had a career in construction and stuff like that. So he wanted to learn a new skill. And I think that's part of what you're saying is, be curious, go learn something. Once it's demystified, you can go crazy. You can build the greatest this or that. So I mean, most of us OGs, that means old geeks. When you're an OG, you pretty much learn not in the classroom. You learn how to code. You learn how to do all this stuff, on your own. And once you got a hang of it, you become an expert and you become very rich. So I think we got to continue to, encourage communities, specifically like a Harlem or a Compton or other parts of the country, where there's still a lot of opportunity here. There's still a long way to go. And even though technology's been with us from day one, every year something new continues to come out. So we should not be missing out on those opportunities. Talk to me about working at, if not too specifically, but I know you can't talk too much about it, but is Google as impactful as we feel like? It feels like every day I hit Google. Is that just what it is?
Well, I think one of the things, when I grew up, software always had a huge price tag. If you wanted a BlackBerry, you had to come up with the money to buy a BlackBerry. If you wanted to use some business software, then you had to be able to afford business software. And most of the times, most people didn't have access to any of those professional software tools. In the world of Google, they managed to figure out a way to give everyone the same software, whether you're a billionaire or you got $2 to your name, you get access to the same search with the same features. You get to upload to YouTube, just like the president of the United States gets to upload to the YouTube. And so I think this is where, when you enable that kind of thing, right? You got to remember, this is piggybacking on the whole open source movement. You're getting people creating technology for common good. Of course, there's a slightly different business model to support that, but it's not a foreign business model, right? If you think about TV back in the day, you throw up an antenna, and of course you can watch TV, quote unquote, for free, and you pay with this concept, pay with your eyeballs. You watch some ads, then you get to watch the content, right? So someone typically has to pay for all of this stuff to work. So I think what Google did was build upon that existing business model, which is pay for your eyeballs. But the thing about it, though, is the platforms are they're globally connected because of the internet. This is what makes Google fundamentally different than the same models of the past, is that the internet connects you all. So that's why it seems so powerful. So whenever you do something well, like, a good email service, of course, you got competition in those areas. And the thing that's really unique here, unlike back in the day when there's only like 5 or 6 TV channels, there are hundreds and thousands of technology companies all competing for your attention or the ability for you to use their platform. So I think this is why it seems like it keeps getting better year over year. It's more powerful. So I think that's where Google's done a good job. And our vision has always been to democratize technology. So some people have this vision of monetizing technology, right? Like everyone pays, you get access to it if you can afford it, and the price may continue to go up. But when you say democratizing knowledge, information, then you have to target billions of users. And as we know, when you think about the whole world, not everybody can pay $10 a month times N number of companies to get access to something. So I think this is a model that has been working for a while, and typically that's what draw me to Google, right? Not just the open source investment, but also this fact that I can reach billions of people across the world.
That's impressive, and I've always admired that, because that was how I grew up in the internet, was everything's shared, everything's democratized, and then it got, sort of, some privatization, let's put it in that way. There's another thing in the chat saying that Marie says that she's loves that you are self-taught. It's inspiring us to all, that we all can learn. And she started to name a few of those things like crypto, AI, machine learning, blockchain. You have any reflection on any of that?
Yeah, I would say this, and this is super important, at least it is to me. You gotta put humans first. I know the media blows all this stuff out of proportion. When it comes to crypto, the focus on price go up, everyone's gonna be a trillionaire. You talk about machine learning taking over all your jobs. And we gotta really break this stuff down. Like what is the power structure of these systems? How are you contributing to these systems? Are you just a consumer of the system? Are you actually participating in the creation and democratization of these systems? So when we lose sight of that, then we forget what it really means to bring these technologies, these hammers and nails back to our own community so we can build. If you just get into consumption mode, what you're gonna watch happen is your whole city, town, community will be left behind because all the results will aggregate to the top. So you gotta really understand what I'm saying here. Humans are your neighbors that you don't know. The person that lives next door that you haven't ever taken the time to meet. Your humans are the parents, your sisters, your cousins, even the ones you wrote off for bad behavior. These are the people that we actually depend on. These are the firemen, these are the garbage sanitation workers, these are the pilots on the airplane. These people are super important. So if these tools are of any value, then what they'll do is they'll aid us in that human connection. So to me, what's exciting about AI and machine learning, if we can detect cancer early, so people don't have to die from mistreatment or misdiagnosis, that's a good use of a tool around machine learning. And if people have trouble understanding machine learning, we got to really, really be clear. Right now, humans are one of the most powerful machines that we've ever seen, even powerful than most of the machine learning models we have ever created. Humans are really good at making judgment and guesses and intuition. What we're trying to do is teach machines how to do something like that, but we're at the very elementary stages. So it's not that a machine will take over all of creativity and everything we want to do. You wouldn't want that. But what we do want, though, is it's impossible to have enough qualified people looking at medical images all day and not getting fatigued or tired and missing that spot of cancer that can be treated early. What we can do is take what we've learned as humans, encode it in the machine, give it a ton of these images and teach it how to find cancer so that we can detect and lower the costs of finding cancer early. This is what I mean by putting humans first. The tool is not the overlord, you are. So we got to make sure that we stay focused. So in addition to those things you just listed, I want you to study psychology, philosophy. I want you to study culture, different languages. I want you to study how to cook. All of those things are what make us human, and they're important, and everything else is just a tool and to assist in that.
Well, I'm certainly impressed that you sort of couch it that way. Here's how I would add on is it turns out that humans are more valuable than anything as well. So for a lot of my life, and people use the term, I'm a capitalist, I'm a capitalist, I'm a capitalist. I've come to realize, this is just me right now, but I come to realize I'm not a capitalist, I'm a humanist. And it turns out I can make more money being a humanist than a capitalist. And I'm going to work on this for a while for people to get what I'm saying. You can call yourself a capitalist, but that means you're okay with killing people and all kind of other stuff. You know what I mean? That you got to embrace that part of it, right? So humanist, guess what? As we're talking here, it's the most valuable piece in the supply chain. You can look at all these clever tools and software and everything else, but you still have to look at the person. And it turns out if you do that, you're attracting the kind of resources you need to sustain. So anyway, I'm sorry for the little commercial.
No, you're right. I mean, and I would say to cap this off, it starts by respecting yourself. I think a lot of times people have lost hope in their own self, that they find it impossible to treat other people with all these attributes around kindness and treating people humane. So I think you got to also value yourself, so that way you can see yourself above these tools and technologies, because you are the orchestrator of them. So spot on with everything you're saying there.
There's a ongoing amen about Kelsey so far. There's a lot of people just loving what you're saying. I am trying to get my 2 cents in, people. Come on now, give me a little love, Peter. What's up with that? So anyway, no, I mean, listen, we're coming down to the last few minutes here, and I just wanted to make sure we get everything in. Have you spent much time in New York or around, different cities and stuff like that with not only your message, but your skill set and all this kind of stuff?
Yeah, I've spent a lot of time with a lot of New York-based companies, companies like Etsy, and there's numerous others that you can name. And the one thing that I love about New York is the diversity. Every time I go there, I try to stay in a different part of the city. And every time I go to Brooklyn, I don't care if it's 1 o'clock in the morning, you can walk around and it seems like everything is still open, and all the different variety of foods to choose from. So it's one of those cities that remind me that this stuff can work. Humans can work together. Humans can preserve the best versions of themselves, celebrate the differences. And I just enjoy that stuff. So New York is kind of one of those places in the world where it's on full display almost 24 hours a day.
It's like my favorite thing to do in life is go to the Olympics, because when you go to the Olympics, it's one of the most extraordinary, experience, because it's competition and love at the same time. Countries that hate each other and fight and all this stuff can still hug at the Olympics. So I'm not going to give that all to Brooklyn. We're going to put a little Harlem in that too, that when you go to one of these places, you're like at the Olympics. There's all types of people. Everyone's celebrating their differences. And, there's nothing greater, in my opinion, too. I agree with you 100%. I love it. And I, spent most of my early days in San Diego, California, where all you have to do is get up and go to sleep. So anyway, New York is a bit different, but it's a lot of just that interaction of how humans can work together. So let's see, somebody has put in here, and it's a capitalist, and the capitalist has said, capitalism is a set of principles that are measured by resource allocation. The fact is there is no pure socialism. Oh, did I get that right, Eric? Let me see how. The fact is,
I think they're touching on, there's no pure anything. Some people say pure capitalism or socialism.
Right.
And I think the overall agreement is that, look, these are people systems. These are systems of the human mind. We evolve them, we support them, we enable them, and we can ultimately change them.
Preach. All right, that's good, Kelsey. What would you like to sum up with, man? Like, what are some of the people on this call are working people? A lot of them are in tech. Probably, some of the Google folks are on here. As you know, Google is one of our sponsors, by the way. And so we got some good people that are in the business. We got plenty of people who are community advocates. We've got people on here who are, from the government. So what would be a, sort of coming together message that you would like to apply to like a New York City?
Yeah, I mean, I'll probably mess up the quote, but I remember reading MLK say something around, I don't necessarily need you to kind of usher me through the door, just open the door and I'll let myself in. And I think all of this technology has been many ways that dream come true. Like, I mean, whenever in history have we had this many tools at our disposal to communicate with each other, express ideas, challenge ideas, global protests, global solutions, global communication, global communities. I mean, it's just all sitting there. And I would think back to all of those leaders that really fought for all of this to become true, this democratization of all of these systems. So now that it's here, you got to really, really ask yourself, are you truly taking advantage of those things? Are you really doing the work to make sure that you can actually play at that table? And so I think that's the biggest thing here now is I think as we focus on getting more and more people connected, as we focus on democratizing even more of this technology, the other part of that responsibility, the other part of that equation is to make sure that you have the skills necessary, your family members, your children, and your community have the skills necessary to leverage those things to create the society we actually want. So I think now I would say the responsibility is back on us as individuals. We don't need to keep waiting on everybody else to do everything. We're going to raise the bar for them and increase our expectation what we want them to deliver. But boy, I'll tell you, there's a lot here that we got that we can actually take advantage of. So that's what I will leave people with. It's a call to action. You own this particular set of opportunities. They're staring at you. Just look back and take advantage.
As Peter would say, amen. Oh man, that is awesome, Kelsey. Thank you so much for spending time with us. I am going to invite you back again on a more of a one-on-one, not over a whole summit like this, but just a real meetup where people can really, really get a little deeper with you. We already have still a few questions that I didn't get a chance to get to, like what should we be doing around, you talked about, being a maker versus just a consumer. And so people are talking about, well, I want to help, solve cancer, for example. What should I be doing? There's a lot of people who are asking different questions, but your experience, your background, and certainly I think the way you look at the future aligns a lot with what Silicon Harlem is all about. And want to have you come back and really be, that voice again for even more and more people. Thank you very much. And we will be in touch. If there's any comments or questions, whatever you guys may want to have for Kelsey, feel free to put them in. I'll get them to him and we'll answer them. In the meantime, I'm going to turn it back over to Britt.
Thank you, Clayton, and thank you, Kelsey, for an incredible knowledge share. I see that there were many takeaways from that conversation in the chat, and I hope many of you feel inspired that you too can do anything. The world is at your fingertips, literally. All right, so next we have cybersecurity protections with Schuyler Williams. A little information about Schuyler Mapp Williams is that a seasoned attorney and an advisor with deep experience working at the intersection of law, policy, and operations for the city of New York. She is the director of government affairs at New York City Cyber Command, a centralized organization created by Mayor de Blasio in 2017 to lead the city's cyber defense and response efforts, working across more than 100 agencies and offices to prevent, detect, respond, and recover from threats while setting citywide information security policies and standards. Woo, she is a remarkable woman. Think about that. Over 100 agencies. As an executive member, Schuyler leads Cyber Command's government and external affair efforts. Prior to joining Cyber Command, she served as the senior counsel and director of vetting for the New York Mayor's Office of Appointments, where she led its vetting operations and advised on legal and policy issues affecting the political appointments process and implementation of citywide talent recruitment and development programming. Schuyler earned her JD from Washington University in St. Louis and her BA from Dartmouth College. She is a native of Brooklyn, shout outs to Brooklyn, where she resides today with her direwolf-sized dog, Hercules. Please welcome Schuyler Williams and Clayton to have an informative conversation.
Well, welcome, Schuyler. Thank you so much for joining us. I know we caught you a little bit at the last moment, but the fact that you stepped up, we're very excited to have you. I work with a lot of folks over there that you've been working with. So I love what you guys are doing, but I'm going to have you go ahead and open up for yourself. Tell us a little bit about you. Again, we're talking about cybersecurity here, right? So everyone right now is being very quiet and they are making sure everything's locked up on their computers. We're all very scared right now because we got a cybersecurity person here. Actually, we're very grateful to have a cybersecurity person here that can help us get that nonsense out of our machines. All that to be said, my little nephew got hit with ransomware in his company. I mean, this stuff is all over the place. Who are you, Schuyler?
Well, thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to be here this afternoon with everyone to talk about cybersecurity and the work that New York City Cyber Command is doing. Thank you, Britt, for that wonderful introduction. I am an attorney by trade, and I've spent my career since law school working in public service in New York City government. So by trade, I am not a tech person, but I am someone who works here to help bridge the gaps between our technical teams and the agencies that we work with. We are a relatively new agency established in 2017, but we now have over 150 employees. We serve over 100 city agencies, with our mission being to be a centralized organization leading the city's cyber defense and response efforts while being able to work with agencies on a unique basis that recognizes that they each have different staff sizes, different missions, different budgets. So wanting to give that sort of centralized leadership while being able to meet agencies where they are and consult with them on how they can best be protecting their environments so that the focus can continue to stay on the really important work that they do every day in service of New Yorkers, its business, visitors to the city. Because I think the way that we've seen things develop, unfortunately, cybersecurity can no longer be sort of an ancillary concern that businesses and other enterprises have. It's now a core business function. And for New York City in particular, as a government, it's a public safety function of ours as well. So our work is here to protect the city and be thinking, solutions that we can be crafting to meet the demands of a landscape where unfortunately cyber risks can't ever be eliminated, but we can be doing our part to help the city meet the challenges of those risks and allow us to continue to function as a city and do the important work that we're here to do.
So that is so true, because I always tell people if you get the skills to do cybersecurity, you always have a job. As soon as you fix it, somebody's coming up with something else. So you always have a job. That's interesting. Hey, I had if I could get to some specific things, and if it's okay, you don't want to get too deep on anything. But one of my favorite apps, believe it or not, that I just think more and more people should know about in New York is secure.nyc. And I'm curious, I wish I would have put a poll up as to how many people have loaded up secure.nyc to their mobile device. I find it to be very helpful for me, and I don't expect anyone to ever hack me, but it can happen. So I don't know, are you familiar with that? Are you part of that?
Yes, I am actually. Currently our NYC Secure app team partially reports into me. So I spend a great deal of time thinking about it. NYC Secure is a free mobile app that we worked with an engineering firm called Cambium to produce that helps residents and people who download it have the ability to be navigating on their phones and other mobile devices as safely as possible. So within the app can provide advisories on if someone has connected to an unsecure Wi-Fi network. It now has phishing detection capabilities so that when you receive apps or different things, you can check to see if there is potential that someone may be looking to phish you, given that phishing and social engineering schemes are one of the ways that cyber risks most affect individuals. And so in creating this app, while, cybersecurity, it sounds scary, the risks may be scary, but as technology access continues and we really drive on eliminating different forms of social inequities in giving people more technical access and opportunities for careers as well, we wanted to make sure that we were doing our part to support that use by giving people tools that help them feel empowered to know that they're using their technology safely And we wanted to do it in a way that is accessible for all New Yorkers, no matter their income or anything else, particularly because right now, I think at last count, I think over 80% of New Yorkers own smartphones. And for most people, they spend most of their time on their phones navigating the internet or other internet-based apps. So it's an area that can really expose people, but we wanted to make something that seems scary less scary and empower people with both the knowledge about phishing and other attempts to compromise people's devices, and have an app on their phones that can help advise them should something fishy be going on in the background, while also respecting folks' privacy. Because I think one of the aspects of cybersecurity that's constantly in balance is how much information we are collecting from people in order to protect as best as possible. And for this app, we wanted to make sure that we weren't accessing any private information on folks' phones. Once you download it, there is no tracking as far as your use, whether you delete it or anything else, so that we didn't want to be in the position to be like, download this free app, but know in the background that the city is collecting information about you. That's not the case. We just wanted to give folks a free tool that can help them feel more empowered in their digital lives on a day-to-day basis.
Well, I'm a big believer in any and all of that, but particularly for those, there's been a few asking, what is it? And so you have described Security NYC, but I also encourage you guys to download it. I mean, it's free and it's accessible. It's really easy. And, you know, applications you might want to open, Secure.nyc can open it for you. You can actually open it on that platform. So there's so many good ways that you can use this. You don't have to use it at all, but I think it's great to have it on your device because you may need it at some point. And yes, I think we have a note from Roxanne saying a lot of people think they'll never be hacked, especially a corporation. We know that's not true. So anyone and everyone, it's not about you being hacked, it's your device being hacked. And that's what you have to realize. People aren't worried about trying to pickpocket you in the subway. People are going after your code. And once they get in there, you're all tied up. And most people, and you help me with this, counselor, most companies have to just pay. I mean, you know, it's very difficult to get out of it, you know, even though it's an illegal thing to do, it's very difficult to get your database back and all the back ends of your network to get working again. It's worth paying the money. And I would say good 50, 60% of companies that have done it won't ever tell you, right? Because it's embarrassing. So, you know, I was thinking about you, Schuyler, in terms of your own sort of like, you know, your Prism is sort of a legal premise. You certainly now have this technology part to you and of course, you know, cybersecurity. So when you put all that together, where do you see us? I mean, do you think there'll be a point in time where we'll be a lot less hacking and a little bit more just securing? Like, will that flip over at any point?
I would like to think that it might, but unfortunately, we are seeing with adverse actors that they have only ramped up. Unfortunately, attacks and incidents are only becoming more frequent. They're becoming more sophisticated, and they're now being engineered to attempt to cause more harm. So I don't know that we will ever go back, especially because, you know, cybersecurity and the space that we're all navigating, there are no international borders, there's no closing time. And particularly right now, as we all become more connected through different types of technology, it just provides more opportunity for folks with bad intentions to try to leverage a different platform to harm others, whether it be governments or companies or individuals, what have you. So I don't know that we will be going backward. So I think the focus right now is, as different institutions and individuals, doing what we can to try to protect ourselves. I think with cybersecurity, it's the kind of thing where an ounce of prevention is going to be worth a pound of cure, in the way that you mentioned, Clayton, as far as with ransomware attacks, a lot of the time folks are paying, and are finding that there were vulnerabilities that were easy to exploit that allowed folks to come in to be able to enact that kind of ransomware attack. So we are not moving backward, but I think there are always exciting opportunities to think about how we can be protecting ourselves, both in our digital lives and our work lives, what have you.
So let me ask a question. We had the CTO of New York City here today.
Yeah.
And he talked about a lot of oncoming infrastructure things for the city, particularly around IoT. And I'm curious if your office sort of works with their office when we're talking about deploying sensors and all these type of things could, in a lot of ways, easy to hack. So I'm curious what that kind of relationship is.
Yeah, the CTO's office, John Paul and his staff, they're really great partners to us. We work collaboratively. There are things that they'll work on that they'll bring us into. One of those things being the way that they marshaled support for an RFP to provide free to low cost broadband internet access to folks in public housing. They thought about us and were like, well, you know what, as we are thinking through companies that we might bring in through this RFP process, let's talk to Cyber Command to see how we can assess their cyber security capabilities, so that, because we don't want to offer a product to folks living in NYCHA housing, both in their apartments and then also in common spaces through their Wi-Fi networks, a product that's not going to be secure. What's the point? And that. So we were lucky enough to be brought in to help advise on some of the technical aspects, the security aspects, as well as to promote DNS protection. And then they get brought in fairly often with our work as well, in terms of there will be different pieces of legislation, different initiatives, especially now as we move into taking up more space in our public facing mission. They've got a great finger on sort of the pulse of where things are going, particularly as they lead the city smart city strategy.
Wow. Well, let me ask for another agency or another part of our government. I happen to be good friends with the DA's office, and one of my dear friends is Ken Kearns, and we do a lot of conversation. We have a lot of conversations around cybersecurity. Do you guys connect with the DA's office at all? Because they're the ones arresting some of these people.
Yeah, we do actually. We connect with them not only on their own enterprise security as an agency, because they have lots of important work to do, and so making sure that their environment is secure to enable them to keep doing their jobs. We consult with them on a lot of different ways for them to help protect themselves, but then also they are one of our partners in our we have created with the DA's office, the police department, the Global Cyber Alliance, as well as some additional private sector partners in information sharing collaborative that we call CCSI, so that we are all connected and sharing information, just because we found that information and intelligence sharing can be one of the most powerful ways for folks to be protecting themselves and also each other. So we share information, we run tabletops and exercises together. So we formalized sort of the informal partnership that we had going on this spring, and we're hoping just to continue expanding on it and bringing more folks in, just because it's a huge mission, it's a huge responsibility. And so in the way that we can be marshaling support and collaboration with others, not only in the public sector, but the private sector is also huge. So bringing folks to the table to have the opportunity for us to all learn from each other and collaborate has been really fruitful for us. And we really appreciate the partnership that we've been able to build with the DA's office and bringing that to fruition and continuing that work.
Well, I'm really happy to hear that, because oftentimes we end up with these stovepipes. And so it's nice when we can all sort of talk together. This is too big of an issue.
Absolutely.
You want to claim it by, that's our thing. No, this is, including, Schuyler, I think it's also including why we wanted you to be here, is hear something from our voice too, that we're here, we suffer from these things as well. So I want to start winding it down here a little bit. Talk about opportunity, right? What is the opportunity we all have moving forward? Is it jobs? Is it skill set? Is it just lowering the number of attacks? Like, what are some of the measures of success you see happening moving forward?
I think it's all of those things. Unfortunately, in the last few years, there have been some really huge major cyber attacks, including WannaCry, including SolarWinds and the Colonial Pipeline attack. So we've seen the ways that the government and private sector need to come together to help protect their enterprise security, but also be protecting the public, whether it be constituents that governments serve, whether it be users of different products, whether they be mobile devices, internet services, and now through the growing, Internet of Things, it can be things like people's pacemakers and their cars. I think, within the first 10 minutes that I got up, I was able to trust that my phone was secure for my alarm to go off, to wake up, that the power grid was secure for me to turn on my electricity, to have breakfast. I was safely able to use tap water, to take a shower, to drink water, to give water to my dog. There were so many different ways that before I even left my apartment this morning, that I had to rely on safe operation of technology that is critically important to me before I even left the house. And I think that is what we are facing. I think there was a time where it was easy to think about cybersecurity as being, okay, well, I've got McAfee antivirus scanning on my computer, I should be good to go. But again, as we all become increasingly more connected, it seems scary, but there are also great opportunities for partnership and collaboration. And also, as well as to be thinking about how we're building the pipeline of our next cybersecurity professionals. I think as part of the city's Plan 50, we are thinking through how do we make New York City a hub for cybersecurity talent, not only to have that, but also to be thinking about, well, how do we nurture that? Because it's not enough to say that we want it. How do we create that opportunity? And especially for underrepresented, or actually really just historically excluded, if we're being completely honest about it. Black folks like myself, we haven't not wanted to take advantage of opportunities. It's people have erected boundaries to keep us out. So how do we be making that more fair and more equitable so that there's not only a diversity of talent doing that work, because we know the more diverse and inclusive folks staffs, the better they do business, but also just for people for them to have great jobs where they'll be able to rely on the fact that they'll be making enough money to feed their families and keep a roof over their heads and experience maybe the kind of financial upward mobility that they only ever hope to have. So I think there are lots of opportunities to meet the challenges that we're facing, and we all have to be in it together, whether it's sharing tips on how to promote and secure enterprises, but also sort of thinking through the next wave of talent that we want to nurture and identify, whether it's going to be through programming for public school students, not only K through 12, but how we're partnering with our city universities and what have you. I think there's a lot of exciting opportunity here. And we at Cyber are really excited to continue thinking through what we can be doing, especially in our public facing mission to help nurture all of those things that I just mentioned.
Before you add your final comment, I want to go back to one of the things you just said. School. how early should we be introducing this topic to, a student? And will there eventually be courses for those young people that may want to have a career in, cyber security? What's your thinking about that, whether it's been talked about in your agency or not, just your own feeling about it?
I think probably it is appropriate to introduce, I think, in an age appropriate way as soon as we are letting kids on devices. So whether it's having different kinds of parental controls so that maybe you can trust that your very young child who's not a reader yet is able to stay safe, and only upward through there. I think one of the things that we at Cyber are thinking about are what are ways that we might be able to work with other agencies that we know serve children and their families, not only to be helping to educate folks, to be giving caregivers and families and chosen families the opportunities to educate themselves and their children on how to stay safe, but also what we can be doing to leverage the huge network of talent and schools and how we might be able to go in and help support that kind of education. My mom is a guidance counselor at the Eagle Academy for Young Men in Harlem. So she talks to me all the time about, can you guys come in? What might we be able to create together? So as we as an agency continue to grow, I think that's a direction that I in particular would love to take us in.
That is awesome. And David Banks is a friend of mine, and we share the same last name, so I like to call him Cousin Banks.
There we go.
All right. Well, listen, Schuyler, this has been very helpful. We know a lot of the same people, it turns out, and I look forward to having more time with you and particularly have you back, not necessarily just for the summit. You can come every year for that, but we'd like for you to come up and hang out in Harlem with us and meet some of the people that are in technology and those who are looking for opportunities. So I can't be more happy that we finally found you, and we're gonna hopefully have some more good times. If anyone has a question for Schuyler, we can always get them to her. So feel free to put them in the Q&A or the chat, and we will make sure that we get that information over to Schuyler, and we'll make sure that there's a answer to your question. But we're going to start to wrap up here. Any last thing you want to say, Schuyler? Are you good? If not, say whatever you want to say. Make sure you have your lasting moment here.
I just want to thank you so much for allowing me to be here today. And I just want to say, see you soon. I think it's good to be found. I am considering this store open, and I look forward to seeing how we might be able to do more work together in the future. I think there are lots of things that we can leverage, and I look forward to continue building on this new relationship that we have.
Well, thank you very much. We really believe in it. And so there's been times when we've had Ken and others come up and present things. And that's how we learned about secure.nyc, was through some of the colleagues you work with, just, being on the phone together. And that's how all of this came together. So yeah, we're going to be very much helpful in any way we can. Anytime you want to get a message out, anytime you want to hear the voice of the community, we would love to continue to play that part with you, Schuyler.
Please, and if we can be a resource to you all as well.
I need $5 right now. Thank you very much.
I might not be able to help you with, but thank you so much for having me.
You bet. Thank you. It was great to talk to you. Take care.
Great to talk to you. Take care.
Thank you, Clayton and Schuyler, for that very, very informative session. It's really good to think about cybersecurity and how to protect yourselves, and then thinking about all of the technology that you use and how those infrastructures actually keep everything moving from the time you turn on the faucet, as Schuyler said. Great conversation. All right. So next, we have an exciting guest who just released the book, Autonorama, and is a true friend and supporter of Silicon Harlem. Let's welcome the professor at the University of Virginia, Mr. Peter Norton.
Well, hang on a second. First of all,
That was like one of my best work introducing Peter right there.
It was an excellent introduction. All I'm saying, everybody on this call, please listen carefully. This is the last conversation. This is the last piece. You're gonna want to play. You want to listen carefully to this man, Peter Norton. He has, as Britt just described, this man has written a book, and it's an extraordinary book because I got an early version of it earlier this week, so I've been able to read through a lot of it. And everyone should read this book, and I'm ordering enough to damn near give everybody one in the country. That's how much I love it. So hit me up later on if you want one. At the same time, it's extra special because my name's in the book. Hello. So he didn't tell me that he was doing that. So I was just really blown away that I was acknowledged. So I appreciate that. But I'll let Peter give you a sense of what he's done. This is the last segment, so you can sit back, relax. You're going to hear some incredible information. Some of you who come to our summits every year know that a couple of years ago, he blew everyone's mind away when he talked about the infrastructure of Harlem. You saw him just 2 years ago, or last year, I should say, talking about with an international panel, if you will, about all these things that he talks around with Autonorama and these type of things. I'm sorry, I don't want to butcher anything. I'm so overwhelmed having him here. He's one of my dear friends. So I wanted to add on to Britt's introduction and say, this is my friend, Peter Norton.
Excellent. Welcome, Peter.
Thank you so much. I am delighted to be here. You all, every time I come here, I feel like I got an honorary college course in like hospitality and warmth. I love the way Britt puts it, show the love. And I mean, I'm just blown away by the generosity. And I have to say, from my point of view, it's an honor to be here. And when I say here, I mean Harlem, because Harlem is sacred space in this land. It's you know, it's a holy city as far as I'm concerned, and as far as generations of Americans have been concerned. And so I'm just humbled to be even permitted to be here virtually. So I hope to be back in reality at some point too, but it's a thrill to be here. Thank you for that warm welcome, my friend Clayton Banks.
Let's hear about the book, Peter. And if you have it there next to you, make sure you put it up on the screen so everybody can see what this.
All right.
When you see the letters, you may not get it right off the bat. So there's a lot of A's and O's in this thing. So you got to take a good, strong look at that, Autonorama. You go ahead, Peter.
I'll go ahead. I'll begin with the title because the title is a kind of a inside joke, and I want to make it an outside joke, and I hope the book will do that. So, you know, we have in this country a degree of car dependency that's just crazy. Now, cars are useful tools, and I've heard you and Kelsey Hightower and others talk about how technology really just means tools. But when you misperceive a tool as a solution, and you rebuild your whole world around this solution, including paving over communities where people live and then picking the communities that are the most vulnerable ones. You know, we know what that means in this country. And you turn car ownership into sort of price of being a citizen, because without it, you can't get a job or you can't get your kids to school or whatever. That's changing a useful tool, right, into a all-purpose solution, and it's not a good fit, right? And so I think that's a warning from history. I was pleased to hear Kelsey Hightower talk about history being important, because history is how we learned everything, right? And so in that spirit, the book title comes from two things. One is Futurama. So yeah, there was a TV show called Futurama, but long before that, there was a vision of the future. It was given to us by General Motors. They presented it right in New York City in Flushing at the World's Fair of 1939 over in Queens. And it was their vision of a utopian perfect future where the car is not a tool, but the magic solution that delivers everything. And that was a very attractive vision. And they said high tech was going to make this unbelievable vision believable and real. The high tech they were talking about at that time meant radar, especially also first-class highway engineering, grade separated interchanges and all that. And, it didn't work out. The Cross Bronx Expressway, you can drive it. It's not exactly everybody's, fantasy come true, right? And it cost a lot of people their homes. And, and the same story was repeated in every city in America, even in small city America, it happened. So that means people stopped believing the promise, right? By 1960, you've got Jane Jacobs, right, in New York saying, to Robert Moses, don't put a highway through Washington Square Park. We don't want it. And because of that kind of bad publicity, General Motors realized, well, we got to make this pitch again. And they made it again, and they called it Futurama 2. So Futurama 1, 1939, Futurama 2, 25 years later, 1964, same place as Futurama 1. There was a protest against it in Harlem that's been mostly forgotten. It was called the Stall-In. People Harlem residents stalled their cars on New York streets to block them, just to draw attention to the fact that the New York World's Fair was selling a fantasy that was ignoring the reality of most of America, frankly. Well, at Futurama 2, 1964, General Motors said, look at this amazing future. It's going to be technology. At that time, they're talking about mostly integrated circuits, which were brand new, but also, vacuum tube electronics, that kind of thing. And they said, this is going to give you perfection. Yeah, we promised perfection before, couldn't really do it, but we're going to do it this time, thanks to 1964 high tech, especially transistors. By 1970s, it's not looking so great anymore. At this point, the interstate highway projects are finished. People still are stuck in traffic. Communities are still inequitably served. Thanks to all that money going to highways, the bus systems of urban America are not serving people well. People have to buy a car whether they can afford it or not. We got suburbanites using urban communities as places to drive through, as if there aren't people there who have needs of their own to manage and having to breathe the exhaust. And so that vision wasn't working out either. 1990 comes along. So notice 1939 was the first one, 1964, 25 years later. Well, 25 years after that, about 1989, it's time to try again. They didn't call it Futurama 3, but it really was Futurama 3. And I'm talking about the smart highways. Some of you will remember when they were saying, we're going to make smart highways and they're going to be like magic. Yeah, with the promises we made before, just forget about them. We didn't know what we were talking about then, but we got it now. We got microprocessors. Okay, we've got computers. We can rig up the highways. We can put sensors in the roadbeds. We can make cars platoons so they follow each other really closely. It didn't say anything about what happens when all those closely following cars automatically go on the off ramp into the city, right? It was, quite frankly, a total failure, cost tens of billions of dollars that might have got us some nice bus systems, some transit, some walkability, maybe some bike lanes. But instead, it went into smart highways. And even the insiders say, what was Smart Highway's biggest success story? They said it was dynamic message signs on the side of the highway, which, hey, they're nice, but there's nothing magic about those. So the book is called Autonorama because I'm saying we're on Futurama 4 now. And Futurama 4, 25 years later, it's always 25 years later. So, that's right about the last decade we've been in. And Futurama 4 is about autonomous vehicles. They're supposed to deliver all of this magic. They're supposed to solve everything. So it's supposed to be cool and normal that we spend tens of billions of dollars on them while we neglect our transit services and the other things we know work, right? Because these things are supposed to give us zero emissions, zero congestion, and zero crashes. That's the promise. General Motors is making that promise right now. When somebody fools you once, it's supposed to be, their fault. But we're working on being fooled the fourth time. It's time that, that would be our fault if we're fooled again. So the book is a caution. It's a caution. It's saying, hey, these people sold us a bill of goods before. Let's try to get it right. Some people hear about the book and they think it means autonomous vehicles themselves are a bad idea. No, they could be great. I'm not talking about what they could be useful for. They could be useful for people with disabilities. They could be useful for niche applications. I'm talking about being careful about what the people selling them tell us they're going to be, which is this magic solution that solves everything. So it's a historically based caution about the future.
Hey, Peter, who should be reading this book? Did you have a target, or is this something that everyone can read? Is there a target when you were writing this thing?
Yeah, there was a target. So I work for a university. When I work for a university, they always tell us, the faculty members, we want you to publish with a university press, someplace where they send it out to a bunch of other professors, and they all get to say whether, what you have to change and so on. And I said, for this book, excuse me, I'm not going to do that, because I want this to be a book that people will read, and where they're not just professors or students who get assigned it in a class and they have to read it. Because if that happens, then, the warning isn't going to reach enough people. So I chose a press that let me write for a wide audience, interested, curious, intelligent people who are all, basically everybody who's getting the message now that autonomous vehicles are the magic solution to everything. This is for them. I think you're muted.
Yeah, no, I'm muted because I'm speechless, man. You're just too doggone good. So we're opening up for anyone else that may want to have a question. But while some of that's loading up, I have to tell you, I've read, several chunk of the book, and I will tell everybody it's not. You listen to Peter, you see he's a professor, so you may get somewhat intimidated, but it's not. The way he's talking is the same way he writes. He makes it very, very accessible. So I encourage everyone to, take this book, read this book. Here are some of the things that it impacts. So you heard him talking about transportation from the perspective of where one will enter a city and where one leaves a city. And maybe I shouldn't talk about this. I should let you talk about this, Peter Norton, which is, Harlem has 6 bridges. Majority of them are free. Where do people come into Manhattan? Yeah, Upper Manhattan. They go right down to Midtown and downtown. So in the meanwhile, we get to suck up all of that beautiful smog and particulates. Talk a little bit about that, Peter. It's going to get back to the book, but I just want you to frame that a little bit, especially for those who haven't heard you talk about these type of things in the past.
No, that's a super important point, because, for one thing, sometimes people think I'm saying that technology isn't, where we need to be going, or we need to be going all low tech, but we've got some technology that can do some amazing things. And one of them is make sure that people actually start to pay for the costs of what they're doing, right? So when you're talking about, the emissions from motor vehicles and their effects on communities, coming from people who don't live in those communities and are just using those communities as places to drive through or even park in, then, well, if we're not going to get serious and stop that completely, which, ought to be on the table, well, then maybe instead what we can do is actually charge people what the cost of that is. And that includes the health cost, so asthma, as I think everyone knows, is asthma rates are highest among people who live anywhere near a major highway or infrastructure of that kind. Why shouldn't the people who are, emitting those tailpipe emissions, pay a fraction of their toll for that? And it's sort of like, I think probably most people in this audience know that New York City is the pathbreaker here and the model for the rest of the country, because you all are introducing, as I understand it, a congestion charge. I don't think it's going as far north on the island as Manhattan, as Harlem. But in any case, that's a great breakthrough, because a congestion charge, in this case, in New York's case, the money's going to go to some of the things that that car dependency actually degrades things like bus service, like the MTA. And also, my understanding is some of it may go to the communities that are dealing with some of these effects. I think more of it should go to the communities. But yeah, Clayton Banks and I have talked about the idea of actually introducing a feature whereby a designated fraction of your toll goes to the communities who are already paying right now in the form of health, in the form of livability, in other forms for the people who are driving through. I mean, I think one way of looking at the last 70 years of American history is that, in effect, the suburbs kind of colonized urban America. And I mean that in a literal sense. Suburban people who were enjoying the good life out in the suburbs, most of which were racially segregated, they were enjoying that good life at the expense of the city because they were earning their money there, taking their paychecks out of the city back to the suburb, and then expecting to be able to drive right through that city too, without regard to the communities that were there and having to deal with that. You know, we got a Harlem here too in Virginia, in Richmond, Virginia. There's a community there called Jackson Ward. Jackson Ward was called the Harlem of the South because it was a lot like Harlem in the thriving, independent living that people enjoyed there, including, you know, significant prosperity, arts, culture, and so on. And, you know, this is not going to surprise anybody who doesn't know it already, but, you know, the USA put I-95 and I-64 right through Jackson Ward, which survives today, but that really damaged that community severely, you know, and we can, there are feasible ways where we can use the technology, you know, that we all recognize is important in this meeting to undo some of that damage. Not that it can ever really be undone, but we can at least make a start at it by exactly what you were talking about in terms of tolling like that.
Well, first of all, let me get a question out of the chat. So someone says, how does intelligent transportation help in areas of improving mobility, saving lives, and increasing efficiency?
Well, I mean, that depends on the application of the intelligent mobility. There are some promises that are actually threatening to make the benefits, you know, to negate the benefits, frankly. Like, for example, when the promoters of autonomous vehicles say they will do zero crashes, which is what General Motors officially says they will do right now, among other companies too. I don't want to be unfair to GM. In a way, they're making the problem worse because that then justifies massive investment, public and private investment, in autonomous vehicles that actually aren't that safe. And what I mean by that is you can program an autonomous vehicle so that it will never hit anybody or anything. And the only way to do that is to program it so that it's putting on the brakes constantly. Every time there's a 1% chance this might be somebody, the vehicle brakes. And they're not going to do that because the vehicle is programmed to give the occupants a good experience so that they'll pay for that experience. And there's a really important lesson to that fact. It means autonomous vehicles are not autonomous at all. They actually all have drivers. Even the ones that don't even have like a so-called safety driver in them, they're driven by people. They're driven by the people at the companies that program these cars. We know that the Uber that killed Elaine Hertzberg in Arizona had been programmed to be reluctant to apply the brakes on the grounds that otherwise people aren't going to pay anything to ride. And who's going to pay in a vehicle that's braking all the time, right? You can't get anywhere. So that vehicle detected Elaine Hertzberg 6 seconds before it struck her, and it didn't even slow down at all. So, you know, people can say, well, you could program it to be safe, and that's true, but it won't be profitable to do it that way. So we got to be really careful about that. Now, to answer the question, there are applications of high technology that could indeed deliver huge benefits. Even on regular cars, you know, automated braking systems have been proved to help. If it'll brake the car for you if you're too slow to apply the brakes, and these sorts of things actually do help. But for safe and efficient mobility, a lot of the things that work best are things we've known about for a long time. The sort of common sense transportation systems that have served us well.
Where do you think we should be going? I mean, reading through the book, are there a lot of I don't know, pieces in the book that are talking about where we should be going? For example, as we look at this fourth Futurama, like what are we looking at, fifth Futurama, for example, in the 25 years? Talk to me about that, Peter, because I want to make sure we read this book and we're getting the right tone out of it and all that kind of stuff.
So if there's a fifth Futurama, it means I failed, because my hope with the book is to say, let's stop falling for promises that this thing will deliver everything we ever wanted. I'd like to reference some of your earlier guests, because it was more than one. It included you. It also included Kelsey, Hightower, and others who said, technology is not this magic thing. Technology is tools. That's a really important thing, because the people who want us to fall for Futurama promises, they don't call them tools. They call them solutions. When you hear the word solution, it sounds like I don't have anything to do anymore. Everything's delivered to me, right? But Kelsey Hightower said, when you're connected and you're just consuming and you're passive, then you're not actually part of what's going on in the world. So we need people who are actively engaged in transportation and who get choices. What we haven't had, particularly in America, is choices about how to get around. Now, in New York City, you actually do have choices, but in most of America, people, it's either drive or you're stuck.
Yeah.
And so if you give people choices about what to do, then people choose instead of, the promoters of Autonorama. And when people choose, I'd like to recommend that we think about what we need, what's sufficient. There's a term I use in the book called transport sufficiency, which means getting everything you need. And if you can be content with transport sufficiency, then you don't need the magic solutions anymore, which incidentally never even happen anyway.
Hey, when is the book came out today? Where can people get this book?
Well, basically all the usual places. It can be ordered directly from the publisher, which is Island Press. You can get it on Amazon. You can get it on Powell's or on any of the, Barnes & Noble, any of the usual websites. I don't know about its availability in stores, but of course a store can also order it.
Claire has a question for you, Peter Norton. Would Autonorama and high-tech driving help people with disabilities?
That is such an important question. I'm so glad we're including that question in here today. So the book, again, is a caution about what we are being sold, which is different from what autonomous vehicles can be. They can be really useful things as tools instead of as solutions. They can be very useful tools. One of them could be for people with disabilities, because we got a lot of people who can't drive a car and are severely disadvantaged by that. But I have to make a caution, which is this: autonomous vehicles actually are a long way from being workable in environments where human drivers and robot drivers are mixed. Autonomous vehicles can perform well when they're all autonomous, but we're going to have a transition zone if this is going to happen. And nobody, even the insiders, has a clear idea on how you get autonomous vehicles to mix with people, because the robots, even with machine learning, they can't really figure out how to deal with people.
There's another question I missed. I don't know if you saw it, Peter Norton, but the question is, Professor Norton, can you please address the initial promise versus reality of rideshare? In other words, rideshare companies like Uber, Lyft, etc., We were told that their drivers would be paid well, while our ride costs would be cheaper than regular taxis, I guess. We all would carpool more. The companies would help cities reduce pollution. All this promise, right? So how have you considered the effects these companies on economies and the environment?
That's a really good question. We've learned a lot from the last decade or more with those kinds of companies, which they'd like us to call ride sharing. But of course, if you're paying for it, it's more like another taxi, or you're renting it if it's driverless for a little while. We've learned the best study I know of is from San Francisco, where they learned that Uber exacerbates congestion substantially because the vehicles pick people up wherever they are and deliver them wherever they want to go. And to try to get close to the destination, you end up with these huge vehicle clusters around the popular destinations. The claim was they would actually help because they could be used for that last mile problem that we have with public transportation, getting people to the final destination or back to the station again. And there is, they can be some of that, and there is some of that, but it's been offset in practice by people using them to get where they want to go. And because the prices really have to be higher, significantly higher than bus fare, there's a huge equitability question that comes with that. Now, the people promoting autonomous vehicles say, well, that's okay, because we have the answer to that. We'll offer these services at very low cost. But here's the thing, if you start seeing autonomous vehicles offering people affordable rides, it's going to be because they're collecting data from you. They're going to line, this is the vision, it's in their plans. They're going to line the interiors of these vehicles with all kinds of attractive digital devices. And then the companies themselves say, this is not me, this is them saying, they say, data is the new oil. You, the vehicle occupant, are going to be the new oil well. And they're going to use that to collect data from you legally and monetize that to offset the cost of the vehicle. And this reminds me of something Greg Epstein said early in our meeting today. He said, the real robbers are not the robbers, right? In other words, people are afraid that of the hackers, stealing your data or hacking your vehicle when you're in an autonomous vehicle. And I am personally more worried about the people who have absolutely legal access, that you'll click something and they'll get unlimited access to the data that you get. And to me, that's an illustration of how, as Greg put it, the real robbers are not considered the robbers.
All right, Peter Norton, let me tell you something. Well, first of all, let me tell you something. Every meeting you go to and you're featured and your book and all this other stuff, when the question comes, you say, well, that's a good reason why you should read my book. Always start with that. You say you're too much of a professor. You got to be a sales guy now too, right? So, you can catch a little bit of my book and then you answer the question. You see? All right. I'm going to read maybe one or two more. Then go ahead, Peter.
I'm just going to say, actually, to that point, I am a former salesman. There's a page in this book that you can find where I reference my career as a door-to-door book salesman in Arkansas. And it was because that was so repellent to me. That's why I have a hard time selling.
I never knew that about you, but you learn something every day. So there's one from Roxanne. And for everybody, Roxanne and Peter have the same birthday, which is interesting.
October 8th.
Does your book have many solutions on how we can reduce traffic? How can we reduce traffic?
My message to the whole country is study New York City. Not that New York City gets it all right, not at all, obviously, but the thing is...
Gotta start with the book. I told you already. Look at that. You lost it already.
Step one, read every word of the book and tell people about it, and order copies as for Christmas gifts, birthday gifts, everything else. Number two, study New York City. because they've got the congestion charge. The congestion charge will relieve traffic congestion and at the same time improve mobility, because let's face it, you know that on Manhattan Island, motor cars cannot serve more than a small fraction of people. There simply isn't the room for it, which means if you actually charge people for the space that they're using, it's not like a tax. It's you're buying something with that car. You're buying the right to use precious real estate in the most expensive real estate market in North America. Why shouldn't you pay something to use that real estate? Then when you pay something to use that real estate, that money can and should go, and my understanding is that it will go to the MTA and to other things that will improve transportation that actually serves most people. Maybe we can even get to the point that the congestion would be relieved enough that, you know, sidewalks can expand. I was impressed by Harlem's sidewalks when I was there. They're pretty wide, and I wonder, people should know when they see those wide sidewalks in Harlem, they need to thank George Gregory Jr. He was with the New York City Civil Service Commission in 1963 representing Harlem. And when they said, we're going to take the sidewalks away to move cars that are coming down from Westchester County, he said, and I quote, "We don't propose to stand around and let commissioners," and I'm a commissioner, "legislate for things instead of people." Well, you heard things instead of people being the problem before in some of the earlier talks today. And that's an example of that. But we can have better mobility in this country with fewer cars if we have more common sense mobility, meaning walkability, cycling, good transit service. I gotta, if I can, squeeze in a quick example. There's a community advocate in Chicago. Maybe some of you have heard of him. His name is Olatunji Oboy Reed, and I met him when we both spoke together at the World Bicycle Forum in Lima, Peru. It was a blast. And what he pointed out that when they introduced a car share service in Chicago called Car2Go, it was run by BMW, and they said it was going to be data driven. And you know what that meant in practice? That meant, because it was data driven, there was no Car2Go service in Southside Chicago at all. The line was right along the old racial segregation line that was enforced. And Olatunji Oboy Reed went to Car2Go and he said, "What's up with this?" And he went to the Chicago Tribune and he said, "What's up with this?" And they said the very predictable, lame excuse, "Well, we're just doing what the data says." Well, of course, all the data do is learn from the dysfunction of the society that the data are trained on and then enforce it. So his solution is something he calls a public library for bikes. You can go to Slow Roll Chicago, one of his organizations. He also runs Equiticity, which is I think of as a small-time Silicon Harlem for Chicago. And his vision is you can go there and you can get a bike, like you can get a library book for free with a library card. And he has community bike rides in his community in West Side Chicago. And that's it's this kind of community-based stuff that can happen. And that stuff, you know what, we could support that stuff with revenues from the tolling, because the high-tech tolling makes that easy to do. Why not do it?
Wow. I'm coming to the hour where we are going to announce the winners of the Pitchfest. So Eric, get ready for that. Anyone have any other questions for Peter Norton? We could listen to you all day and all night, Peter Norton, because you're right. New York is one of the profiles that people should look at in terms of traffic and cars and pollution and asthma. We get it all, baby. We get all that good stuff. So if we can, as we say, if you can fix it here, you can fix it on the moon. So, we're ready for that. We got one more from your birthday girl. And Peter, tell us how to get his book, and is there a Silicon Harlem discount? That's my sis. Go ahead, girl.
Well, I'll let Clayton Banks answer the question about the Silicon Harlem discount, because I know he's got some copies. And but if anyone doesn't score one of those that Clayton Banks already scored, you can get the book in all the usual online sources like Amazon. or you can ask your store if they don't have it to order it.
I do have a shipment of books coming for those, the first, cohort of people coming. I'll tell you what your discount is. 100%. We're giving you a book, and you tell your friends to go buy the book. But we're going to definitely give out these books. So we're going to have an office full, and we'll look forward to sharing it with everyone, because we just believe everybody needs to read this. We really do, especially if you live in New York.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, Roxanne.
Roxanne, I'm talking to Peter, right? See, we've been arguing like this all our lives. So, Peter, thank you very much. You were very generous to stay on the call the whole doggone day. I noticed you were on most of the day, so I have to say thank you for supporting Silicon Harlem, being a great friend, and certainly, you're the professor to the country. It's not just Virginia that you're educating around topics that are interesting to you, but you're sharing this. I met Peter, for those who don't know, I met Peter in Kansas City, and he gave this unbelievable presentation. I happen to be the only person awake, everybody else fell asleep. But anyway, everybody was gripped on this guy because he talked about exactly what he does. He gives you the history of a city from the prism of transportation. And it's compelling because good intentions, right? The good intentions end up hurting a lot of people. You want to put a highway, but it's going to displace somebody. You're going to want to create more vehicles, but now you've got more pollution. And, he had this incredible way of storytelling. And right then I wanted to bond it with this guy. And he came over to Harlem and did the same thing, where he really did, as you heard him on this call, talking about the history of Harlem. So we're going to continue to ride him and learning more and more as we possibly can to help, sort of inform our city on how important this is. We know the South Bronx, the highest level of asthma in the country. A lot of reasons about that. But we have a high level in Harlem. The best place to go for an asthmatic person is in Harlem, because our hospitals have that issue all the time. We don't want that. We want to have clean, or maybe even, like you said, the money, right? So you might as well pay for sickness. But at any rate, the point is that Peter Norton is the top mind on these things, and we need to embrace that and read that book. And I'm telling you, you got to read the book. If there's no other questions for Peter Norton, I'm going to turn it over to Eric to announce the winners. The winners are going to get, some of them are going to get money. All of them are going to get an invitation to a tremendous dinner with MasterCard. They actually have MasterCards, and they're going to pay for the food with their MasterCard. So all you have to do is show up. We're also going to invite 5 to 10 people who are still left on this call that may be interested in joining us as well. So I'll turn it over to Eric. Thank you, Peter, one more time. And I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, Clayton. Hello?
So we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, my videos.
Your video's a little choppy, but it's okay.
Yeah.
I'll turn mine on as if I'm Eric Cunningham. Go ahead.
I had sent you over the information, but we had a clear-cut winner.
You want to announce that last? Is there a second or third or fourth or anything like that?
Yeah, I gave it all to you.
All right, I'm pulling it up now.
It's in your text, because you deliver better than I do.
All right, everybody, we have the winners. And we had a lot of submissions, but we didn't, this particular round, want to overwhelm ourselves. This is being sponsored by See Better Foundation of this summit. So by it being its first Pitchfest for the summit, we wanted to keep it pretty clean. And but 4 very, let's say, competitive startups were presented today. Most of you saw them. Let me give you the one who came in fourth place and will receive space at Silicon Harlem. So that's worth a lot, but you'll be able to have a space in Silicon Harlem, office space, 24 hours at Silicon Harlem for 1 month. That company was called Esteem, ESSTEEM. Congratulations. The third that came in, which we're also very excited about, that will receive $500 invitation to the restaurant with MasterCard, same with Esteem, and space at Silicon Harlem. So you got all of that. And that team was Mojave, Mojave. Congratulations, Mojave. Second place. Oh man, I used to be able to do that, drum it. All right. Second place is receiving $1,000 and has access to the Silicon Harlem space for 2 months and will be, of course, featured at the dinner with MasterCard. That company, Yes, She Can campaign. Yes, She Can campaign. Congratulations. Therefore, no guess here. The winner wins $2,000, 3 months at Silicon Harlem space if they want. Dinner with MasterCard, Wakeza. Congratulations, Sabrina Lamb. The judges have really enjoyed listening and learning more about what you're doing with your startup, and we look forward to see where all this goes. Congratulations to all of those who pitched. We appreciate it. Take us. Let me just, if you don't mind, Britt, let's acknowledge the sponsors. I'm ready to just say my goodbyes, so don't leave me yet. Did you want to say something, Britt, before I give my final comment?
Yeah, I definitely want to say thank you to Peter Norton and yourself, Clayton, for an amazing day that we've had. It's been informative, challenging, and full of possibilities. And I hope everyone has plenty of takeaways that they can have actionable insights on. As this incredible summit comes to an end, I definitely want to thank the entire Silicon Harlem family for inviting me to host the 2021 Silicon Harlem Next Gen Tech Summit. I also want to thank you for attending and spending your time with us. I am always honored to be a part of such a great organization, and soaking in the wealth of knowledge from all of these incredible speakers has been transforming. Thank you, Silicon Harlem and Clayton Banks, for all of the great work you are doing to improve communities and all of our lives. I'll pass it back to you, Clayton, because I know you want to do your famous top 10 predictions and close us out.
Well, I've decided that we've had a long enough day that I'm not going to do my top 10. Ooh. I'm going to save that for our next meetup. But okay, great. I am going to say I ditto what you just said. I'm so happy that we all got together. A big shout out to all the speakers and folks that were on the call. Certainly the people who joined as participants, et cetera. Loved having the interaction, the questions, the various insight that even the audience had. Let me just acknowledge Ednice Providence. She was the Zoom czar, if you will. So we had a Zoom czar on here named Ednice Providence out of Queens. And then we had, of course, Eric Cunningham run the Pitchfest. Very happy about that. We had Britt take it home. Isn't she fun? She's just fun, and she's smart, and she's very astute with what people are saying. I love that about you, Britt. Roxanne Banks. Everyone ought to send her a flower. I mean, my God, she went through hell to get this done, and literally up almost all night last night for the final things to be done. And I have to say, of course, if you haven't figured out, that's my sister, and I love her so much because she's always been with me. We're very tight, And so I abused her throughout this whole process, but she's used to it. So she, but everyone, if you get a chance, even if whoever's left on this call, just send a nice note to Roxanne. She really pulled this through, honestly. She really did. I normally would be doing a lot of it myself, but she took over and I couldn't be more happy. And she is amazing. I also want to acknowledge our sponsors, which includes T-Mobile, Amazon, love you guys, Google, love Verizon, and love Zenfi, City College of New York. What? I mean, they got down MasterCard, Boxabl. We even got the All Tech is Human folks, the humanist folks from Harvard and MIT, and of course the New York City Housing Authority. All of these supporting and collaborating organizations and companies is what makes Silicon Harlem continue to work so hard. And I just wanted to acknowledge that. I also wanted to acknowledge the incredible Inez Dickens, who walks away with the Charles B. Rangel Innovation Person Award, way overdue. So we were very happy to do that. And just overall, I mean, if you think about all the different segments we had today, all the political, thank you, Rox, all the political folks that chimed in and really acknowledged Silicon Harlem's work. These are the people we want to constantly get behind because they understand what's at risk here. So I am so proud that we've had our voice to the table of the public, of the private, of the nonprofits, all of these various voices that we're connected to throughout Upper Manhattan and beyond. All that to say, everyone who's left, for you to get an invite into the MasterCard unbelievable restaurant experience in the next few weeks with the winners. All 4 Pitchfest folks will be there. The Silicon Harlem team will be there. And all of you will be there. So we're going to take the top 10, Britt, and what we're going to ask them to do to put in the chat. Better be ready. I hope you got a fast computer. So the first 10 people that can name 5 speakers, I don't care if it's both first and last or just the first. The first 10 people that can give me 5 people from today's summit will have an automatic move into the dinner. Giving it a few seconds after this, we're hanging up, Britt.
I hope your fingers are moving fast, because when you do dinner with Clayton and the Silicon Harlem family, it is a ball of good times. Very, very good.
You better know it. You better know it. If you thought I was cool on this, wait till you see me at dinner with a nice cocktail in my hand. All right. So let's see. We getting any responses here?
I think people are typing it and going to send it all in like little paragraphs. That's my hunch.
That's fine.
There we go. So we have Michael.
Well, all right, put Michael Elling down, Eric. He's coming to the dinner.
We have Ruth and V.
Well, Michael just gave everybody a bunch of names. You might as well just copy him.
We have Susie.
Yep, that's 5. We got 5 from Ruth. You got Ruth down, Eric. So we got Ruth, we got Michael, we got Suze.
Yep.
Okay, let's see if we get any more. I'm okay with it's just 3. That's more food for me. I'm going to give it another 1 minute at 3:55.
Dewana.
Dewana made the cut. Good job, Barnes. All right, let's see if we get one more. I know computers can be slow, but we're gonna see if we get one more, and we're done. Can I participate from California? Yeah, well, there's people who would love to see you fly out. Put Mel Brown down and put Zoran down. Those are the last ones. Mel and Zoran. Thank you, everybody. I'm closing it out, Rox.
Okay, thank you, Clayton. Thank you, Britt. Thank you, everyone, for who joined us today.
Did I say Ed Nice Providence? I think I did.
Yes,
Go
you
ahead,
did.
everybody. Okay, thank you.
Yes, you did. Thank you so much. Have a great afternoon and a fabulous weekend.